even social isolation brought on by COVID-19, and using gaming as a virtual platform to keep the competition going for these athletes. We're bringing fans, families, and friends together to celebrate and inspire a community like no other. Now, after hosting the first Special Olympics Xbox gaming event at the 2018 USA Games in Seattle, Xbox and Forza Motorsport 7 are putting Special Olympics athletes back in the driver's seat as they go bumper to bumper in a day full of racing. There's bound to be some sparks, and I hear there might even be some fireworks.
That is absolutely right, and we have got it all today, Allie. But before we bring up the schedule, take a look at that beautiful Toyota Camry stock car and its beautiful Special Olympics paint job designed by livery artist Little Vixen. It's a gorgeous tribute to Special Olympics and will be on display, pacing through all of our tracks before getting put to the test by our Division 5 athletes in today's final race. We'll make our way up to that, though, as we progress in speed throughout the day. As divisions get faster, so do the cars, and each division will give it their all over 2 races. We'll be visiting some of the most iconic tracks in the world, from Road Atlanta to Hockenheim, even taking to the tar at Dubai, a track that only exists in the world of Forza. Then our last 2 races are classic NASCAR showdowns featuring the Toyota Camry stock car at Watkins Glen and Road America. And you know I'm excited for those. I love me some NASCAR. But that's not all. We've got a special treat for you guys. Not 1, but 2 award ceremonies that are going to be held in the Minecraft Special Olympics Stadium. Thank you to Minecraft and Microsoft Stores teams for custom designing and building out this world. The details are incredible, and you're not going to want to miss this spectacle. It's going to be a great way to celebrate these athletes and their accomplishments today. I'm really looking forward to it.
Well, we wouldn't do you like that. I mean, we've got to give you a sneak peek right now, right? Can't just talk about it and not go there. And like everyone else, we're stuck at home too. So this is something the crew was kind enough to build us at home, a stadium. There it is. How cool is this, Hannah? I mean, I can tell you for one, right, that I've cheated a bit, definitely with my hair at very least. I look like Sideshow Bob right now in real life, but it's nice to have had at least a virtual haircut.
And you're taking in all of the sights. I love it, looking around here in the stadium. And thank you to the Minecraft people, because again, I also look much better right now on my avatar. They've got my hair nice and prim and proper. I would be lying if I didn't say it's in a ponytail, and I'm in leggings, but they have us perfectly equipped today. We've got the little desk, the microphones. They went all out for us.
So many details. It's awesome. We have our Special Olympics jerseys on as well. There'll be some real life equivalents of those sent to all the drivers out there. But we can have a look around the stadium and you can see a few of the bits built in there. Actually, inside that flame, and we'll see it later, is the green room for the drivers, the place where they get ready to go out there on track. And up top behind the podium is a beautiful Hyundai Veloster in the white and red livery of Special Olympics, and of course the blue Ford Shelby GT350R as well. Hannah, this place has everything.
It absolutely does, and it's so cool that we can defy gravity here in Minecraft. As you can see, the emblem above us, the state flags there. I appreciated in our pre-show when we were going over this and looking at them. You were curious as to what those were. Yeah, we have state flags here in the U.S., Allie, so we'll get you up to date on those. But look at this pool. All of the drivers are going to be hanging out here in between races, and Minecraft let all of these athletes create their own avatars, and we'll be playing throughout the day. I mean, they got a pretty cool place to hang out here in the middle of the torch.
That's right, down there. We'll be visiting back there from time to time and seeing how the drivers are sort of interacting after the races, before the races. And all in all, this is going to be such an incredible experience for the athletes racing today. And that's, of course, really what it's all about. The Special Olympics is such an important organization in the lives of these athletes, providing competition, connection, and community to many people with intellectual disabilities who feel the sense of isolation daily. And that's exacerbated now more than ever, of course. And so using gaming and technology to create a space for self-representation and collective celebration makes this so much bigger than a competition.
It absolutely does, and you hear from the athletes themselves how much this really does mean to them. Amber Gersh from Far West Utah says, "I love the Special Olympics because I get to be with my friends." EJ Davis from Streamwood, Illinois says that his Special Olympics experience has been amazing. It's a community of acceptance. And Robert Lambert of Viroqua, Wisconsin said, "These events are very important because they give us a way to compete and meet new friends."
I love those quotes. It just brings it all home to us and ties it all together. And there are multiple ways that you at home, if you're feeling the same way, can be part of this community and can help Special Olympics in the mission of advancing a global movement of creating a world where we're all included, regardless of ability. If you search, shop, or play with Microsoft, you can donate your Microsoft reward points to Special Olympics. And what's better is that donating through the 30th of June will mean that Microsoft will match that donation. Our moderators will be posting links in the chat, or if you're watching on YouTube, you can find them in the description.
But even more so, we've got some other cool things throughout the day. You can also show your support on Flipgrid. You can thank a Special Olympic athlete for inspiring you, or post an encouraging video message for Special Olympics athletes everywhere. The support has been flooding in, so go to flipgrid.com and check them out, post your own, and get behind these athletes. But Allie, I think it's time for some racing.
It's time for some racing, Hannah. Without further ado, here to kick off the 2020 Special Olympics Xbox virtual gaming event is a special message from NASCAR Cup Series driver Eric Jones.
Hi, I'm Eric Jones, driver of the number 20 DeWalt Camry for Joe Gibbs Racing and Team Toyota. I want to give a shout out to all the athletes participating in the 2020 Special Olympics Xbox virtual gaming event, and a thank you to everyone who's tuning in to cheer them on. We all miss gathering together through competition sport, and that includes watching Special Olympic athletes compete. Your participation in this virtual opportunity proves the power of sport and the power of inclusion is stronger than any global pandemic. Every day, you athletes overcome many obstacles, and you continue to inspire the world by staying active, engaged, and positive through these unprecedented times. Thank you, athletes, for living up to the Special Olympics athletic oath and being brave in the attempt. Thank you, fans and supporters, for connecting to celebrate these athletes. Congratulations for being part of this exciting event, and we can't wait to say, Special Olympics athletes, start your engines.
Massive thank you to Eric Jones for that message, and couldn't have said it better. Start your engines, it's time. And the first engine we're going to be starting is this punchy little tin top. It's a car that I love. Hannah, what do you think of the 2019 Hyundai Veloster N?
Well, Allie, I know by the end of this, you need to teach me how to say Hyundai, because we say it very differently, and it just sounds so more intricate when you say it, and I love it. But something different here is this is a front-wheel drive car, and we don't see that often on these road courses. So these drivers are going to have something on their hands here trying to adapt their driving to a front-wheel drive car, but it's light, 3,100 total in pounds, got the perfect amount of horsepower to be able to maneuver these tricky road courses we're going on.
Once again, that white and red livery, it's the work of Little Vixen, so a big shout out, tip of the cap to her for putting together that beautiful car for us. The light little Hyundai will be a car that we're taking to a relatively small, relatively twisty track, and that is Lime Rock out there in Connecticut. A short place, Hannah, but very, very technical.
Yes, only being about 1.5 miles in total distance. It's got those 7 turns, but to start everything off, these drivers will barrel into turn 1, which is a really tight hairpin, and then go up through the S's. While there's not necessarily a full straightaway on here, they'll go up through 5, 6, and 7, which is a long sweeping corner, and this allows these drivers to carry a lot of momentum, a lot of speed, and down to that front stretch they will go and back into that hairpin. So only 7 turns in total, but each one having their own challenges. These drivers are set for a fun racetrack today.
All right, well, we've seen the car, we've seen the track, and now it's time to put rubber to road. And just before we do so, let's check out the grid order for the drivers in this first division, first race. Arizona's Jerry Louis Martinez is going to take pole position in his first ever esports tournament. He'll be starting side by side with Graham Qualls out of Mississippi. Second row of the grid is soccer star John Emmett out of Washington. He's joined by one of Division 1's most experienced competitors. That's Utah's Amber Gertch, and what a huge amount she's done with and for Special Olympics over the years. Third row of the grid, Texas's Andrew Sauerwein has been practicing Forza with his dad every day in preparation for this event, and he'll be joined by medalist in the 2019 World Games, Simon Van Gaysen out of Washington. 7th position on the grid is Illinois' Luki Forbush. And wow, Hannah, with the top 3 separated by just half a second in qualifying, we're in for a great race.
That we absolutely are, Ali. You mentioned it there. Everyone's so close in competition. Those front 3 showing that they are going to be competitive with each other all afternoon long. We've got a very diverse field here of ages where everyone's from as well. And that's what's so cool about the esports world is it all comes together on an even playing field. And we're going to have a great race, not only at Lime Rock, but throughout the day today.
Going to be a fabulous race. You always get great racing at tracks like Lime Rock. The first corner, you can imagine yourself sitting there on the grid. The straight runs down maybe 200 meters before you head on into the shallow entry toward turn 1. It's called Big Bend here. In fact, the track names at Lime Rock are quite funny. There's all very literal, and we'll find out about them out on track because we can head out live with the cars as they head on out on circuit and down towards that first corner. Legacy Bat fan in the lead of the race. That's Jerry Louis Martinez, and he from pole position has done a fabulous job there to maintain the lead. A few cars off further back down the field. John Boy here, that's John Emmett, who started in 3rd position on the grid, in a little bit of grief further on. Legacy Bat fan regaining the track and into the barrier. Massive incident for him as we go through this first lap of the race. On board now with a 6th place runner, that's John Boyd. John Emmett once again, the 2010 USA Games competitor up the inside right now of Jerry Louis Martinez. And wow, that's a big one as they both come through the uphill turn. Jerry Louis Martinez spinning alongside John Emmett. It is pretty chaotic here, Hannah, in the start to this event.
That it is. All of these drivers looking to get that lead early on. We're almost 1 lap in the books, but big battle coming down here with you saw with Soprano Cheetah there. Great car control. Look, it's almost like we're drifting here at Lime Rock, and what a better car to drift in than the Veloster. But now we got a new leader here again. Everyone a couple times off the racetrack, but have managed to get their way back on the racing surface, and we're seeing some great racing going on.
Yeah, GQ there just losing out the lead. That's Graham Qualls out of Mississippi, 18-year-old. He ran 2nd place in qualifying and slipping past him a little bit there as he took the lead. Big incident here though on the outside of turn 1 as the drivers all jump onto the brakes. The Hyundai just proving a little bit too twitchy for them as they turn into that long first corner. Can be a difficult car to handle. Soprano Cheetah though, Hannah, in the lead of this race. That's Simon Van Gayson out of Washington, and he's doing a pretty solid job out there in the lead.
And he started in that 6th spot, so he's already had to advance quite a few, and like you'd mentioned, doing great holding on there at the front and a difficult racetrack. But to go back on what you said, Ali, we talked about it when we got to see the car in staging. This is a front-wheel drive car, so while a lot of these athletes probably have experience on Forza, maybe not in a four-wheel or front-wheel drive car. So they've had to really adapt over the last week or two, put those practice laps in. You'd mentioned it, Amber Gersh has been practicing, as well as Andrew Sauerwein practicing on a double screen with his dad. So they've put in the time and the effort, and for some of them, it's definitely paying off today.
Yeah, absolutely right. And this Hyundai, just to stick on it a little longer, of course, when you're seeing the cars skidding a little bit under acceleration, it's got an inline 4 under the front bonnet, and that thing is turbocharged. So you just know that when you get up that rev range a little bit, you're going to suddenly get a big spike in power, and that could be something that's, you're gonna have to hold on tight when it does that, and really modulate your throttle to keep things smooth. Somebody doing a great job of that is Soprano Cheetah, but for my money, 2nd place runner, that's Graham Qualls, who we're on board with right now, is closing that gap little by little.
Yes, he is. You can see him slowly start to watch the leader's line. He's been patient getting through the corners. A lot of momentum here into this corner. And you mentioned it. We talk about the front wheel drive a lot. The two make contact, but we've got a battle for the lead now.
Wow, big contact there through the top of the track. That corner, of course, West Bend, and now downhill. We're going to have a new leader for the race as we pass the end of the 3rd lap and begin it. And that, of course, is Graham Qualls, the guy we were calling out as having learned, adapted while he was out there on track. And that, Hannah, might be the difference maker for these drivers. It doesn't come down to who's fastest in the first lap, but rather who's best at adapting, who's best at learning while they're out there. And Graham Carl's certainly doing a fantastic job of that so far.
Yes, he is. He's taken every lap as a learning. He's watched the other drivers. Ooh, little contact there with Lady Hawk as well. Yep, big incident, but able to get back on the racing surface, both of them there. But we want to give a shout out. A lot of people have already donated their Microsoft points early on. We're only in the first race, so that's endless opportunities throughout the day. So huge thank you to everyone who is joining us at the moment and has contributed thus far. I know your donation goes a long way. But Lady Hawk again now off here in the grass, maneuvering her way back to the racing surface and in that 4th spot.
Lady Hawk, of course, Amber Gertsch, who has had an amazing career so far with Special Olympics. She's been on the board of directors with them, with Special Olympics Utah, and alongside that has played, she's been an athlete in swimming, in snowshoeing, and also happens to be a licensed falconer, does Amber Gertsch, and has a falcon at home. So an amazing skill base, an amazing experience base there to be taking to the track. Running strongly right now in 4th position as we see Soprano Cheetah, and that's Simon Van Gaysen, after having lost the lead at the end of lap number 3 to the current leader, Graham Quarles, trying his best to push the car and to find places where he can go a little faster. And Hannah, that's not an easy thing to do. These cars, they will snap on you if you push them too hard.
Yes, they will, and you see a lot of times as they carry a lot of momentum into the corner. Again, the whole braking system is when they go in, as example right there, they hit the brakes and it shoves the race car. So instead of them necessarily, losing the front of the race car, the front is locked up, so they're losing the back end of it. And it's very difficult to get those cars slowed down in a quick moment. And that's where we're seeing a lot of the sliding, a lot of the tire smoke that these drivers are having. But right now, Graham Quarles has put himself a pretty good distance between himself in 2nd place. He's executing each corner very precisely. So you can see he started to get a lot of patience, but he's going to have to continue that patience because 2nd place is on the move.
That's right. We've seen how Graham Quarles can be a predatorial driver. Seen how he can be somebody who hunts down the car ahead, and wow, has he done a great job of that. But he hasn't yet proven himself as a defending driver. And that's somebody who can look in the back mirror and say, all right, I see you coming, I see you on your way, and I've got to keep a cool head even though I know that. And Hannah, that could be just as hard.
That absolutely can be just as hard. I mean, you're watching here as Soprano Cheetah is within the tracks of your leader, and he's going to have to move there, able to put some momentum into the corner, hold on to it, use that drifting of capability. That was a great move, very risky, but it's paid off for him. Now we've got a battle, side-by-side contact there. Oh, looks like he'll have to try and regain the surface there, Soprano Cheetah. So back in the lead there is Graham Quarles.
Well, Simon Van Gaysen, Soprano Cheetah, having to take to the west route of the circuit, to take to some unused pieces of track to keep the thing on the sticky tarmac. It was incredible to watch, though, how quickly Simon Van Gaysen was able to close the gap to our leader, GQ Graham Quarles, just up the road there. And the car in the foreground, very much smoother, very much more composed looking on track, but dare I say it, perhaps lacking in pace slightly in this late point in the race compared to 2nd place runner. Both of them having a brilliant race here, Hannah, and it's actually fascinating to watch.
It is fascinating, and again, we talk about these drivers are having to counter steer into the corners when they start to slow down, and that is something that you don't experience with a lot of the cars here on Forza, and so they've had to learn that in a short period of time, and it's been amazing to see. We saw Graham Quarles there just a few minutes ago, completely sideways through the corner, counter steer and putting that race car where he needed to. This corner right here, though, seems to be where these drivers are loved to pass, and we've got a battle now. Ooh, contact between the two for that 2nd and 1st place.
Wow, yeah, big old slide there for Soprano Cheetah, Simon Van Gaysen across the bonnet of not John Boy, of our leader's car. That was Graham Quarles, of course. Those two have been having an on and off battle throughout this race. I've got to say, I was looking at the two earlier on, and I did see that I think Graham Quarles has picked up a penalty in race. Looked like he was carrying a 5-second penalty there. And that will be applied to his race time after the race. So we could see, after adjudication, the positions changing in this race.
And something we leave up to the judges, like you'd mentioned there, to make those decisions. So interesting to see that. Lady Hawk with some damage to the right side of her car, though, having a great run into that 5th. And that uphill momentum that you have to carry into turn 5 here at Lime Rock is difficult because they have no vantage point up over the overhill, so they don't know if there's another car up there, if someone is perhaps stopped, and it's very hard to judge your speed and momentum when you're going in elevation changes. So they have a difficult spot on the racetrack there, but I love going through the S's here. These drivers are taking full advantage of any race surface given to them, even if it's not part of the full course. Like we said, they're drifting, they're counter steering through those corners there. So again, on board here with Soprano Cheetah in the 2nd spot. Cool, calm, and collected right now here on the final lap.
They have the run down the Sam Posey straight here for our 2nd place runner, looking for a tight line on the inside. Will takes the grass somewhat and can be faster for you. Looks like a little slide though as regains the asphalt. GQ leading the race now. We're on the final lap, and maybe we can stay on board with Graham Quarles as he runs through the flat land section at the start here at Lime Rock. The first corner is called the long bend, then it's left-hander, right-hander, and the next bend is called the uphill. You're going to find out why, and that's because it goes slightly uphill. And then over to West Bend at the end of the track, and the final corner is called the downhill. Some cracking corner names here at Lime Rock, and nice to be able to pop through them as we watch Graham Quarles, completing the final lap of the race. 3rd place runner John John Emmett, who we're on board with right now, not quite getting lapped, managing to stay on the lead lap, and it's been a really strong performance from him as well. But Graham Quarles crosses the line and takes victory in the first race of Division 1, and a brilliant victory from him as well. Hannah, I think once again it just comes down to that ability to learn, that ability to adapt while out there on track, I should say.
Absolutely, and these drivers are going to take everything that they just learned here at Lime Rock and the handling of the front wheel drive, the counter steering, and how these cars handled elevation changes, and they're going to apply it to our next racetrack. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see some of the drivers that finished 3rd, 4th, or even 5th take this learning and apply it into the next race, and maybe some shakeup in the top 3.
I could not agree more. I think we're in for a fascinating battle, and we can look back a little bit at some of the highlights from that first race in just a minute or two. But looking through this order here, Graham Quarles, followed by Simon Van Gaysen, and then with John Emmett in 3rd place. Hannah, as we watch the replay, do you think that this is going to be how things stand after adjudication?
Well, we'll have to take a look here and see. Looks like side-by-side contact with the 2. Legacy Bat fan holding that inside line. Some contact into the wall. It'll be interesting to see the judgment call that is made, like you'd mentioned. It's just so tough early on in this race. Again, this has been a big learning experience for these drivers, so it would be hard to make a judgment call on if something was intentional or how you would go about that with everyone learning throughout the race.
Quite right. Absolutely right. And it's been an interesting run. Jerry Louis Martinez, a Legacy Bat fan we've been on board with for a little while here, started from pole position, certainly came into the race looking to get his first experience of esports tournament, and has definitely done that now. A little bit of a baptism of fire out there on Lime Rock, and heading out next to our next circuit. It's surely anybody's game. We've done Lime Rock then, and now moving forward, looking at what's coming up next, we're going to be going to Sonoma Raceway. That's going to be a fascinating circuit.
We're going from the East Coast to the West Coast out in California in the Vineyard area. It's a beautiful racetrack if you ever get the chance to go out there. It is difficult though.
Oh, sorry, Hannah. Before we do, let's check out results and have a look at how things boiled out We will look at those in just 1 second. For now, though, thinking back to Lime Rock and thinking back to the race that we just saw before moving on to Sonoma, it's been an interesting battle. It's great to see some drivers really making a name for themselves. Graham Quarles, somebody who actually we didn't know a lot about coming into this competition, just 18 years old and out there on track, covering himself in glory.
And that he is. Again, he had a great performance today, and it's so cool to see the continuation and the learning and their progression just through this one race. That was only 9 laps. We've got another one coming up here, and I'm looking forward to watching him and many of these others compete in future events as well. You know, this is the first dip in the pond for some of these guys and girls in competition in esports today. Some of them have been playing and competing for years, and for some, this is their first ever event in esports. And that's what the case for Legacy Batfan or Jerry Louis Martinez. This is his first esports event, and he has been one to compete with so far this evening. So great first showing for him and many others so far.
And looking back through the order here, a few people we didn't talk about much in the race. We were certainly dominated by looking at that first position and second position. But I'd like to zoom in on Andrew Sauerwein, gamertag Mr. Crab Feathers, out of Texas, 24 years old. And he's been playing Xbox before this competition. I think that's something that we're going to see quite often throughout the event, Hannah, is that a few of the drivers have Xbox experience in general, have those thumb skills down, and a few of them are coming into this training just for this specific event.
Yeah, absolutely. He told us that he's been practicing with his dad on the side-by-side screen. So cool to be able to involve your family members in this. I know that my brother and I used to play video games against each other all the time, and it was so competitive, and it's such good memories that we have there. But also, Andrew Sauerwein, I love his gamer tag, Mr. Crab Feathers. I haven't necessarily picked out a gamer tag yet, but I'm going to take advice from him if he has any suggestions down the road.
Yeah, that's a great gamer tag, and you could do a lot worse than taking some advice right there from Andrew Sauerwein. Right, we do have results for you now from race number 1, and I can't wait to see them and see how everything settled out. Simon Van Gaysen does take the win, and that means that Graham Quarles was demoted 1 position after the race on penalties. He was standing across, he went across the line first, but it was Simon Van Gaysen who did it without the penalties. So first place change there in the adjudication room, and that's perhaps what took a little moment before getting the race results live. Further down the field, though, we can see Andrew Sauerwein, Amber Gertsch, John Emmett, Jerry Louis Martinez, and Luki Forbosch filling out the order below. Wow, Hannah, what do you make of that order?
I think that's a great finish there for him. Again, we talked about the penalty. We have a whole other race up next, so there's room for making that penalty up there and being able to compete for the overall win here. But these drivers, again, have taken a lot of learning. They're getting ready to go into Sonoma, which is a tricky road course at that. One of my favorites here out on California wine country. It's beautiful out there if you ever get a chance to visit there. But we're going from the east coast of Lime Rock to the west coast of Connecticut for this tricky racetrack.
It's a beautiful circuit. We'll be heading out there very soon. Before we take a look at the grid, I want to say a big thank you to everybody out there donating their Microsoft points. We've seen a huge amount of people getting out and getting behind the event. It's brilliant to see. And so thank you so much for all the very generous donations. Let's have another look, though, at the grid order before we head on out onto the circuit. Once again, Simon Van Gaysen up to the lead of the race now, and second place Graham Quarles, Andrew Sauerwein in third place, and Amber Gertsch there in fourth. John Emmett in fifth, Jerry Louis Martinez down to sixth, and Luki Forbosch in seventh place. Interesting grid here, Hannah, and having looked at a few of the drivers in the first race, who's one to watch here as we head towards Sonoma?
I'm going to keep my eye on John Boy for sure as he maneuvers. He was pretty good through those elevation changes, and that's something very heavily into play at Sonoma. They go through multiple elevation changes, but you can see it right behind our drivers here. This is turn 11. It is a super tight hairpin that these drivers will have to maneuver right before they go down to the start-finish line. And this is going to be an opportunity for a lot of them to make moves because they're going to have to get those race cars slowed completely down and navigate this really tight corner. And I think that someone like John Boy Emmett, who we had patience, as well as Lady Hawk as well. She picked up on it, Amber Gersh, at the tail end of Lime Rock, really figuring out the changes and how to maneuver those tight corners. Fortunately, here at Sonoma, we've got a lot of track surface though. So these drivers, similar to that last race, will be able to use and take full advantage of everything from the rumple strips into the grass. I think we're in for a very exciting race.
Wow, thank you, Hannah. Yeah, it's great to get all of your experience knowing around these tracks. I mean, racing it on Forza Motorsport 7, and that's the game we've been playing throughout the day, and we'll be competing on at this competition. Racing on there, I always joke about Sonoma that I don't like racing on it. I find it's like racing on the surface of a golf ball. The whole place is filled with divots and bumps, and it's as much about knowing the line to avoid those as it is to know your sort of braking points and turn-in moments. So it's a difficult circuit, and actually a real challenge that we're throwing at these drivers so early on in the competition.
Yeah, indeed. And one of the things I love about this too is look at the weather. It is absolutely perfect out in Sonoma right now. I don't know about you, Allie, but it has been raining non-stop out here in North Carolina. And it's always a beautiful day in Forza to be able to do this and get out to Sonoma wine country. Looking forward to hopefully going out there with NASCAR again sometime soon. But we're blessed with beautiful weather here at Sonoma in wine country to do this final race in Division 1.
Of course, the circuit based out in California. They grow some adult beverages out there. Also constructed in 1967, so the place has been around for a good long while. And yeah, it certainly has been in the nightmares of drivers for some period of time. I don't think I'll ever become a staunch fan of Sonoma as a driver, but as a commentator, I love this place because you always see brilliant racing, and you know that if two cars go side by side here, the difficulty level is so much higher than going side by side at many other circuits out there. And so you just know they're pushing to the limits, and they're absolutely on the edge of the car.
Yes, and one of my favorite things also about this racetrack, aside from the difficult racing that it provides, is they actually do the lawn maintenance here at Sonoma with sheep. So it was a very interesting first visit for me to Sonoma when we pulled up onto the property and all of the hillsides were covered in sheep. I guess it makes sense. Love it. They were all roaming around the property, able to do that lawn maintenance, keep that grass nice and low for the race car drivers that would eventually make their way through it. But it was such an interesting sight to round a corner, expect to see race cars, and there were sheep. But fortunately, no virtual sheep here today in today's competition. We'll leave it to the drivers. You can see all the fans in the grandstands ready to cheer these racers on.
Well, hopefully, Hannah, no virtual sheep at least. I think the small pause here before the start of race number 2 may well be the adjudication team out there with their shepherding crooks, attempting to get the sheep off the racing surface and somewhere nice and safe before the Hyundai Velosters get out there and start racing in anger. It's a beautiful facility, and once we get out racing, which will be very, very soon, I assure you, we will be able to bring you all that action. Before we do, though, let's have a little look back at race number 1, a little think back towards it, and just that kind of battle that we saw between Graham Carles and Simon Van Gaysen. So many times the two of them would come side by side, and the two cars would end up spinning or sliding, and that's a very, very difficult thing to do as a driver, to leave space for the other car there on the road beside you. That's something you see in NASCAR a few times as well, with drivers sometimes getting into each other.
Yeah, absolutely. Most of the time, these race surfaces barely allow for two cars to be side by side. So when you're trying to, at high speed rates and up and lows, elevation changes, tight corners, and fit two, if not three cars many times on this road course, it's definitely difficult. And these drivers are learning that. They're learning, as I like to say, the awareness of their car, where their nose is. And again, that is something that comes with experience and lots of reps. You know, one of the things that's hard though is a lot of these drivers and athletes may practice by themselves. Then you get out there on a road course or in a race with multiple other drivers that are also racing live. It creates a difficult racing situation. But again, everyone has been great about learning that and figuring out the other drivers that they're racing with. You pick up how these other drivers race as well. And will be interesting to see how they feed into that into Sonoma.
Well, we're looking back right now at the schedule for the day, and one of the interesting things to look at here is the progression of cars that we'll be going through from race to race. Starting off, of course, right now in the Hyundai Veloster N, front-wheel drive, little turbocharged inline 4. It's a sporty little tin top, and very quickly though, we're going to move forward to some much more sort of traditional racing machinery, if you like. The Ford Shelby GT350R, a classic pony car. The 2016 Porsche Cayman GT4, moving that engine into the middle of the vehicle and seeing how that changes weight distribution. And then finally, we'll be heading toward the Aston Martin Vantage GT12 and, of course, the Toyota Camry, and that's the NASCAR. There's a great progression here, Hannah, from car to car. How do you think the skills will change in terms of what the drivers have to do as we go from division to division?
Well, you had mentioned it there. I mean, you go from a car that has a center engine capacity, you know what I mean, and all of the weight being centrally distributed there in the center, to a front-wheel drive car. Then you've got the NASCAR, the Toyota Camry, that is a stock car that is built in-house specifically for oval racing and high-banked oval racing at that. And then you put them on a road course and make them go right and left. The suspension's not built for that, so these drivers are going to have a handful on there. The Aston Martin, beautiful car in general. It almost hurts me a little sometimes when I watch them go on courses, because I'm like, oh, well, they're so pretty, and I believe only 100 of them were made. Am I correct?
That's right. Yeah, very, very rare. The GT12. Yeah, an amazing vehicle. And I mean,
fortunately, we can set the reset button. We can fortunately put the reset button on any damage here.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's right. That's
yes.
right. I mean, if you're out there on track and you mess up an Aston Martin GT12, then yeah, you're going to have a few regrets, I guess. But fortunately, here on Forza, you can press a button and that time will go backwards for you. We are still waiting and getting ready for race number 2 here. It's the Hyundai Veloster N around Sonoma. It's an awesome car, an awesome track. We've seen some great racing in this division already. Can't wait to see how things boil down here in race number 2.
Yeah, and we've got a lot of family, friends, other athletes that have been joining us in. Thus far, again, only one race in the book. Lots of racing action on tap later. But we're going to go ahead and give a shout out here. We've got some people chiming in on our chats throughout our different streaming platforms. Mary K. Doe 13 says, go Simon. So Simon's been putting on great racing so far. And Lukey also getting some shout outs as well from BMAX7441 and DM Breen 22 said, way to go, Lukey, keep pushing. So cool to see everyone come out, take a part of their Saturday to support these athletes. It's been great. I love seeing the support that we've seen, not only from the Microsoft donations, but the Flipgrid, everyone that's been on there as well, sending their support in via videos. I thought it was pretty cool that Eric Jones, one of my buddies here on the NASCAR side of things, was able to do that and cheer these athletes on.
Yeah, it's been amazing to see the support, to see this massive community coming together around the athletes that we have out on track today. As you said, Hannah, we are able to take donations today. You can donate Microsoft reward points to Special Olympics. And if you do that before the 30th of June, then Microsoft will double that donation. And our moderators are posting links to that in chat. Also, if you're on YouTube, you can find that in the description. Let's have another look at the race grid here before we head out onto track. Once again, Simon Van Geysen, race winner from race number 1. The gamertag Soprano Cheetah becoming familiar to many of us now, on pole position. He had a great battle with Graham Quarles, who's going to be joining him on the front row of the grid. Andrew Sauerwein, in third place. And fourth on the grid, Amber Gertsch, Lady Hawk, who did a brilliant job in race number 1. John Emmett in 5th, Jerry Louis Martinez in 6th place, and Luki Forbush in 7th. We're getting ready for a brilliant race here, Hannah, and this grid just looking so interesting heading down towards turn 1.
Yes, absolutely. In this race, only 6 laps in total pace. Again, 3 laps shorter there from the Lime Rock event. So they're going to have less of a lap count to be able to get something done. But I think that those will be movers and shakers in all of the tight corners and make those advances there.
Okay, well, we are going to be proceeding towards race number 2 any second now. The news from the race control room is that we've had a connection drop from Graham Quarles. It does happen occasionally in esports racing. You can liken it, I suppose, to a mechanical failure in the car. Sadly, Graham Quarles unable to be a part of the second race today, and we'll take that second place finish and the points for it nonetheless, but be unable to add to them in race number 2. So a great shame there for Graham Quarles, who's sadly having to retire from race number 2.
Yeah, unfortunate circumstance there. Again, he was so good at Lime Rock, and I think he was going to capitalize on that again here at Sonoma. Had some great momentum carrying, so getting ready to go green here at Sonoma.
Yeah, the light's going green, and we are away at Sonoma. It's a long left-hander that we're leading into here and a run up the hill. You're going to see what I mean about this place being built on the surface of a golf ball very soon as Legacy Bat fan spins and into the wall. Jerry Louis Martinez, that is, losing the rear of the car and the run up towards turn 1. John Boy assuming the lead of this race. John Boy, somebody we haven't seen leading yet, and that's John Emmett out of Washington, 28 years old, as Legacy Bat fan loses it over that crest, manages to regain the track pretty swiftly though, and will get back into the flow of the race and the flow of the traffic here. John Boy continuing to do a great job in the lead of this race, Hannah. Great to see him up there after a third place finish in race number 1.
Yes, and I want to give my hats off there to Luki Forbush in Biz 1630. I watched him at the beginning of that race, and he let everyone else go up that, like you said, that left-hander uphill, watched, learned, and was patient. And that has paid off for him. In that 6th position, was up to the 3rd spot at one point here. So he's letting everyone else kind of figure things out right now, watching and taking it all in. I think that's going to pay dividends for him later, because again, this racetrack is about combining patience with aggression, and he's seeming to find that good combination right now.
Patience and aggression, that's the secret ingredient here at Sonoma. We were watching Lady Hawk there. We were on board with her, but I think John Boy in the close part of the frame there had lost the car in the run through the final corner. Now back on track, both cars ghosted after they're off, unghosting next to each other, and a few clatters, a few sparks flying as John Boy runs around the outside of turn 1, battling things out with Soprano Cheetah. Soprano Cheetah, of course, Simon Van Geysen we saw so much from in race number 1, and back in the lead, John Boy with a brave dive up the inside and a brilliant move to take the lead back. These two fighting excellently and getting caught on the inside of the tires now. Hannah, what an amazing battle.
Absolutely it is. Look at the car control by not only John Boy, but also Soprano Cheetah. Both of them, again, counter steering and able to catch the corrections, beating and banging off of each other's race cars, but nonetheless, they are racing a hard race right now, and it's for the lead as well. John Boy now able to collect that spot, put a little bit of distance between himself and Soprano Cheetah, but little overdrive there into the corner will allow Soprano Cheetah to somewhat close that gap there. It'll be interesting to see if these two can catch each other once again, as we only have 4 laps left here at Sonoma.
Well, the spirit of competition very much alive here in race number 2 as John Emmett, 28 years old out of Washington, takes on Soprano Cheetah. That's Simon Van Gaysen, 26 years old out of Washington as well. Must be something in the water up there in Washington because these guys know how to drive. Brilliant racing. We're jumping a little further down the field now to 5th place runner as they head out through the chicanes at the back of this track. It's a twisty circuit. You can see the racing line being used there, all the tarmac as the driver goes from the left to the right of the field and searches for the grip that's out there at Sonoma. You can see the turn-in moment for that second to last corner. Big old slide before the apex, but on the power sweetly as they head down towards the last corner. Legacy Bat fan, 4th place. Now that's Jerry Louis Martinez slipping down to 4th or making his way back up there. But up in the lead of this race, Soprano Cheetah and John Boy continue that fight.
And John Boy quickly starting to reel in Soprano Cheetah. You see him there, short a little bit on that corner. Unfortunately, had to lock that race car up to get back a hold of it, but it seems to be that John Boy is, through the grass, making a move here for the lead. Will slide in front of Soprano Cheetah for the lead. So if Soprano Cheetah can close this gap and get back to the bumper of John Boy, these two are going to shape up for a battle that we have seen in previous laps. But man, through the grass to take the lead, John Boy did over Soprano Cheetah.
I love that, and it shows from John Boy that will to win and that competitive spirit that you see from these Special Olympic athletes. It's something which makes racing all the more exciting, that makes competition in general all the more exciting when you can see that both drivers want it and both drivers are going to push and push to try and find their way toward the victory. John Boy with a little slide there into the final corner, the 3rd lap of the race now. And you've got to keep in mind, we are coming up to that halfway moment. Laps 1, 2, and 3 completed in the books, and very, very little between these two drivers. Laps 4, 5, and 6 remain to be seen.
And Mr. Crab Feathers there as we ride along with him. You can see behind his tracks the 5th place runner through the grass. Again, everyone taking that move to try and get these corners, but it's difficult because grass does not fare well on the racing surface. Not a lot of grip there, again, for these little sporty cars. So Mr. Crab Feathers through the hairpin there, some contact with the wall, but able to keep it going. And again, we'll try and track down your 3rd place of Lady Hawk. But we talked about it in the pre-race going into Sonoma, Allie. This has been a great race for Lady Hawk of Amber Gersh. She improved off of Lime Rock here and is having a great run at Sonoma. I think she learned a lot there and has been able to apply it out here in California.
Yeah, Amber Gersh, I mean, in her 24 years of experience with Special Olympics, has a huge amount of fundraising with them as well. And Sherlock 9091 out there in chat saying, as well as a Special Olympics volunteer, cannot say thank you enough for the support for a cause and for recognizing that gaming should be accessible for all of us. It's a community, it's a cause, and it's brilliant to see everyone out there having fun with competition, having fun out on the track, but also that little bit of competition sneaking in. John Boy, big old slide, assumes the track once again.
Yeah, that he does, and he's on a mission to try and catch your leader of Soprano Cheetah. He's trying that move of going through the grass there on the corner. It's worked for him in prior laps, so now have to get that car slowed all the way down here in the corner. Carried a lot of momentum there, so makes contact with that wall. That will put the gap between himself and Soprano Cheetah a little bit farther. But again, able to refire up. What I love here about Forza is we got to hit the reset button going into Sonoma after Lime Rock. And again, these drivers all able to get back on the racing surface and join the track with their fellow competitors.
That's right, exactly. The cars here, you'll see them getting damaged. That damage is sort of cosmetic on the outsides of the cars. You'll see some aesthetic differences, some bangs and dings, but it's nothing that won't hammer out, I guess. Also, the interiors of the cars, the working elements, the engine, the transmission, the suspension elements, those won't take damage from these hits. We don't have that setting turned on for this race. And so you can see there's they can take some of these heavy hits and they can, I guess, keep on ticking out there on track. On board right now, again, with Lady Hawk 117, it's Amber Gertsch, and the eagle-eyed of you will be able to see 117 there on the end of the gamer tag. That says that her game may not be Forza, and indeed she's mentioned it before. She's more of a Halo player and has in fact taken part in gaming events at her local MS store in the past. So it's been great to see Lady Hawk getting that experience and bringing it here at the 2020 Special Olympics Xbox Virtual Gaming event.
Yeah, and you'd mentioned it, Ali. She participated in the gaming event at Salt Lake City, which is near her hometown of Far West Utah, in 2019. And unfortunately, a lot of those events have been canceled so far in 2020. So we're glad to be able to put something together here today with Special Olympics, Microsoft, and Forza 7 to be able to allow athletes and everyone to really get some enjoyment here with competing and being back on the racetrack. So it's been fun thus far. Again, Soprano Cheetah, your leader here. 5 out of 6 laps left. Can John Boy catch him?
Well, here we go into the final lap with race leader Soprano Cheetah. Simon Van Gaysen, host of hashtag Simon Says SOWA out there on Facebook. And you guys should definitely check that out. It's an opportunity Simon takes to call out some of the stories and successes in the Special Olympics community. An awesome presence, an awesome element of this community is Simon Gaysen. And great to see him being showered in glory out here on the racing circuit. Here at Sonoma. A little bit of a slide there over the crest of the hill, but he's going to have that all in hand very quickly. And I wonder, with half a lap left, is this the finishing order, Hannah?
I'm not sure. We'll have to see here as, again, your field continues to chase down the one in front of them. Everyone's going to have to execute very precise laps right now. So riding on with Legacy Batfan here in the 5th spot around that tight hairpin corner, but back on with 2nd place of Soprano Cheetah, trying to track down your leader. He's closed the gap here through the S's. This could be the moment, the defining moment for the win.
Here we go, final moments of the race. John Boy assuming the lead, and we will have to wait and see. There's really 2-3 corners left. This long right-hander that Soprano Cheetah looks round the outside on, and as smooth as you like, runs that car through the corner. Beautiful judgment on the turn in. We've seen a lot of chaos here in the second to last corner. Both cars slide in. Soprano Cheetah in the wall. John Boy in the wall as well, and that may be the move done. Just a little kink now between these drivers and the end of the race. That start-finish line. John Boy with the throttle down will take the win in race number 2. That's John Emmett, 28 out of Washington, followed across the line by Simon Van Gaysen. The ticker still catching up with that, but John across the line first, Simon Gaysen across the line second, and Amber Gertsch, after an absolutely stellar performance, will get onto that post-race podium and celebrate here at Sonoma Raceway. What a cracking end to that race.
It absolutely was. Great run, like you'd mentioned, for Amber Gertsch. I know she was looking to improve going into Sonoma, and she did just that. But a battle for the lead all race long between Soprano Cheetah and John Boy. What else can you ask for to kick off our day here with this event?
Brilliant, brilliant stuff. We can check out some of the replays from race number 2, some of the highlights. It was a race that was full of highlights. I feel a little bit like we're going to rerun the whole thing in full at this rate, because honestly, there was action from the very moment that the lights went out through to the checkered flag. Incredible stuff and incredible driving. These Special Olympics athletes have been putting on a show for us so far today, and it's great to see this battle between John Boy and Soprano Cheetah. If there was ever a battle that defined a race, here it is right now. Those two going toe-to-toe and pushing each other so hard around this circuit. What an amazing result.
And it was, and it came down, like you said, to that last lap, the last corner. That's what any driver and race fan wants to see. Pure excitement. I know all of our virtual fans were on their feet. We hope you were at home as well. Great race by those two. Again, great run for Lady Hawk. Everyone coming back there, Mr. Crab Feathers, to learn so much here at Sonoma. This is just the beginning, though. This is just a taste of what we're going to see all day long. Tons of racing action, and we're just kicking things off.
We're just kicking things off, exactly. The Hyundai Veloster just out there on track. We've come through first 2 races of that car. We'll be looking at some new cars shortly. Right now, we're still waiting for the race results from race number 2, and it was an awesome one. I'm fascinated to see how this leaderboard is going to work out. The reason for that is because casting my mind back, and I will tell you, I have a hazy memory, so I'm not certain I can get all the results exactly in order. But from that first race, I know it was a really strong result from Simon van Gaysen, and I believe 3rd place on the grid there was John Emmett out of Washington. That's John Boy and Soprano Cheetah, the 2 drivers we saw 1st and 2nd in the last race at Sonoma. How those points are going to add up, though, is anybody's guess, especially with John Boy sneaking on by on that second to last corner and potentially taking full points for the race win. So could be anyone's game, but again, Hannah, adjudication might step in here. We have a team watching on the racing and looking to make sure everything happened fairly.
And that's what I love about how this event was put together is it wasn't just one race where a mistake can happen or something may take place on the racetrack that could ultimately end your day or a good run. Instead, we've put together 2 races, so these drivers getting that opportunity to rebound, to get an opportunity for a great run, ultimately just another chance to race with their friends on a race surface. And that's exactly what we saw. Man, those 2, though, between Graham Quarles and John Boy, as well as Simon van Gaysen, they have been outstanding in finding each other. We talked about it at Lime Rock. It's so hard to navigate these racetracks, side by side, maintaining that car control, and they proved that they are fully capable of that in those last couple laps, even with the battles they put on.
That's right. And, Mary KDO13 saying it in chat. Go, John, go. Team Washington is killing it. Some massive support there for the drivers that we saw performing so well in that second race. Let's take a look at the results and check out how things went down after adjudication in that second race. Simon van Gaysen will take that win back from John Boy, who's penalized after running across the line in first place. Will end up taking the 8 points, still a great points haul for second place in that race. Further down the field, you can see that Amber Gertsch got the 3rd place run, and 4th in the race, although 6th on the overall board, was Jerry Louis Martinez. And that means we can begin to see as well, Hannah, the overall point standings.
Yep, and you can see it there again. Great run by Simon van Gaysen to get both of those full points, the 20 in total. So put together 2 consistent races, which is definitely difficult to do. So again, Mr. Grab Feathers, I need to get in touch about trying to figure out how to put together a cool gamer tag because I don't have one.
That's right. Well, you need to get your research in. You need to start really looking. What are your early thoughts, Hannah, on a gamer tag? You got anything sort of penciled in yet?
Well, you see, we could probably go back to my, middle school email address, which I think was like racingchick46 or something. So we can always go that route. I think we have to, pull those memories out here, the nostalgia in the Racing Chick 46, because I love when I get to give my email at grocery stores. And they're like, "What's your email?" And I give them that, and I usually get some fun looks. So I always appreciate it when others have similar emails.
Perfect. I think that would be a great choice. Here we go then, looking again at the tournament schedule. Final congratulations to Division 1. We'll see them again at the awards ceremony later on in the show. For now, though, we're going to move forward to Division 2. And that's going to be looking at the 2016 Shelby GT350R. So a very, very different car that we're moving up towards, and one I can't wait to see out there on the track. Right now, though, looking at how this race has finished up, and looking forward to the podium ceremony, I'm just so excited, honestly, Hannah. I can't wait to just see all those guys out there once again and getting rewarded for their efforts.
And what's so cool about it too is we get the chance to visit all of these racetracks like you'd mentioned, including Road Atlanta. We're going to Indianapolis. We're going to Watkins Glen. We're going to Hockenheim, and get the chance to watch these athletes compete in different race cars, including that of the Ford Shelby GT, which is one of my favorite street cars, might I add as well. So to put it on a race car and make racing action happen is always a good time indeed. But again, we have so much on tap today, and it's such a various different types of racetracks, different types of cars, continually getting more difficult and faster. It's going to set us up for a good position in all the rest of the divisions.
Well, we're just hanging on here on the schedule slide while we wait for one more Division 2 driver to ready up. And we'll be able to check out the next races any second. In the meantime, it's a great moment actually to remind you all of the various ways that you can get involved today. One of those is by donating your Microsoft reward points to Special Olympics. It's a great offer that we have here, especially sweetened, because Microsoft will double your impact. We'll give you extra double points, or we'll double your donation up until the 30th of June 2020. Plenty of links out there to work out how to get that done. You can also, of course, follow the link there on the slide. And Hannah, there's also a great way you can sort of make social media into a way of supporting the drivers out there.
Yeah, we want to see your guys' support. Join us on Flipgrid. We've had a couple people throughout the day that have joined us on Flipgrid, sending those messages of encouragement to athletes competing today or Special Olympic athletes all over, encouraging them and wishing them best of luck today. And you can do that on flipgrid.com. We got a lot of cool messages throughout today's race. Even we've had a lot of outpouring support from tons of other athletes as well. Or you can even join the movement even further with Special Olympics and help Special Olympics build a more inclusive world by signing their inclusion pledge. And we've got the links also on the Special Olympics page as well, so you can join by signing that inclusion pledge or send us your message on Flipgrid. Allie, so many cool ways to be a part today.
That's right. I sent a message on Flipgrid myself earlier on today, and you guys can all check that out if you head on over there. We are, though, getting ready for a whole new car, a whole new set of tracks, and this is the machine right here. It's an absolutely epic piece of car, the 2016 Ford Shelby GT 350R. More power than sense? Question mark?
Well, I know that it's got more power than my Toyota Tacoma, and when the day comes that I don't need a truck bed anymore, I may have to make a recommendation towards myself getting a Ford Shelby GT, but that may be a tricky trade out because knowing me, I will find a racetrack. But hey, that's perfect for this. 526 horsepower in total. It is made to be a sports car here. The weight distribution is about 53% there, so it's a pretty even-keeled race car as far as being the weight distributed, and I think that allows it to be a fun, I don't want to call it a little sports car because it's not little by any means, but it maneuvers like one.
That's right, that kind of pony car DNA is in there with the Shelby GT 350R. We'll be heading straight towards Road Atlanta, one of my favorite circuits out there, a track which goes over a hill here in Brazelton, Georgia. What do you make of this place, Hannah?
It's about 2.5 miles total in length, so 12 turns. That's a lot of turns to maneuver, a lot of them being very quick, tight left and right. Your quickest way through those is to get the straightest shot that you possibly can, especially through 2, 3, and 4. And so we can point those out as the drivers hit the track a little bit later, but it's all about corner exit here. So you got to be able to maneuver those difficult turns, especially your turn 5, which is coming out of S's and into a hairpin. So a very long race course for these drivers. Again, almost 2.5 miles and 12 turns. It's gonna be fun. Again, we've got elevation changes and tight corners will make for some interesting racing in a bigger car than we saw in Division 1, being that Ford Shelby GT.
That's right. Well, let's check out how the drivers line up on the grid in the run down towards turn 1. The front row, we'll go to the experienced eSport athlete Tristan Hurst from Utah, who dominated qualifying, side by side with Evan Milburn out of California. That's going to be an awesome front row. Mississippi's Wesley Garber will need all of his 9 years competitive experience to hold back Tim Dempsey on the second row of the grid. Washington's Tim Dempsey, of course, winner of the 2018 USA Games right here on Forza Motorsport 7. On the third row of the grid, Mark Renfro from Texas is joined by torchbearer for the Indiana Summer Games and 2019 Spirit of the Special Olympics award winner, Isaac Kramer. Isaac's been practicing Forza with his mum and dad and says his grand folks will be watching on during the event today. So a big shout out to them. If you're out there, what a fantastic race we're in for here, Hannah. And one that really reminds us that this is about more than racing. It's a family competition.
And that it is. I mean, we hear from a lot of these athletes that they're playing with their siblings, they're playing with their parents. I know we heard from someone that their grandparents were playing with them as well. Huge family sport here, and it's what we love to see.
And the run down towards turn one here at Road Atlanta, the big Ford GT350Rs rearing their engines up. And you can see that awesome liveried car heading off the track there. Wes Dog 2002 slipping down to second place in the run through turn one. That's Wesley Garbo. We're just seeing slide off the track there and hits the tire barrier with a big impact. That means Ev Meister will assume the lead. Evan Milburn out of California, just 23 years old, but able to handle that car like a pro around the outside and sliding on the gravel, though. Safe desert, 54.953. Great run there through turn 5 for him and up into the lead of the race. For a minute, that's Tim Dempsey we're looking at there, Safe Desert. So, of course, the winner of the 2018 competition, and very quickly, Hannah, finding his way back into that authoritative spot, the lead of the race.
And we had to assume he would get there. Again, we'd mentioned how much experience is playing into today's event, and he has it. Like you'd mentioned, collecting that win in 2018 will pay its dividends. But we ride along here with your third place of Cubic Scroll, Isaac Kramer. He started in that 6th spot, so he's already made up a couple positions. He's going to try and reel in the 2nd and 1st place drivers, and everyone made it through those first couple corners. A couple bumps here and there, pushing each other off course, but again, we've made it almost through this first lap here, and I think everyone's going to figure out how difficult those tight corners are and how difficult and heavy these Ford GTs are to be able to maintain on the racing surface. There's not a lot of give here. When they decide they're sliding, they're going to slide off the race surface.
Let's talk about that for a little bit. You know, it's a big, pretty heavy car. It's 3,660 pounds of machinery that's being pushed around this track at 526 horsepower. So a lot of power, a lot of weight, and you can see the soft suspension there, Hannah, designed for a road, designed for driving on pedestrian roads, wallowing around as we head through this circuit. That's so difficult to control.
Well, and even further that, the brakes on these cars are built for stopping your car at a stoplight or a stop sign, not necessarily barreling into corners at 100+ miles per hour. So it's very difficult to get these cars slowed down, and when you can't quite slow them down to get through the corners or the tight maneuvers, it shows in the handling of the race cars as they tend to swap and you'll see them move around. But the one thing they are good at is, again, you hold them steady, they will barrel down straightaways, carrying a ton of speed with that weight. So riding along here, though, with your 3rd place driver at the moment of Cubic Scroll, Isaac Kramer. Again, you can see it. He's figured out the patience getting through these turns here, and you can see just in front of him on his screen, he's got 2nd place in his sights. But a battle shaping up here for 4th and 5th.
That's right, we just saw the car sliding through. That was Red Nightwing Mark Renfro. Getting into the rear of him is a 5th place driver who gets around the car there. Cool and dude. Up there, that's Tristan Hurst. So Mark Renfro up against Tristan Hurst, Utah's 18-year-old runner here. Says didn't get to go to prom, and graduation's going to be virtual this year, but he has been able to connect to his friends through Xbox, and you can see the benefits of that in terms of how this driver is able to guide that car through the circuit. A little late on the brakes there as we run through the last chicane, but perhaps that's the line for a few of these guys, as Red Knight, Mark Renfro, makes exactly the same line. It's all about adapting to the competition, and these two certainly finding the fastest way around this circuit. Bang into the outside barrier there. It's a very difficult one at the end of the track at Road Atlanta, but I'm sure Mark Renfro will be back on circuit soon. Further up the field, we were looking at Cubic Scroll earlier, and we're back on board with him right now. We're talking about the young man, Isaac Kramer, just 15 years old, and it's incredible to think that we're watching a car in the hands of a 15-year-old here. You might imagine that it might not be able to handle this much power, this much car, but an incredible job from Isaac Kramer to make a really mature drive, to my eyes at least.
Yeah, absolutely. Isaac Kramer joined the Special Olympics in elementary school, or I'm sorry, in 7th grade. So he's got experience here, and it's so funny to say experience at 15 years old, being so young, but proving again that he has what it takes here in that 3rd place spot, able to recorrect here, join back on the racing surface. So once you can figure out how to maneuver these cars on the racing surface, being the pavement here, they tend to handle a little bit better. Grass again is just exactly, I can't even get the word out of my mouth. A slick surface. Imagine putting dish soap on your hardwood floors and running at it. That's exactly what these cars feel like when you get them on the grass there. So keeping it on the pavement is the best bet, but again, maneuvering very smoothly through those tight S's there is your 2nd place runner of Evan Milburn, trying to track down your leader. We haven't seen him much as he's been able to put some distance between himself and 2nd place of Safe Desert there, your leader. But we expected somewhat to be a good run for Tim Dempsey. Again, he's got the experience, but it's so cool to have an even playing field here today.
Yeah, Tim Dempsey running the lead of this race still. We're going to stay on board with Evan Milburn here of California, though, the 23-year-old, putting in a great run. Actually, you gotta note his consistency out there on track. Qualified the car in 2nd place with a 1:15.447 in qualifying, and has managed to maintain that 2nd place position through all the ups and the downs and the lefts and the rights of this circuit and this race so far. And here we are past the halfway mark, lap 4, and Evan Milburn managing to maintain 2nd. Great run from him. We're on board right now, though, with Cubic Scroll, and you can see the gap beginning to close. Isaac Kramer on the hunt here and looking for a few more points out of race number 1. This is going to be an interesting battle to monitor as the race approaches its final act.
It absolutely is, and outside of, commentating at NASCAR races and in motorsports, I actually do touch-up and detail paint on cars, and I am so excited for some of these cars to hit the virtual paint spray box after this race. These beautiful cars, again, we love the fact, though, that it's just cosmetic, like we've mentioned, does not harm the car whatsoever in its handling capabilities, so these drivers, again, able to quickly rejoin the racing surface and get some new pretty race cars, again, as we have one more race on tap for Division 2, but 2 laps left here in the book. Cubic Scroll trying to track down your leader, quickly slows down into the corner there and able to use those rumble strips to get turned. That's a big key point here, is being able to slow these cars down, and we keep talking about it, but it's a huge point. And these are heavy race cars, and they've got stock brakes on them, so they do not want to slow these cars down as quick as they should.
Wow, we're seeing Tristan Hurst here, cool and a dude 15 with a big slide through the last chicane. Just 2 years experience with Special Olympics, Tristan Hurst. So one of the less experienced drivers out there in terms of competing, but somebody who's done a fantastic job and looks to be holding on for a 4th place finish in race number 1. That's a cracking result as he heads down towards turn 1. Big old set of 11s coming out the back of the car there and painting the track surface, but does get the thing rotated, does get back on the power, and will certainly continue with his race as he runs through the penultimate lap here, lap 5 of 6. I want to talk a little bit about Red Nightwing here. We're just on board with them. It's this awesome painted car. I love the livery we're seeing here. It's Mark Renfro, who's saying, done some bowling with Special Olympics, done some swimming with them, and honestly, the impact of quarantine, of lockdown for him has just been the boredom of it. So awesome to see him getting out there, finding something to do with himself in the paint booth here on Forza. Beautiful design.
And that's so cool that they're able to implement those paint designs like you mentioned, make them how they want. And again, cool that you guys will get to see a little bit later again, but these athletes were able to also create their own avatars in Minecraft. So doing more than just racing here today. And I'm going to leave the creation to the professionals here of the athletes, because they should not let me be creative with these paints. I'll stick to the little aspects of it. But through the grass there, it's managed to work thus far as we were riding along with actually missed who we were riding along with there. Oh, there we go. Red Nightwing, like you mentioned, in that 6th spot. But this being a tricky racetrack of Road Atlanta, we've got the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Grand Prix circuit up next. No elevation changes there, completely flat racetrack. Will be interesting to see how that will play with some of these drivers that have actually done well on the elevation changes, like Cubic Scroll.
Well, someone who's done amazing here with the elevation changes, and we've done so well, we've hardly seen any of him. It's been a safe desert. The guy, Tim Dempsey, of course, we've talked about him a little bit. Running out here in the final lap of the race. You can look down there at the mini-map in the bottom left corner of the screen. When it pops up again, you'll see the distance that Tim Dempsey has pulled on the next nearest driver, and it is considerable. A great run from this driver. 2018 USA Games Xbox Gaming Champion on Forza Motorsport 7. Back then he was paired with Nicholas Rasmussen to make that victory possible, but this time all by himself, Tim Dempsey out there on track, and still back to his winning ways. It must feel great to be back on the track and back feeling in command of that car.
Yes, indeed. He's done it before and looks to do it again. Executed so well, that experience all paying off for him in 2018 and many years again being involved with Special Olympics. But he's going to have to try it once again here just shortly as we'll go to Indianapolis Motor Speedway. But great run by him and a battle back here for a couple of the other drivers looking to contend for those last couple spots.
It's all to play for here as Tim Dempsey sends it through the last corner. Will get slowed down by the outside barriers, but it's going to be reversing across the line. I love the style. I love the intention. Tim Dempsey takes the win here in great style in the Ford GT 350R. Second place will be denied to Evan Milburn, who has a little spin there in the penultimate corner and allows Cubic Scroll to get up into second. Isaac Kramer, you can see our podium there after race one. And blimey, if Division 1, Hannah, was defined by the adjudication room, seeing a lot of penalties being handed out, I've got to say, Tim Dempsey's run here seemed super clean. Surely that's the victory and 10 points for him.
That he did. The best way to avoid again any conflict like that is to put yourself out front, and that's exactly what he did. Executed a perfect race for that win. Great battle there though by Isaac Kramer and Evan Milburn. Once again, a last lap battle, a last lap pass for one of these podium positions. If we keep seeing this, we're gonna be in for full excitement in every single one of these races, because it continues to come down that last lap in that last corner.
It's just all to play for here, isn't it? These amazing races which have no set winner, no one person to run away with it. Instead, it feels like every lap it would change again, it would change again. And it's that awesome excitement that somehow only motorsports can bring, with people driving that hard, driving that fast, side by side. Tim Dempsey takes the win, Isaac Kramer in second, and Evan Milburn in third. Do keep in mind these results are provisional right now, and we'll be having adjudication. Take a look at all the driving and assess whether or not any penalties are deserved. But for now, Road Atlanta in the books, and what a brilliant race it was. We can take a look at some of the replays of race number one and some of the highlights of that race. And what a lot there were. I was saying it just last time out at Sonoma that we basically run the whole race back. But I feel like we're going to do it again. Here we are, lots of sliding, lots of awesome overtakes around the outside there through the gravel for those drivers. And a big, very confident move through the last corner. I think we missed that when it was live, but it looks absolutely epic. These cars, when they're sliding, when they're sideways, look fantastic.
That they do. I love when they round the corner and you can see the counter steer, you can see the wheels completely. It's almost like we're dirt track racing, but we're dirt track racing with 4 GTs, and I love it. It's so cool. And then to slide across the start finish line backwards. I mean, what more can we ask for in a second race? But we're stacked up here, gonna get ready to send them at Indianapolis Grand Prix circuit. Can anyone touch Tim Dempsey is the question.
Can anyone touch Tim Dempsey? You know, somehow, like, I guess in the excitement, I'd forgotten that he reversed across the line. And that, for me, is just... It's like the defining moment of this division so far, and it shows just how strong Tim Dempsey is out there on track, but also how inventive and how much he wants to win. You know, it's that kind of like, you know, you see those pictures of, I guess, Grand Prix back in the day with drivers pushing cars across the line when they break down. And it's that kind of like, you know what, I'll do anything. I've just got to get that car over the finish line, get this race won, pick up those points for myself and for my state. And we can check out the results from that first race of Division number 2 right now. And there you go, Tim Dempsey, after all that, will take the 10 points, well deserved. Isaac Kramer in second place with the 8, and Evan Milburn third on the podium. Tristan Hurst in fourth, Wesley Garber just behind, and Mark Renfro will take 6th position. Brilliant race, very, very exciting. What do you think of that order, Hannah?
Well, we've had a bunch of fans and family and friends hanging out with us in the chats. A lot of people cheering for Team Washington. We've got a couple drivers throughout today's divisions, a couple that have competed already today from Washington State. But we talked about Tim Dempsey going and competing at the first Xbox gaming event in 2018 in Seattle. And his teammate has actually joined us in the chat, Nick Rasmussen. Tim was his teammate there in Seattle, Legend of Senna. So shout out. Late congratulations to you guys on that good run, but super cool to see his teammate join us today in the chat and cheer on Tim Dempsey.
Yeah, we've got loads of Forza royalty out there in chat. Nice to see everyone along. We've got DJS out there. Got some of the Lazarus drivers from Forza RC. I think Force One and Rossi out there in chat. Big ups to you guys as well. And it's just great to see everyone coming along and supporting the Special Olympics community. It's been a fabulous competition so far, and we're looking forward to, well, a whole bunch more races that are going to be really, really interesting as well. You mentioned it shortly before that we're going to be going to Indianapolis next. We will take a look at that track very, very shortly. But just before we do, Road Atlanta, has it ever let anyone down? I just want to take a second and celebrate Road Atlanta, Hannah, because it's an awesome circuit. It always brings awesome racing.
It always does, and with NASCAR racing, you know, we don't visit a lot of road course races, but one time a year we go to Road Atlanta with our NASCAR Xfinity Series, and it is hands down probably at the top of my list when it comes to our events to cover and to watch the racing action. And one of the first times I'd ever been there, it had poured rain all day long, and they just let them go into turn 1 without even anything, and it was absolute melee, but it was great racing. It always produces it, and I think that's something that's so cool about road course racing is it challenges drivers in so many other ways than we would expect, and provides great entertainment, great racing, and that's exactly what we're seeing. But yes, hats off to Road Atlanta. Only a couple hours down the road from me currently where I live. Gonna have to make a trip out there as soon as I can.
That's right. Well, from one road course to one very different road course. We're heading from Road Atlanta over to Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We won't be running the oval today, but rather the infield circuit. And I mean, you mentioned shortly before, Hannah, that this is a somewhat flat circuit. What else do you make of it?
Well, again, it being one of those Grand Prix circuits, we're seeing a lot of racetracks start to incorporate those. Charlotte Motor Speedway recently, they're calling it Rovals because it actually incorporates part of their oval racetrack, and that is the same here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. But they use the front stretch, so there's going to be a lot of very tight corners, especially turns 7 and 8. I mean, it's almost a 90-degree hard turn, so it's going to be about slowing these race cars down. And again, it's so difficult to do in these Shelby GT 350s because they're just heavy cars, the stock brakes on them, but they're also able to carry a ton of momentum and a ton of speed down the front stretch. This is the perfect type of racetrack to challenge the agility side of things because we're not dealing with elevation changes, we're not dealing with different bankings. It's a very flat surface in the middle of a racetrack where you have high speeds and tight turns, and what better car to do it with than a Ford GT? Again, it just looks so great here in the middle of historic Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
I mean, you're so right. It certainly does. I mean, you talked a little bit there about sort of the finesse required to make your way around a track like this, and a low flat surface in a car like the Ford GT will always be very challenging. You know, the 53% weight distribution of the car, the fact that the engine's in the front, that there's a little bit more weight of the car toward the front tires will mean that you'll really get that feeling of the front tires straining, squishing, and not cooperating when you're trying to make your way into a corner. So I expect, as you say, to see a few cars sideways as the drivers manhandle those cars around the corners and get the things to rotate any which way that they can. We can see the NASCAR here running around the circuit in the Special Olympics livery and looking very pretty doing it. But to get a Ford GT 350R around here is a whole another piece of business. Can't wait at all. We're going to be heading to the race very, very shortly indeed. But before we do, we can head over to Minecraft and to the Minecraft arena and check in with the drivers who are over there and check in with the arena itself. Here we are in the green room. You can see the beautiful fire there that got sorted out in the center of it. This is actually built inside of a huge flame that's in the center of the arena. It's the Olympic torch, and you can see a few of the drivers now populating the space. This is fabulous to see. Hannah, these drivers were able to, were you saying these drivers were able to design their avatars themselves?
Yeah, that they were. Minecraft let the athletes design their own avatars, their own skins to whether they want to make them look like them or however they wanted to. I think at one point I had pink hair early on in the week as we were playing with this. I thought I should sport it. I mean, maybe I'll sport it in real life, but that pool, look at the pool. It's beautiful weather here today in Charlotte, North Carolina. Would love to go take a dip in the pool. But again, Minecraft and our friends at Microsoft built this specifically for this event, and it's a gift to Special Olympics. So this will be theirs moving forward to be able to use. And again, it's so cool to be able to defy gravity. I always love watching everyone run around. Every once in a while we see the avatars flying around and the athletes, but they all get to hang out here until it's their turn to race. And I think that's so cool to be able to get everyone in the same area, because again, we're not able to do that right now.
I absolutely love it. I love it. I think it's such a great addition. It's so nice to be able to see the drivers interacting with each other and bringing some of their pitchforks out with them as well. Right now, we're just waiting for one of the drivers to ready up in the lobby, so we'll be heading back trackside any second for you to get ready for race number 2 of division number 2. We've seen some great racing so far today in the first division, and if the first division has taught us anything, I think it's that the first race, the results of the first race, do not in any way define the finishing order. There's still everything to play for as we head into race number 2.
Yeah, 100%. We've seen the finishing order shake up in both races, and I think this is a great race for one of those drivers to capitalize. You know, Mark Renfro came home in that 6th spot at Road Atlanta. We'll try and make those moves up to advance here at Indianapolis. But on that front row again, Tim Dempsey is going to be tough to beat here, but this is an even playing field to some extent at this racetrack of the Grand Prix circuit. Again, we've talked about it, no elevation changes, just being able to slow your car down. It used to always drive me crazy when people used to tell me, but slow is almost fast here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, being able to slow yourself down and carry that momentum. So patience, huge key in this race. 6 laps in total.
That's right. It's all about that slow in, fast out mentality. Get the car down to speed and power out through the apex. We've got a brilliant event up in front of you guys today, and it's been a whole lot of fun casting it so far. I'm looking forward to the next races. If you guys are feeling the same way and you want to get involved with the Special Olympics community, there's plenty of different ways of doing that. One of them is donating your Microsoft reward points to Special Olympics. Keep in mind that if you donate in the next few days before 30th of June, you will have your donation doubled by Microsoft, which is a brilliant thing to have happen, and I think makes it all the more worthwhile to get out there and make a donation today. You can see the links in chat posted by our moderators, or if you're watching on YouTube, you can find them in the description.
It's so cool to see that we had a lot of drivers as well, and people chiming in to celebrate Special Olympics athletes. They've been sharing encouraging messages on Flipgrid. Ali, I know you said that you had sent one in earlier today. We've had tons of outpouring support from other athletes, friends, family. So if you want to send an encouraging message, go to flipgrid.com. You can see the link here on our page to send that encouraging message. Whether they've raced already or just want to send a special message, we would love to see it. Again, flipgrid.com.
Well, I'm very excited to say that we are all readied up and ready to go for the second race of Division 2. We'll take another look at that grid as it lines up in the run down towards turn 1. Tim Dempsey first on the grid with Isaac Kramer alongside him. Evan Milburn on the second row, joined by Tristan Hurst, and third row of the grid will be Wesley Garber with Mark Renfro. Cracking first race that we had out there, and very, very soon we'll be heading out toward race number 2. Okay, so race number 1, Tim Dempsey gets away with a pretty cool and calm, composed style of driving. I wonder whether or not during this second race, because he's starting from pole and because he has that target on his back, the other drivers are going to let him get away from this from that first corner. What do you reckon, Hannah?
I think you hit the nail on the head there, Ali. I think when they go into that first turn, which is turn 1, Tim Dempsey is going to have to make sure that he's almost in protect mode to hold on to that lead spot. So it'll be interesting to see as we get ready to go green.
Let's go, yeah, heading trackside right now for the start of race number 2 and the run down towards turn 1 at Indianapolis, the Brickyard. Once upon a time, this place was lined with some millions of red bricks. Since then, the place has been modernized and asphalt's been laid, but 1 foot of bricks has been, or 1 yard of bricks has been maintained on the start line as a car goes spinning there off backwards, and that was a massive moment, I think, for Tim Dempsey. Tim Dempsey may have to put a recovery race in here. No, he's in 3rd place. I correct myself there. One of the drivers at the back, though, looking to have a very, very tough race ahead of him. The race leader currently, and this is moving around, this is very dynamic, but Red Nightwing in the lead for a short moment there. Safe Desert back up to the lead now. That's Tim Dempsey. That's race number 1 winner. And just behind, Red Nightwing is going to do his best, that's Mark Renfro, to close that gap and take that lead, because we all know how powerful Tim Dempsey is if he's allowed to get in his rhythm, if he's allowed to break the pack.
That is absolutely correct, and he did just that, but a move there by Red Nightwing to try and retake back that lead, and he will do that with a maneuver through the grass to take the lead from Tim Dempsey. But we ride along with your 3rd place rider at the moment, Wesley Garber, trying to move up there, finished 5th at Road Atlanta, currently in that 3rd position. So I love when everyone goes through these tight corners because they start to tiptoe, and then they get out here to the part that I call the roval, slightly banked, and they're able to carry those high speeds. But they'll have to slow down here to make these tight corners back onto the road course surface. Such a dynamic racetrack, going on and off of the high banks and back through this tight road course. But everyone's so far maneuvering it very well, being able to finesse their way through the tight corners.
That's right, Wesley Garber doing a great job of that finessing. We're seeing him heading down the straight, concluding the first lap. Says 17 years old, out of Mississippi. and has competed in softball, basketball, flag football, track and field in what's already 9 years experience with Special Olympics. Incredible just how much Special Olympics is a part of these athletes' lives, but also how many experiences Special Olympics sets these drivers up to have throughout it. Anyway, loves Madden and WWE, and you can see some of that loudness, I think, in these big bright Fords. Here we are on board right now with Ev Meister again, and Evan Milburn running in fourth, hoping to get up onto that podium again.
And definitely still a chance for that. 2 laps in to the 6th lap race. Back to your leader, though. Now it is West Dog. Wesley Garber, I believe, is your current leader. So Red Nightwing in third. That shuffled Tim Dempsey, Safe Desert, to the 2nd spot. New leader. Ali, I think we're shaping up here for a great battle for that lead position all race long.
Yeah, uncharacteristic mistake there from Tim Dempsey. He just got the car a little wide, saw the thing flick around on him a little bit. It's so easy to lose the rear of this car. You're getting 526 horsepower all to the rear tires of this car. And if you play with that throttle too much, then you will find the thing pointing backwards in no time at all. Wes Dog 2002 pulling away in the lead, and Tim Dempsey beginning to find his rhythm again here after a couple of spins on the 2nd lap. We're back on board with Evan Milburn, who's been running well in 4th position, still knocking on the door of a podium. Will, for a moment, move up to 3rd place and past Red Nightwing, who gets into a clatter with him. That's Mark Renfro. The two of them collecting each other on the penultimate corner of lap number 3. This is lap number 2, excuse me. The leader's on lap number 3. So the two of them disadvantaging themselves slightly, and Evan Milburn will have to collect himself, compose himself, which he's doing admirably so far, and get himself back into that racing rhythm.
And hats off to these drivers. Circuits like this are very difficult because while these drivers know where they're going, there are a lot of different, I guess you could say, branch offs of this race surface that aren't actually part of the surface that we're racing. As you can see there, it's definitely hard to differentiate the racing surface sometimes from the grass, whether there are barriers or not, and they're all doing a great job of staying on that race surface and being able to maneuver which turns are which. It's definitely a difficult thing that is very exclusive to Grand Prix style circuits like this because there's no specific barriers that are outlining the race course. But Cubic Scroll in that 3rd spot, moving back up again. That's Isaac Kramer, had that 2nd place finish at Road Atlanta in that 3rd spot. You can see right in front of him, though, only probably a couple hundred feet, is 2nd place, and that closing rate is so big into the corners.
Cubic Scroll has impressed me so much. Isaac Kramer, throughout the first race, we were talking about that patience beyond his years, 15 years old and able to handle a car of this kind with the accuracy and poise of this driver. Brilliant to see. Qualified himself into this division in 6th place with a 1:19.309, which was one of the slower times on this grid. But in race pace, in the racing, he has absolutely done an amazing job. And you'll see him here already challenging for 2nd place, and I wonder where this will end. Will he be able to take this battle all the way to the lead, to Tim Dempsey currently in the lead?
We will have to wait to find out. 2 laps left, but to continue that conversation on Isaac Kramer, again, he's only 15 years old, and I think that is so cool to be able to compete and contend in today's events. From Indiana, Oldenburg, Indiana. He was the torchbearer, though, for the 5K torch run at the Indiana Summer Games. So cool to have that involvement and also his involvement with Special Olympics competing today. I love to see the age variant that everyone's been able to, like you said, it's so funny to think that this is a 15-year-old maneuvering this Ford GT through the infield at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and he's doing a phenomenal job at that. A 2nd place at Road Atlanta, and looking to better here on a 3rd place current run.
All right, well, lap 4 of 6 here on the second race of Division 2, and so far this division has been dominated by one driver. That's Tim Dempsey, who took the win in race number 1, and right now continues to hold a healthy lead in race number 2. All the action is happening a little further down the field, but we can hop on board with Tim Dempsey just for a moment or two as he runs through the back of the track onto that high banked oval section here of the Indianapolis Brickyard, and then back cutting onto the infield. You can see as the camber drops and rises from beneath him which part of the track surface he's on, and wow, it's so characteristic of Tim to drive very, very carefully, very sedately through the bends, and then when we get to the straights, he really bangs that loud pedal on, shifts up through the gears, and gets up an incredible speed.
Absolutely, and it's so cool to be able to hear his throttle control. I mean, when he goes through the corners, he's on it and off it. The timing is appropriate. You can almost hear the trail braking as he's able to slow that car down, and it is difficult to slow these Ford GTs down, but he's got the timing figured out on the gas and the brake, but patience, using those rumble strips when he needs to get that car to turn in the center of the corner. But Tim Dempsey definitely showing his expertise here in this race so far. It's been so cool to see, again, the Brickyard carrying so much history, and to be able to race these Ford GTs and partner with Special Olympics today for this event. It's such a cool moment to see. It's having been to Indianapolis myself, I've not been able to watch on the Grand Prix circuit yet, but this is just so incredible to watch.
It's been fantastic, and here we are with what's really been a battle of this race. Wow, the closing speed there that Evmeister managed to find over Cubic Scroll was unbelievable. Evan Milburn with a very gutsy pass. Cubic Scroll now back up to second place, and that's Isaac Kramer, the driver who had been singing his praises ever since we first saw him sit in one of these vehicles and doing a fantastic job. You mentioned earlier on, Hannah, how great these Voodoo naturally aspirated V8s under the front bonnet of these Ford sound, and it might be a moment here on lap 5 of 6 to listen in and hear how that engine takes it around this circuit. We're on board with Wesdog right now. Wesley Garber of Mississippi, 17 years old. A little bit of a clip on the barrier there as he ran through the back of this lap 5 of 6. Up ahead, the final lap has begun. These drivers not quite yet on it as they head through the final sector. But this place has been so close in this battle for second. Cubic Scroll, Evmeister, and Wesdog inseparable since the start of the race. But we're joining on board here with a driver who, I mean, has looked amazing on track. And we can look at the poise of this driver, Hannah, and Tim Dempsey has just impressed from the word go.
Absolutely, and from that 2018 USA Games win in Seattle, carries that expertise into today's event. Definitely been tough to beat. Westdog, though, with contact there, but back, like I said, to Tim Dempsey, one of the long-standing members and athletes with Special Olympics, joined at 8 years old, and it's so cool. He says that he credits Special Olympics to the person that he is today. So cool to see that a lot of these athletes and drivers make friendships and connections even through this friendly competition on the racetrack, and then to get to know each other after this. But Tim Dempsey has been astounding so far, and continues to be as he comes to the checkered flag.
And speaking of those friendships that they make through competition, it's fantastic to hear Nicholas Rasmussen out there in chat and joining us, watching as Tim does a fantastic job. Nicholas, of course, Tim's partner in the 2018 USA Games, the two of them won, and here we go all the way around again, a couple of years later, but Tim Dempsey has lost none of his skill Race number 2 victory goes to Safe Desert here at the Special Olympics Xbox virtual gaming event. Brilliant run from Tim Dempsey in both of the races and surely will take the victory. Isaac Kramer in second place with Evan Milburn in third.
And we almost jinxed ourselves there. We talked about going into this race that it was a perfect opportunity to shake up the podium, but it is the same 3 podium that we had seen at Road Atlanta. They executed great races, finished in the same spots, but proved that they're consistent and they're able to maneuver different racetracks at high skill levels. Incredible to see their runs today.
Yeah, it's been brilliant to see. As you say, consistency of performance here in division number 2 that's really made it slightly different from division number 1. A lot of different styles of racing, a lot of different styles of driving out on track as well. So really cool to see. Tim Dempsey with an excellent run in both races though. And it'll be a great one to review this in a very short while. We'll be heading over to his highlights. For now though, Isaac Kramer back there in second, Evan Milburn in third. They had a really impassioned battle, Hannah, that I loved watching, that made for great viewing, and that we're going to review right now actually with some highlights. But while we review it, I mean, I've asked about adjudication a few times throughout this event, but just in general, how exciting was that to see the two of them getting so close wheel to wheel?
Yes, these two must have had magnets on the side of their cars because they couldn't get away from each other. And it's what we love to see, though, because it was hard racing. Each one of them, you'd see one of them pass the other one, and it was almost like you could see the drive kick into full gear of I'm going to go catch the person in front of them. So those two with great competition specifically between them when they did catch each other provided some rough, tough, but good racing. I mean, this is what we have enjoyed seeing and puts on some entertainment for all of our friends and fans that are watching at home. Again, wild these two races thus far for them. Tim Dempsey, untouchable, collects those victories, but amazing battles by our second and third place drivers.
Brilliant battles up and down the field. Very, very cool stuff indeed. Throughout that second race, division number 2 here is thrown up some great racing, and earlier on today division number 1 did exactly the same. This is all boding very, very well for divisions 3, 4 and 5. Of course, we have 3 more divisions to go today, and the cars only get faster, so there's a lot to look forward to in the remainder of the competition. We're going to wait just for a second while adjudication chews on the racing that just went on. And once they have results for us, we'll be able to show them to you. In the meantime, though, who's a standout driver for you in that second division, Hannah?
Man, I mean, it would tough to say that anyone was extremely standout. Again, Tim Dempsey was phenomenal, but came into the event with far more experience. You have to give your hats off to Isaac Kramer. He qualified in that 6th spot, but like you said, that car really came to life and the driver came to life in race trim and the racing experience with back-to-back second place finishes. And that's difficult to do, difficult to make up that track position. So great run by Isaac Kramer as well.
All right, well, we have results ready from division number 2, and we can show you them right now. Tim Dempsey with that big 10-10. People are going to be ecstatic for him in chat. Corey Dempsey, his brother, already out there giving big congrats, and that is absolutely brilliant to see. A reminder once again that this is an excellent family event and a great way for people to come together and celebrate the achievements of all of these athletes. Isaac Kramer in second place with a 2.8, and for 3 third places as well, Evan Milburn. So absolutely similar grids for both of the race results there, Hannah. Great consistency for these drivers.
And that's what's so difficult but so much fun about this is they do have those 2 races, and to be consistent like that is a task all in its own. You want to focus on one race, but you have another one next. So these drivers have done that. They were able to split that focus and put on amazing performances in both of those races, and it shows there in the points.
Absolutely awesome. We are going to be heading forward now through the day and looking up at what's coming next. We'll be heading towards division number 3. Before that, though, we can take a little look at the schedule. The Porsche Cayman GT4 up next. After Division 3, we'll have our first Minecraft Awards ceremony. I'm very excited for that, Hannah. I mean, it's an awesome venue, an awesome arena that's been built by the people at Minecraft, and what a great space to celebrate everybody to have after these races.
Yes, it is, and we love we're being told that everyone in the chat as well. First off, thank you for joining us, but that they're blown away as well by what Minecraft has created, and as they should be. It's so cool to see what they put together as far as building the cars, the podium. Our sportscaster desk floats. I don't know about you, but I have not floated anytime recently. So to be able to float, and I love that every once in a while I just get the need to jump. And I love that I can just jump there on my little floating sportscaster. But what a great stadium that they've put together for this event. It really encompasses everything that's going on today.
Yeah, let's head on over there and check out the Minecraft Stadium once again. That huge flame in the center, showing the Olympic pedigree of the event. And around there, as you say, those are state flags, as I found out earlier on in a rehearsal. We've got a huge podium in the center, 2 massive cars as well. Such amazing artwork put together here at the arena. The Ford GT 350R and the Hyundai Veloster R as well. Both cars that we've raced already today, and it's great to see the Special Olympics livery adorned on the Hyundai. So much detail here, even down to the huge floating Special Olympics logo, which hovers over the whole arena. And this space, Hannah, is one of my favorites as well, the driver's green room.
Yes, we're making sure our drivers stay comfortable, maybe a chance to be cool, calm, and collected, get themselves together to go and run a great race. They can hang out here in the middle of the torch. They're so cool. We might have to go hang out with them a little bit later, Allie.
That's right. We'll have to head on down there. Absolutely right. Do keep in mind that you guys can get involved with this community by donating your Microsoft reward points to Special Olympics. And keep in mind that Microsoft will double that donation if you have it in before June the 30th of this year. So a fantastic chance to support Special Olympics and also to get involved with what's been an awesome day of racing so far.
And if you haven't already, we encourage you, send your messages via Flipgrid. You can celebrate Special Olympics athletes by sharing an encouraging message on Flipgrid. I know Allie sent one. We've had a couple other people send them in as well, but tons of support sending those encouraging messages, not only to today's competing athletes, but Special Olympics athletes all over. It's been so cool to see family, friends, just people wanting to show their support. So if you haven't, you can send your message on flipgrid.com.
And just in general, if you're interested in supporting the Special Olympics mission, do head on over to specialolympics.org and learn about volunteer opportunities out there. But without further ado, let's head on over to division number 3 and start talking about the third car that these drivers are going to be using when they head out there on track. It's the 2016 Porsche Cayman GT4, and it's something a little bit different.
Yeah, this I think encompasses a sports car for a sports car course, and perfect for what the racetracks that we're going to be on. But it's got that 385 horsepower, but is under 3,000 pounds. So it's a sporty little thing with most of its balance being towards the front. It's in terms of the sports cars that we do see racing, it usually can outmaneuver them. It's a lot quicker on the steering. It's like racing a go-kart is what I would like to say, but a very large go-kart at that. So super fun, beautiful design here on the Porsche Cayman.
Well, we're going to be taking a car which a very famously German make, Porsche, out to a couple of German tracks today. Starting off with the Hockenheim Ring. It's a circuit that I love because it has such a different character at the start of the track to the end of the track. Starts off with all straight, then tends to get a little bit more complicated as you head toward the stadium sector at the back of the circuit. Hannah, this circuit is always a very difficult one for the drivers and for overtaking.
Yes, and if you were not able to identify Hockenheim just being drawn, it would almost look like someone put a pen on paper and just scribbled a couple times and then made it connect, and that's exactly what this track looks like, which is so funny because it creates great racing. You'd mentioned it. It's very historic in out in Germany, in the German racing. So to put a sports car like this on it, I mean, you carry a ton of momentum through turns 3. It's a very long sweeper. You've got multiple hairpins, tight corners. I would love to meet the person that, again, created this racetrack, because the driver in me looks at this as a huge challenge, and that's exactly what it's going to be. But it's also going to produce great racing, which is why it was designed the way it was.
The original design request for Hockenheim was put in by some kind of, like, I think it's a local watchmaker who his Christmas wish was to have a track built here. It's in the 30s and it got approved. It's the wildest story. Look it up on Wikipedia sometime. Right now, though, we've got more important things to do, namely looking at the grid of this upcoming race. Straight off the buck, we're going to see that Division 3 has an all-Texas front row, and I'm excited about that. That's Billy Harris and Joseph Crosby, separated by less than 2/10 of a second, and that's about the speed of a blink of an eye in qualifying. Just behind, Robert Lambert from Wisconsin has experience from both Forza Motorsport 7 and Forza Horizon 4 to run alongside North Carolina's Dylan Grenell in 4th position. Scott Rowland Jr. makes 2 drivers from Wisconsin in his 3rd Division 3 and is joined on the grid by Mississippi's Nick Weldon. 7th place goes to 2016 San Jose Special Olympics Athlete of the Year, Justin Voltaggio. And Hannah, when Justin won that award, the local paper said if there was an Olympics for video games, he'd win that too. Well, what do you think his chances look like today?
Well, I feel like that's a pretty high accomplishment there. Like you mentioned, I mean, if they called it, if there was one, he would win it. And here we are. So that's a huge accomplishment to Stout. And I think he's got a chance here. He's got to start a little bit farther back in that 7th position. So again, when we were loading the game here, Joseph Crosby, one of those Texas front runners that you were going to keep your eye on, Allie. Unfortunately, we're having some issues loading him into the game. We saw in the previous division, but that comes with the concept of esports and internet connections. You gotta love it. But as of the moment, Crosby unfortunately not able to be loaded in the game. So we'll have to follow up that as that continues to progress.
That's a great shame. That does mean that the drivers behind will move forward up the grid. We're getting ready for the race start here, and we'll move track side any second at Hockenheim. Keep in mind, we've changed the car up here. So we started off in the Hyundai Veloster R, moved through the Ford 350 GT-R, and then on now Porsche Cayman GT4. It's going to be just one Texan on the front row of this grid, and that does mean that Wisconsin's Robert Lambert moves his way up to the front row of the grid. It's not the easiest thing to overtake anybody, but having experience on Forza Motorsport 7 and Forza Horizon 4 means that Robert Lambert may be a step ahead of the other drivers around him. It's so important, Hannah, just to have that kind of feel for the cars and a feel for when to get on the brakes, when to get on the power, and when to push and when to hold back.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, with such a tricky track like Hockenheimring, you've got to be able to first and foremost understand your car. But again, I think this Porsche Cayman, while it's high in horsepower and it's a light race car, it's go-kart-like, so it's very quick to react. That horsepower rate ratio will provide its own challenges here. So having that experience, like you'd mentioned, will play into the favor of someone like Robert Lambert, who has been playing, or Justin Voltaggio as well. So the newcomers may have a little bit more of a challenge on their hands, but we've got plenty of laps here to be able to get that experience in. And again, we've got our other drivers hanging out here in our lobby. We're waiting to get them staged up here. I love it. You can see everyone running around. Again, we're hovering over a pool. Apparently we're having a pool. Are we having a pool fight?
I think that's
Snowball
what's happening.
fight.
Yeah, We're
Yes, I love
interrupting
it.
a snowball fight right here in the drivers' green room. This is where all of them come to chill out after the races. They're also welcome here before the races to get into the mode, to get into their space. You can see that some of the drivers approach that by interacting with one another, by having a bit of fun. Other ones just want to take some time for themselves, take in where they are, take in what this event is, and appreciate it in a different way. It's just fabulous to see all these athletes out here interacting and having a good time. Even though we have a lockdown right now, even though it's difficult to socialize with each other, we're finding a way here on Minecraft and on Forza Motorsport 7. And that, for me, Hannah, makes this event so worthwhile.
Yes, I mean, again, it's a beautiful day here in Charlotte, North Carolina, where I'm recording from, and we're having a snowball fight in almost June. That is so cool, and we're also able to go racing not only in Germany at the moment, but we were at Road Atlanta earlier. We were out in California, and we're able to come together and race in an environment like this. I love it. It's so many sports right now are on standby, but us in motorsports and esports, we can provide this entertainment, and it's fun. It's so much fun to watch all of them compete today, try their skills at different racetracks in different cars, and make these long-lasting connections.
Yeah, that's right. Long-lasting connections. These drivers have all been a pleasure to watch so far, and I can't wait for us to kick off race number 1 of Division 3. That'll be happening any second now, or any minute now as we head in towards it. The drivers all readying up in the lobby and getting themselves ready for that lights out moment and the run down towards Nordkurve here at Hockenheim. And we can think a little bit about the start line at Hockenheim and that run down towards turn 1. Not the easiest place to run through in any kind of car. You can watch DTM vehicles run through here. You can watch Formula 1 cars run through here, and you'll almost always find a little bit of chipping, a little bit of bumping as they run through that Nord curve. It's because it's a shallow, medium speed corner with a lot of runoff on the way out of it. So not so damaging, not so unforgiving if you do get into contact, and that does mean that the drivers do occasionally get into it there. I'm fascinated by not just the grid order, Hannah, but what's going to happen after that turn 1. I think it could be completely different to the order we see on screen right here.
Absolutely, and with that distance being just enough between turn 1 and turn 2, which is again a very quick and sharp right-hander, could be just enough length for everyone to collect themselves once they make it through turn 1 and then try it again in turn 2. So we could see a huge shakeup in the lineup in just those first 2 corners.
It's a great track, Hockenheim. So we can't wait to get out there and race it. The track that's going to be coming up after this, as we go through the Porsche division here, will be the Nürburgring. We'll be going to the GP circuit there, which is an equally challenging circuit, but very different in character. 2 tracks which both have hosted the German Grand Prix in specific years, with very, very different characters indeed. So nice to see them lined up side by side and raced in the same car here in the 2020 Special Olympics Xbox Virtual Gaming event. It's been an awesome day so far of racing. Don't forget that you guys can donate to Special Olympics using your Microsoft reward points, and those donations will be doubled by Microsoft. And at the same time, if you're keen on supporting the drivers, do head on over to Flipgrid, where you can put a video of support up and tell them how they're making you feel, if you'd like, or tell them some words of advice for how they're going to get along on track. It's all the cars here are very different. All of them are different challenges, and I'm sure that the drivers are very open to hearing any kind of suggestions for how they can keep these things under control and circulate the tracks as fast as possible. We're going to head out onto the circuit any second now, though. We're going live at Hockenheim and that run down toward the Nord curve. I can't wait to see the drivers get that pedal to the metal and hear the Porsche for the first time. It's got a cool little engine in it, sitting in the middle of the car, and supports 385 brake horsepower any given moment. We'll be going trackside shortly. But when we do, we'll see the cars turning in with that 44% weight distribution. That means that the car's a little slippery on the rear, means the car's a little harder to control, especially on that turn-in moment. But it ultimately does make the thing more poised through a few of the corners. In massive contrast to the Ford GT350, we're going to see a car that rotates very, very easily. And here it is, that run through the North Curve for the first time. A lot of cars out wide, as we suspected, and a little bit of a chip up the road here. We were on board with Super Scorpion, who's done a great job coming from the last place in this grid. And this is Justin Voltaggio, up to 4th already. And we were talking about, hey, if there's an Olympics for Games, this guy could win it. Well, here we are, 1st place, just up the road from him, and Super Scorpion with a brilliant run here for the first 2 corners. We should jump back on board with Super Scorpion for sure as he hunts down that leader. Only Old Spice up the road from him, and this could be a last to first move in the opening lap of this race. Only Scott Rowling Jr., 19 years old from Wisconsin, stands between Justin Voltaggio and the lead of the race. Old Spice with a spin. Justin Voltaggio back on the power earlier, doesn't make the move there. A few more corners remain in lap number 1. This could be a massive moment in today's events.
And I think these two drivers here are just inside of what we'll see not only in this race, but the next race, automatically jumping out there, like you said, almost from last to first, and consistently competitive with each other here. Man, he moved quickly and he's been able to track down the leader riding there shortly in front of him. But patience, again, we saw them go into that corner, which was turn 2, I believe, and lock the brakes up, part of figuring out the handling of these cars. But these two have quickly figured out the handling and adapted to what they need to. This is going to shape up to be a battle for the lead all 5 of these laps, but on their trails in 3rd place. You can see the driver trying to reel him in. That is Nick Weldon in that 3rd spot, starting to creep in on your leaders. If he can catch him, this will be a great 3-way battle for the lead.
A 3-way battle for the lead. I can't wait to see that. Up in the lead so far and holding on to it through that first lap is 19-year-old Scott Rowling Jr. From Wisconsin, plays bowling and flag football with Special Olympics, says he plays games for fun, but it looks like he's going to start playing them pretty competitively if he's this good at them. A great run through that first corner, chased by Super Scorpion, who started in the last place in this race. That's Justin Voltaggio, and moved his way all the way up to 2nd by the end of lap number 1. Justin Voltaggio, a 2015 inductee into the San Jose Sports Hall of Fame, and an athlete with an incredible career so far in Special Olympics. Just behind those two, Supernal Week, 3rd place runner Nick Weldon is another very young driver, just 14 years old, and showing how strong he is out there on track as the 2 drivers get close to each other in 1 and 2. We are sadly hearing that OG Dylan TTV, the gamertag Dylan Grenell, sadly has disconnected from the race. So a breakdown for Dylan Grenell here essentially will mean that will be unable to score the big points in race number 1. There is another race coming up afterwards though, and more opportunities to take part. And we do certainly hope to see Dylan Grenell out there then, a roller skater and athletics athlete for Special Olympics with 4 years experience. Somebody we're very excited to see out on track as Supernal Scorpion throws the move up the inside through Mobile 1. Watch out for the gravel here on the outside of the corner as the 2 go side by side again. Old Spice wants that position back, says, all right, you can take the lead, but I'm going to defend it and I'm going to fight for it. Old Spice back into the lead of this race and looking less and less like somebody who plays video games just for fun.
And this is phenomenal racing between these two, swapping back and forth, each corner setting the other one up and taking advantage of just the most minor slip up through the corner. Like you said, they're back and forth. Those two swapped positions just now 3 times in a single corner, but Old Spice did get the jump a little bit on that corner, has been able to put a couple car lengths between him and second place, and they're going to have Super Scorpion. So these two will now barrel into this long sweeping straightaway here, carrying a ton of momentum. When they get to the end of this straightaway, and it's a sharp corner, they'll have to be careful not to make contact, but both of them get slowed down. And again, wow, the execution on these guys' car control is bar none. They've been able to race, swapping in and out with minor contact. We still have 2 laps left, and I still have no idea who could end up with the win here because they're both neck and neck for this lead spot.
I'll tell you what, when we were loading into this, I was not banking on the battle between Old Spice and Super Scorpion. We've hopped back just for a minute here to NASCAR Dude 43. That's Robert Lambert, 37 years old, from Wisconsin. This is the driver we were talking about earlier on with the experience in Motorsport 7, also experience in Horizon 4, the open world Forza game. Robert Lambert is also an essential worker, so he's been working throughout the lockdown, and it's a good moment to take a moment and thank him very much for continuing to working throughout this crisis. What an incredible character! It's great to see him out there racing on track.
That it is, and again, thank you to him. Riding along here with your second place of Old Spice, they were touching bumpers through that corner there. Immaculate racing by them. Again, they have been able to maneuver and swap back and forth in each of these corners, and no one has lost control of their car yet. I mean, I am just impressed by these two drivers. Again, you mentioned it, Justin Voltaggio, they'd said it, if there was a competition for esports, he would be in contention. Look, they called it. Here he is battling it out for the lead. We need to call that reporter up that had written that article, and I need to find out what she needs to tell me I need to do for my job, because clearly they have figured it out for Justin Voltaggio. Tight battle down this front stretch for the lead side by side.
You know, I absolutely love this. That dance of motorsport, and you can see it here. It's that concession, that giving space to the other driver at the same time. The defense and resisting, a little bit of a bump there into turn number 2 as Old Spice runs the car wide, as will Super Scorpion. Scott Rowling Jr. still in the lead of this race, and Justin Voltaggio sitting back there saying, all right, give you a little nudge into turn 2. I'll remind you that I'm here. I'll knock on the door, but next time around, I'm going to come through and I'm going to take that lead off of you. It's that brilliant dance that you see sometimes just in motorsport, where two drivers respect each other, know each other well, and race brilliantly together.
I mean, look at the move there by Super Scorpion. Was able to go into that corner a solid 10 miles an hour, probably quicker than his competitor, but was also able to slow it down. That allowed him to get side by side with him, so he has slipped back to that second spot, but is setting him up for another move for the lead. I mean, you'd mentioned it, Allie, we can only, talk about this so many times, but to hit the point of, it is so difficult to race on these courses side by side without making too much contact that could affect the other driver. But these two have found that happy medium of being able to bump fenders and have fun with it, but while also being competitive and taking some risky moves that have paid off for both of them.
And look, these two went side by side through Mobile 1. I have watched drivers from the very pinnacle of Forza esports go side by side through that corner and both end up in the gravel. It is not a done deal, no matter which division, which league, anywhere that you're racing, that you go side by side through the back sector at Hockenheim and expect to come out of that in one piece. So Old Spice up there leading this race, and behind Super Scorpion, putting on a performance here that is truly impressive. And these two running now through towards the last lap. And you know what? You always know that you've had a brilliant race when it's like, hold on, it's the last lap already? Where did that race go? We've now got to watch these two drivers hustle and bustle their way around the circuit one more time, and the next one across the line will take those 10 points.
And there could be a battle shaping up for that third spot, though. We ride along with Supernal Wheat, which is Nick Weldon, and quickly NASCAR Dude has closed that gap, is looking to challenge him for the third spot. A little tap on the bumper, hey, I'm here, buddy, is able to get by him for the third spot, but a little too far out in the corner and into the gravel pit, so that'll allow Supernal to get back in front of NASCAR Dude, and NASCAR Dude has a couple more turns, so he'll able to maybe regroup and take another shot. But back to the leaders here as they round out this final lap. Still nose to tail, it could be anyone's race to the line.
Anyone's race to the line. Old Spice heading in toward the last half of the last lap. In second place, has a peek, puts his nose up in there and says, all right, if you're not going to give me space, I'm going to create some. And Super Scorpion into the corner first, runs a little deeper, and Old Spice straight up in there through to first position. Scott Rowling Jr. up into the lead of this race, and a brilliant move to do it as well. We're heading through the arena section, the stadium section one more time here at Hockenheim, through Mobile 1, up towards Sachs corner now, the cambered left-hander. Up in the lead, Scott Rowling Jr. continues to hold his line, and Justin Voltaggio waits him out. The patience on him, unbelievable. Knew that the gap was coming, made it happen, made it work for him, and now only 2 corners remain with Old Spice side by side, running down through the last corner, around the outside at the sud curve here at Hockenheim, and a drag race to the line to boot. What a race this has been. I need some Old Spice now. I think we all do. That was cracking.
That was absolutely incredible. Both of those drivers, I mean, wow, to be able to do 5 laps at Hockenheim, swapping back and forth. Like you said, they put those race cars that you haven't even seen the professionals do in some of those corners, and to come down to at the line, a last lap, multiple passes. I couldn't even keep track of how many times they swapped positions. I'm already ready. Let's fire up the next race. I'm ready to watch these guys run again. Or hey, let's do 5 more laps. I'm good with it.
I just feel like these two could race forever. They could just go and go and go, and they have that perfect kind of complementary skill set where one of them is fast in one place, the other's fast in another, and it just leads to overtake after overtake. Brilliant to see. It's the kind of racing we love to see here on Forza Motorsport 7, and also, of course, in the 2020 virtual gaming event. Justin Voltaggio took the win in the end. Scott Rowling Jr. in second place, and third is Nick Weldon. That battle for the lead was so intense, and I cannot wait to watch it back. We're going to check out the replay right now of that race. Justin Voltaggio will be absolutely ecstatic to have passed that line in the lead.
And it'll be so hard to even tell at what point during this race the replay is, because they couldn't get away from each other. They battled the entire 5 laps. I mean, they've got to be exhausted, but they're going to have to reboot real quick because we'll go racing again. But it so impressed me about these drivers because, like you said, their driving styles are complementary of each other, where they were able to watch each other for a short period of time and, predict the next corner move. And that's such a skill set that comes with the professionals. You see the professionals are able to set up their competitors knowing what they're going to do at the next corner before they even do it. And that's exactly what these two had figured out about each other, and that produces incredible racing and side-by-side racing at that.
I'd say I'm still looking around for my tub of for my tube of Old Spice here to get myself back in place for race number 2. We're going to be heading to the Nürburgring up next, but for now we can continue to watch these scenes of Old Spice, Scott Rowling Jr. up against Super Scorpion, Justin Voltaggio, and they went side by side through every corner, on every straight, over every curve, out on the grass, back on the tarmac, you name it. These two fought there out on the gravel through the last sector. This was a race like I have never seen before, and ultimately won by Justin Voltaggio, and a huge congratulations to him. But more than anything, with a race like that, of that quality, it's just a huge congratulations to everyone who was a part of it and took part. We'll be checking out the results any second now from that first race, but looking through that battle and picking it apart, for me, I can't see that there's really a penalty deserved. I wonder whether or not we'll see one though.
I would have to say you have to take the spirit of racing in that. You know what I mean? There was never one driver that did more than the other. Both of them equally on the same page there of being that competitiveness, but very, very contact-heavy competitiveness. But you can't look at that and think that one did wrong over the other. I would hate to see a call made there because, man, I was on the edge of my rolling chair here calling the race, and I think we'll see the same. So I would hate to see a call made there, but incredible.
Well, here we go. Results are in from adjudication, and we can check out where everyone filed in. Justin Voltaggio did take the win in the first race. Scott Rowling Jr. will be, I think, smiling plenty with his second place. Nick Weldon in third, Robert Lambert in fourth place, with Billy Harris in fifth, and Dylan Grenell in sixth. Wow, what an amazing race that was, and bodes so well for the next race coming up. Looking at those results though, Hannah, what jumps out to you?
Well, you can't ignore the fact that Justin Voltaggio went from the last place starting grid position and was almost to the lead in turn one, and then was able to maintain 5 laps of hard racing with his fellow competitor of Old Spice. So if we set up a similar situation here in the second race, that's going to be very hard to not watch these two because they were standout in that. But again, you'd mentioned it. Hockenheim Ring was a difficult racetrack no matter where you were on the surface. So everyone doing a phenomenal job there, but it's not over. We're going to challenge them next at the Nürburgring. And again, also a very difficult racetrack with similar circumstance. So we already know it's going to be a phenomenal race.
I think you're absolutely right. You know, the Nürburgring, where you can see with the pace car, the beautiful Special Olympics NASCAR pace car heading around the track right now, is a very different beast to Hockenheim. A lot more about elevation change, and built in 1984, has seen some pretty cracking racing over the years. What do you make of this place, Hannah?
Well, I think you'd mentioned it. You said it right there. It's a beast all of its own. I mean, it's 3.2 miles total in length, 15 turns. That is a lot of times to be turning the race car. Many times you're turning it multiple times throughout that. So these drivers are gonna have to be up on the wheel for a long period of time through this. It's a very elongated race course at that. So each portion of it is very different in the sense, like you said, it's a beast of its own with the elevation changes. There's never really a point to take a breath here at Nürburgring.
Absolutely right. Okay, let's check out the grid. I just want to see this race start right now. I'm so hyped to check out some more action from Justin Voltaggio and Scott Rowling Jr. They'll be on the front row of the grid. Nick Weldon and Robert Lambert on the second row, and Billy Harris and Dylan Grenell there on the third row of the grid. It's great to see Dylan Grenell back on the grid after disconnecting due to a power outage in race number 1, but says a lot about the spirit of these Special Olympics athletes, that they're willing to get back out there on track, willing to pick themselves up and score some all-important points in the second race.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad that he was also able to join us. It says he is out of Kannapolis, North Carolina. So hello, neighbor. I am not far from Kannapolis, only a few miles. So cool to have the state of North Carolina represented today in this event. And awesome to have him here in that second race. Showed some speed early on there at the beginning of the last race, but he's got some ground to make up here, but I think he's fully capable of it.
I absolutely agree. I think there's all to race for, really. I mean, you've seen what Justin Voltaggio did from last place on the grid in race number 1, and it shows that anything's possible here at the 2020 Special Olympics Xbox Virtual Gaming event. Some great running. Scott Rowling Jr., second place runner on the circuit. will be looking up toward that first corner and hoping to find his way by as we head out onto the grid. You can see it's actually been a beautiful start from NASCAR Dude 43. Robert Lambert taking an early lead and pushing his way through into turn number 1. We can check out how things siphon out as we head into the Mercedes arena for the first time. A fiddly little section of track, long left-hander here over the crest, down the hill into turn 3, and feel the compression on the outside of the car. Very easy to run wide here. It's a little flick to the right now over the inner apex. Big old bump on the rear of NASCAR Dude there from Old Spice. That's our second place runner from race number 1, Scott Rolling Jr., knocking on the door of the lead here and up the inside through the exit to the first sector. NASCAR Dude with a defensive line will see a driver off in the background, and Super Scorpion up into third place with a battle with Supernal Wheat. These guys are going for it from the very start of the race, and I love to see it.
I mean, we've got almost 3 wide for the lead at that moment. Super Scorpion right there now at the front. Ooh, a little sideways there. Carried some momentum through the gravel pit, so he'll get that stopped and rejoin on the race surface. But Old Spice now back on the race surface, trying to catch down NASCAR Dude. He got a great start, like you'd mentioned, Ali. Quickly fired off, got that front spot, currently runs in the second. But it looks like so far, and we're only about a half lap through here, this racetrack is catering to a lot of the driving styles of a lot of the different drivers that we have. So we could see maybe not the 2 just break away, but a couple drivers contend for the win.
Well, let's talk about that race leader we have already. Supernal Wheat, Nick Weldon, 14 years old, out of Mississippi. He's done a great job already and shown brilliant car control here on a track which really demands a huge amount of exactly that skill, car control. I wonder whether Supernal Wheat, now there's some clear air in front, now there's the ability to just set his laps, get his head down, push, is going to be able to keep that lead and push it and push it and push it.
And you see when he goes into the corners there, his tires, the inside of the tires are actually glowing I like to say a very pretty orange, but if you are a race car driver, it's usually, or an engineer, not something you want to see early on. It means that he's really working the brakes on that car. And again, that comes from them carrying high speeds like we're seeing now, and then quickly having to slow down, a little drifting action as well. But it's tough on equipment, and that will translate to the handling of the car. And now, Ali, I have to ask you here, when we see these drivers, I don't want to say cut the course, but again, this being a circuit with multiple different outlets in and out of the race surface, and we see them significantly cut the course, how does that translate into a call being made or people potentially being moved around in their current running order?
Well, that's a great question. It's super important to know. So it's a good one to chat about for a little while. Is how these sports are adjudicated. Of course, in motorsport, esports, it's not anything goes. It's not like an FPS where you can just jump on the track, jump off it whenever you like. There are certain rules that have to be abided to, and one of them is that you can't cut the track. And there are a couple of ways on Forza that people can pick up penalties from having that kind of behavior. One of them is through an in-race penalty. There's an automated system that will give you a penalty if you usually cut the track and get an advantage from it. The big thing there is whether you got an advantage or not. Won't give you a penalty if you just spin off the circuit, of course. And then there's also an adjudication team manually looking through everything and making sure it's all above board, and they will hand out penalties if they need to as well. So this is all being checked completely, but there is that absolute sort of condition that we saw last time out at Hockenheim, and that's about, hey, we want to see great racing. We want to see people wheel to wheel. We don't want to see people holding back their moves so that they can stay clean. And so we tend to loosen the ropes a little bit, loosen things off when people get side by side and when the action starts coming thick and fast. And that's what we're really here to see.
And it was so, like you mentioned it, a perfect example there at Hockenheim of that judgment there, allowing these drivers to have fun, race hard. That could have been a judgment call that someone would have said, hey, that's a little aggressive driving, but it was so well executed. I mean, they did it with each other in mind, keeping everyone on the race surface. So that's good to know, again, for everyone that's tuning in maybe to Forza for the first time today. So we want to thank you for joining us, and you know, try your hand at it sometime soon. It's for everyone. A lot of these athletes have been playing with their siblings, their grandparents, their parents. So cool to see, and they play with each other as well, obviously, as they were prepping for this event. And it's showing again here, NASCAR Dude, one of those drivers that we've talked about, has a ton of experience, currently out front, had a good run in the previous race, but absolutely stand out at the moment. Your second and third place runners of Supernal Wheat and Old Spice, Super Scorpion in that fourth spot. So your second or your third and fourth place drivers that were so standout at the previous are trying to catch up that ground to your leader.
Well, we're still running on board here, or we were with NASCAR Dude. Back now with OG Dylan TTV, Dylan Grenall here, and he's had a little bit of a tumultuous run through race number one. Had a power outage which stopped him from being able to complete the race. But he's done a great job moving up through the field here in race number two, already up to 5th position after starting in 6th, and now tapping on the door of Super Scorpion. That's the race winner from race number one. So Dylan Grenall with a really strong run here and managing to really grasp a strong victory, I think, for him. Here in the second race, getting back there out there on track and challenging a driver who has shown already that he has the will to win and the ability to win. And there it is, straight through on Justin Voltaggio, and I think Dylan will have a smile on his face.
Yes, you said it there, overcoming the adversity of not being able to run the same amount of laps in the first race, and then jumping into the second race and contending with your front runners in the first one. So hat off to Dylan there for that, and your 6th place runner right now of Billy. Again, such a difficult race course. You can see here as we ride along with one of the drivers, look at the sun glare. It's directly into these athletes' eyes, coming up through the corners, over the elevations. This is not an easy racetrack by any standard. So again, hats off to these drivers for racing here today. They've all, you know, they've learned so much from it. I've even learned watching them on taking the race course different directions, racing with each other. These are tricky race cars, and it's been so fun to watch them learn throughout this entire process.
Yeah, absolutely right, and it's just been great to see. Supernal Wheat we're on board with right now, jumping forward to race leader NASCAR Dude Robert Lambert from Wisconsin, 37 years old, and using 11 years of experience in Special Olympics competition to stay up there in the lead of this race. Soccer and volleyball player with Special Olympics, and we mentioned earlier he's an essential worker. The message that he had for people was, we can get through this. A great thing to hear from him, and out there leading this race and really showing by example.
Yes, indeed, and definitely assisting in this to get through it, to get back together with our friends and family and show support through these trying times. NASCAR Dude out front, and OG Dylan trying to make a run back through in that 4th spot, trying to track down Old Spice. Again, great return for OG Dylan. We're glad that his internet was back up, a little power outage out here in the North Carolina area, but able to get back on and reconnect, so we're glad to have him. Great showing so far in that 4th spot here on the final lap.
Here we go then, running through the final lap. Justin Voltaggio, race winner in race number one, back right now in 5th position. We moved only geographically not too far. Hockenheim over to the Nürburgring, I guess in the great context of the world, not too far. And that has changed the outcome a little bit for Justin. A race winner in race number one, had a brilliant time out there on track, going wheel to wheel with Scott Rowling Jr. But this time round, having to settle most likely for 5th position, unless we see an upset here in the final part of this last lap. Lap 4 of 4. Justin Voltaggio up the inside with a sweet line there. We'll catch up that battle later on though, because right now we're hopping back on board with NASCAR dude Robert Lambert, who's put in a brilliant performance here at the Nürburgring, the GP track. Round the final corner one more time, and he's going to wind up that engine on the 2016 Porsche Cayman GT4 up through the gears of that mid-engine sports car, using all of its 385 brake horsepower to win the race in race number 2 of Division 3 of the 2020 Special Olympics Xbox gaming event. Brilliant stuff from NASCAR dude to take it across the line and straight up to the top step of that podium. You absolutely love to see it. Nick Weldon second place and Scott Rowling Jr. in third. Wow, what a great race. A lot more consistent driving we see there, Hannah. A lot less battles and a lot more about biding your time and about patience.
And patience was the key. Robert Lambert did his time there at the beginning, maneuvered very patiently and carefully, got the lead, and never looked back. So cool to see the difficulty that these drivers were able to overcome here. Again, great battle by Nick Weldon and Scott Rowling. These two, I'd like to watch them race other times together. It was phenomenal watching them race against each other, and I'm sad that it's definitely over thus far for Division 3. But hats off again to all of them. These are both very difficult racetracks with this car, and it's been so fun to watch.
Well, let's check it out one more time. We've got a replay here of race number 2 that we can have a little look back on, and just thinking about how this race worked out, it all makes so much more sense once you know how it finishes somehow, doesn't it? A little bit of a chaotic start for all the drivers out there, and it was ultimately that moment later on when Robert Lambert, NASCAR Dude 43, managed to push his way up toward the top of the field that was so decisive in the result of this race. Managed to keep that thing smooth, keep that thing rolling, and get his way up toward that 10-point position. I think big news when we look at the overall leaderboard, though, Hannah, will be Super Scorpion's result. That's Justin Voltaggio back in 5th.
Yeah, Justin Voltaggio had that win at Hockenheim, and not the finish he was probably looking for here, but overcame being able to out in the grass a little bit early, back on the race surface, and it just seemed to be that your leaders got so far out ahead that it was so difficult to catch them. It's very hard to make up ground on road courses like this. So Voltaggio, regardless, got that win, had a great run at both Hockenheim and Nürburgring. The points, though, are going to be close between Old Spice and Supernal Wheat. So Scott Rowling and Nick Weldon, this could be a tight points battle, Allie.
It's all going to come down to the line, absolutely. I'm excited to see the results. Just to see how all the maths figures out on this one. It's one of those points boards that, again, though, won't kind of tell the whole story of what happened. When you look at the race win that Justin Voltaggio took at Hockenheim, it's that kind of fighting race win, the kind of one which came down completely to the line. It came down to a drag race out of the last corner. And then when you look at the race win that was put together in race number 2 by Robert Lambert, it was much more of a considered, a much more patient race win. And, you know, when you measure all that stuff up on points, it sometimes doesn't do it justice. And you just have to remember that it's just a huge congratulations to all the drivers out there, is really what I'm saying. We can check out the results right now, though, and put ourselves out of our suspense, find out where these drivers finished up, and it will be Nick Weldon, Supernal Wheat, who takes 16 points after finishing, third in race number 1, winning race number 2, and by 1 point will beat off the advances of Justin Voltaggio for the first place in this division. Scott Rowling Jr. in 3rd, with Robert Lambert 4th, Billy Harris in 5th, and Dylan Grenell in 6th place. Unbelievable here that Nick Weldon pulled that out in the final race.
And you said it, Allie. Look how close those points are. 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st, all within a handful of points each other. I mean, that's one corner that could have been the position. All of them tried so hard and did so great at finishing. The race and the battles were immaculate. I mean, these are battles that I'm going to be excited about for quite some time here. So it just came down to, like you said, almost luck of the draw on how those points would fall, and Nick Weldon getting that position 1 total points. Justin Voltaggio, again, you have to you have to hats off to him on where he qualified and then his running in both of those races. Just immaculate to see these drivers' capabilities.
Immaculate to see. I completely agree. Hannah, this brings us to the end of Division 3, and now we've had 3 divisions in the books already. What are your final thoughts, kind of looking back on those?
Well, we've seen so many different racetracks and cars. I mean, none of them really, I think, can compare to each other. So these drivers were automatically put up against the challenge of learning the cars and learning the racetracks, racing with competitors that they haven't beforehand. And the results that we saw were what we expected. I mean, they were amazing. We had last lap passes. We had 5 laps worth of back and forth battles for the lead. We saw some drivers getting a rough start to a race and rallying back for a solid finish. At the end of it, I hope that everyone had fun, because we had fun calling it. I know that. And we're only halfway through here. We've got 3 divisions in the books, 2 more to go. But it's just been incredible. This is so much fun to call from a caster standpoint. It's been so exciting. My blood pressure's probably a little up right now. My heart was racing from those last couple laps.
I couldn't agree more. The tournament schedule says it all right here. We're getting ready to head over towards our first award ceremony. And so without further ado, let's head to the Minecraft arena and get on with this incredible ceremony. With right back here, you can see both of our avatars here, our skins with the Special Olympics t-shirts over us. Those will be sent out to the drivers later on IRL, not Minecraft versions. And Hannah, it's just such a fabulous job that these guys have done. You can see all of the details out there, the podium in the background, the cars, the stadium, and the logo floating above everything else.
Yes, absolutely. It's been so cool to see. I mean, Microsoft and Special Olympics, they've been working together since 2014. And it's incredible. They've had the same goal of empowering Special Olympics athletes and programs through technologies. And in these uncertain times where COVID-19 is wreaking havoc on daily routines and deepening the sense of isolation that many of us feel, events like today are just one of the innovative ways that these athletes can continue to connect, compete, and at the end of the day, just have fun.
Yeah, well said. Well, we certainly had fun watching these athletes give everything they've got out there on track, and I'm very pleased to say that it's time for them to relax. It's time for them to savor the moment as we recognize each and every one of them, starting with division number 1. And so let's take a look at the highlights there. All right, so race number 1, division number 1 was, of course, the Hyundai Veloce R, the Veloster R, excuse me, and we had a brilliant battle throughout the entire race, honestly. It was a race of attrition. We saw a lot of bumps, a lot of scraps, but ultimately, this was one that was won through learning and through adapting, Hannah.
That it was. You can see the front wheel drive, the drivers trying to figure out how these cars race, and let alone at a track like Lime Rock. So took a couple laps for some of them to get the learning down, but eventually they all figured out the tricky little car that is the Hyundai Veloster, like you'd mentioned. And a complete shakeup between race 1 and race 2 on how the results panned out. And you can see it there on the points, though. Soprano Cheetah was a standout. State of Washington with a good showing in Division 1.
Yeah, fantastic. As you say, Soprano Cheetah, Simon Van Gaysen up there in the top position, John Emmett just behind, and Amber Gertsch in 3rd place. It was some cracking racing we saw from all the drivers out there. Graham Carls, Andrew Sauerwein, and Jerry Louis Martinez, Lukey Forbush as well, of course. Just brilliant to watch everyone out there on track. We can head back to the Minecraft arena and get over to the podiums very shortly. I'm looking forward to that. For now, though, looking at these race results, it's just great to see how close everything was, especially in that bracket between 2nd and 5th.
Yeah, and you said it. It was just close racing. Again, Amber Gertsch with a great run. Learned from race 1 into race 2. Rallied back for that 3rd place finish in the 2nd race. So hats off, they're difficult cars to learn and maneuver, the front wheel drive cars, and they did that so at Sonoma as well. That's where we saw one of those last lap battles. It was incredible. But speaking of incredible, we're back here in Minecraft, hanging out and ready to honor these drivers.
Yeah, here we are in the green room. The drivers getting ready to head on out to the podium ceremony, and we couldn't be more excited to see them there. This, of course, is the lovely area that was set up for them to relax in, to chill in a little bit, and to decompress after their races. But here we are on the podium right now, and 7th position, lining up at the bottom, is Luki Farbush.
And a great run, and we're over here, Lukey. I love it, on the podium there. We'll get to see them all together, but solid run, consistent for Lukey out of Illinois. Looking forward to watching him race more in the future.
6th place in the grid here, Jerry Louis Martinez.
And this is his first event in esports, so congratulations. Welcome to the world of esports, and congratulations on that 6th place.
In 5th position is Andrew Sourvine.
Solid run for Sourvine. Again, Mr. Crab Feathers, my favorite gamer tag so far. Look at the skin on his avatar. Got to create it himself. Love the creativity.
In 4th position, it's Mississippi's Graham Carls.
And a great run by him, inconsistent in both races. We saw some snowballs coming off of the podium there just a moment ago, but a solid run by Graham Quarles.
3rd place, and up on that bronze step of the podium is Utah's Amber Gertsch.
She took that gaming experience from 2019 at the Salt Lake City event and her years with Special Olympics, and it showed as that 3rd place for Amber.
2nd place, and you can see the snowballs of celebration, is Washington's John Emmett.
And I will watch John Emmett race any day of the week. They battled in both races for the lead. Amazing car control. Looking forward to watching him race more in the future.
On 1st position, and on that gold step of the podium, is Simon Van Giesen of Washington. Massive congratulations for doing an amazing job out there on track.
Absolutely. Congratulations to Simon on that front running position. Washington takes 2 of the 3 podium spots here. Everyone with a phenomenal job. Again, lots of big movers, shakers, everyone learning so much in those 2 races.
And that's your Division 1 podium. Let's give a huge round of applause for these athletes out there on circuit. Well, Hannah, looking at these drivers on the podium, it just all brings it home that this is something which is so much bigger than a competition. It's also an event which brings people together.
Yeah, and that it is. I mean, it's so cool to be able to join everyone here in the world of Minecraft and in Forza, to be able to race and get together in a time where we're not able to do that right now. And I love it. Look at, every time I talk, I'm talking with my hands here. You're jumping down, up and down in excitement. This is just so cool.
Yeah, that's right. It's great to see everyone so animated. You can still see the drivers in the background, a few snowballs being thrown around. Always going to get the camera. I love it. Let's head on over and check out the highlights of Division number 2 and head on through the results of those races. It was the Ford, the Shelby 350R that we had here. Very different car to the Hyundai, and some close racing that we saw as well. Lots and lots of difficulty getting the thing to run smoothly through the corners. It's a car that loves to drift, that loves to hang the back out, and it's certainly spectacular to watch out there on track. We saw a few bumps. We saw a few people being collected into the rear of the track there. That final barrier can be so harsh here at Road Atlanta. Ultimately, though, really strong runs throughout the field. What a great race this was, Hannah.
Indeed, it was. Tim Dempsey using that experience with the X Gaming events that he's won, especially the one in 2018 where he was the winner, and to finish a race backwards. That is so cool. That's something you see in the movies, and they did it here today in today's race. It was just exciting all afternoon long for Division 2 here, and you'd mentioned it. These Ford GTs here were difficult race cars to drive. They're so heavy, and so it looked like we were constantly drifting through each of the corners, provided plenty of excitement.
And it was Tim Dempsey who took 2 wins in Division 2 to get himself to the top of the points. Isaac Kramer with a pair of second place finishes, and Evan Milburn with a pair of third place finishes. Wesley Garber in 4th, with Tristan Hurst in 5th, and Mark Renfro in 6th position. Wow, that was such a cracking set of races, and I remember commenting at the time, such a difference between Division 1 and Division 2, where we saw consistency really come into play here in the second division.
Yeah, and consistency was the key. I mean, there was a couple drivers that race each other every single lap in every corner, and that's all you can ask for. I mean, most notably, the last lap pass at Road America for Isaac Kramer and Evan Milburn was so exciting because both you nor I knew what was going to happen in that last lap. We wasn't sure to call it at the line. We let timing and scoring handle it. Someone finishes backwards. I mean, very different between Division 1 and Division 2. And then Division 3 was different as well. So it's kept us on our toes as casters, and we've enjoyed it because we're never sure what to expect. But that's the fun in motorsports. You don't know what to expect.
You don't know what to expect, but once again, we're going to take that feeling of expectation away from the drivers and move on back to the Minecraft arena, where we can celebrate their results and celebrate their achievements. Absolutely fantastic performances from all the drivers that we saw out there, and there's so much to celebrate, especially throughout this event so far. We've seen a huge amount of donations, of charitable donations throughout it, and also seen a lot of people putting up messages for the drivers out there on social media as well. Really great to watch the positivity that's coming out of this event. So we can head on over to the Minecraft arena and check out the place that we're going to go to award those podiums. So here we are back in the arena, and once again we've got some snowballs being thrown around the place. I love it. I've got to do some ducking and diving. I think a little bit of dodging. We're both trying to maybe eat a snow cone or two here, but we're rolling in towards the podium presentation for the second division. Hannah, looking forward at this. I'm so excited. We can once again check out the green room for the drivers beforehand and see them all getting ready for it. We can see above the stadium here the huge fire. Inside of there is where the drivers chill out. Down the floor, of course, the state flags for all the various states represented here today. And here we are right in front of everybody, the podium, the 1, 2, 3 at the top, and the steps beneath as well, all there to show how great all these drivers did today in Division number 2. I love that these drivers can really express themselves here on Minecraft. One of the things we talked about a little bit earlier was how they could build their own skins for their avatars and show themselves how they want to be shown within this game.
Yeah, and you've seen a lot of the drivers' creativity come out in that. We saw one of them, I think it was Mr. Crab Feathers, that was orange, and that's so funny and so cool. And we just saw a moment ago, right below the third place medallion, looks like one of our competitors is maybe floating. At one point was on top of the medallion, so gravity not an issue, and that's fun. That's a fun concept when you can endlessly throw snowballs. I don't know if anyone has seen the movie Elf, but sign him up for that snowball fight, because he's got an arm for snowballs there. But to be able to build something like this, have the competitors come in, create their avatars and skin like you'd mentioned in Minecraft, and you know, they're controlling themselves right now. That's so cool.
Yeah, it's brilliant, isn't it? It's great to see them all chilling out, enjoying the space. There are so many great details inside of the space and so much to explore, and that's what makes it so exciting. Of course, the Hyundai Veloster R in the back right there in the Special Olympics colors, the Ford GT350R on the left, and absolutely brilliant place here, and we can take a little look at all the details around it as well. You can see the big Xbox controller there on the ground, the Special Olympics logo floating above the entire arena. You could You could find any venue in the world and try and pull that off. And I think without some strings or perhaps some rocket boosters underneath the logo, you're going to struggle to get that thing to look quite as immaculate floating there up in the air. The massive checkered flags as well. It's really a work of art, this place. And it's just such a privilege to be able to use it for this event.
Yes, and you can see around the outskirts of it there, a racetrack being, as you can see there, there's a racetrack around it as well. And Ali, one of the cool things is not often do you see two video games come together like this, you know, with Forza and Minecraft, that have come together on the common ground of being able to create such a cool experience here and to go back and forth between these games in one event. Our competitors going back and forth in them as well is so cool, and it's unique. It's not something you see very often, and so hats off to the folks at Minecraft and again Microsoft that put this together. I mean, I love it. Every time I'm talking here, my avatar is moving around. You're acknowledging my comments. We can see snowballs flying. Things are floating. This is cool. I'm gonna come hang out here more often, so that way we can. I think I'm just gonna make this little area my home.
Absolutely, I completely agree. It's been really nice to be able to see our avatars chatting away. Of course, you know, both of us are more used to doing physical shows where we go to a set or go to a location, and so it's lovely for us as well to be able to have some feeling of a physical location as I get pelted by snowballs from all members of the Special Olympics podium behind. I love it. We're heading in towards the podium celebration right now for division number 2. If you've just tuned in, we'll be over there very, very shortly indeed. We're not just doing podium celebrations at the moment. We do still have 2 divisions of racing to come as well. So if you've missed out on the first 3 divisions, definitely worth sticking around and getting yourselves on the sofa and ready to watch when we get back out on track later on. We've got some cracking cars to show you, including an Aston Martin and a Toyota NASCAR Cup Series car. So both awesome pieces of machinery to take to the track. For now, though, we're chilling on the Minecraft podium and looking forward to having a look at who's done incredibly well in division number 2 of the Xbox Special Olympics virtual gaming event. In 6th place is Mark Renfro.
Congratulations to that Texas native on a great run in both of those races, a 4th and a 6th place.
In 5th place is Utah's hometown hero, Tristan Hurst.
New to the Special Olympics in 2018, but proved he's got the experience here. Not his first esports competition, so a great run by that Utah native.
4th place is Wesley Garber of Mississippi.
He loves Xbox competition, and it showed because he was competitive tonight.
In 3rd place on the podium, in that bronze spot, is Evan Milburn of Northern California.
We'll be talking about that battle with him and Isaac Kramer for years to come. Phenomenal car control by Evan Kramer.
On the 2nd step of the podium, Isaac Kramer brings it home for Indiana.
And again, same to echo that, phenomenal car control by Isaac Kramer. Great battle at the end for him in both of those races.
On the top step of the podium is Tim Dempsey of Washington, making it 2 for 2.
And throwing snowballs at his fellow competitors. Like you said, it 2 for 2 showed there's a reason he is the defending champion from the first Xbox gaming event in 2018. Congratulations again to all of our competitors and Tim Dempsey for that front-running spot.
Wow, what a great performance from all of them. We should take a moment and give a huge round of applause to our Division 2 athletes. It's a fabulous arena we have here, Hannah, and a great place to celebrate the results of these drivers. You can see them still celebrating over there on the podium. Throwing snowballs, I think, has become the new champagne here at the virtual gaming event. You've got to have something to sort of throw around on the podium, and why not with snowballs?
I love it. I think we need to incorporate that into the real world. I can't say that I would be disappointed if any of the future NASCAR races I work and they hand us snowballs. I mean, I think that's a great idea.
That's right. Come up with just like an ice box of snowballs on the podium.
Yes.
I think that, you know what, like Indianapolis, if they can have warm milk, then I think there's another track out there that can have snowballs. We'll put that into consideration for next time. For now, though, let's head on over to division number 3 and check out the highlights of that division's racing. Of course, the first race here was at Hockenheim. It was a sort of all-German battle with a German manufacturer and 2 tracks out there in the same nation, Hockenheim and the Nürburgring. Old Spice took an early lead, but it was that incredible battle, the one that left us both absolutely exhausted, between Old Spice and Justin Voltaggio. Those 2 went nuts out there, and it was brilliant, absolutely excellent to watch.
Yes, it was the shortest and longest 5 laps that I have called in quite some time. Like you said, you know it's a good race when you're like, wait, we're already over. But those drivers putting it all on the line every single lap, swapping back and forth, really attested to their capabilities of maneuvering one of these really tricky cars on a difficult racetrack. And they showed that in the second race as well, both having great runs, and NASCAR dude contending there and eventually winning that second race. All 3 of those really battling back and forth in both of those races was highly entertaining.
Exactly. Right now, this is the clip, and this is the set of races that I'm going to jump straight back to after the cars to check them all out over again, because I just love the racing, especially that run out the last corner, drag race to the line. You can see it right there, and the 2 of them giving it everything they had around Hockenheim. Nürburgring was a change of pace, though, different kind of race, different style of race, and a little bit less door-to-door action, a little bit more. It came down to consistency, and it came down to finesse out there on the circuit, and that suited a different driver to the ones we saw in the first race. Actually, 3rd place finisher in race number 1, NASCAR dude, I believe, went on to take the victory there.
Yes, I love how at the beginning of that race, we just saw 6 yellow cars go multiple different directions and then come back together and then spread back out again. But it was patience, like you said. NASCAR dude got his way to the front and was untouchable in that front running position and collected that win. Dylan Grenell also, we saw in that 6th spot, great rally back for him as well.
That's right. Correcting us both, actually, Supernal Wheat with the win in the second race. I can see the 10 points up there for him. Perhaps that changed in adjudication, but I had the same memory, so perhaps one we'll have to look back on later on. Nick Weldon up there with the win after the 2 races. Justin Voltaggio beaten by just a single point, and actually a single point being the only thing differentiating any of the drivers in the top 4. 16, 15, 14, and 13 with their totals. Billy Harris and Dylan Grenell tying on points for 5th and 6th, and that'll mean it comes back down to their qualifying positions, their seeds coming into the competition. So Billy Harris winning out there in that small battle, cracking racing, cracking results. And we said it at the time, but I'll say it again, these scoreboards just don't tell the whole story. You know, sometimes you go out there, you can sweat, you can put all your effort down, and it's so hard when you see that condensed into a single number or a single result.
Yeah, absolutely, Ali. And again, we want to send a congratulations, even though he was unable to compete, to Joseph Crosby, was set to run in this Division 3 race. Unfortunately, internet issues and connection issues was unable to race for this. So we missed him. We wish he was able to compete today, but want to send our best wishes over that way and hope to get him on track with us soon. So Joseph Crosby, if you're listening, it's awesome, bud. We're hoping that you can come and race with us again, unable to join in this second race. But Ali, you touched it there. Again, it's so hard to look at this point standings right here in Division 3, the race results, or really in any of them, And to summarize what took place on track, all of the action, all of the lessons learned, and the great battles within just a few numbers. There's so much to it that is not shown here just in a simple graphic.
That's right. That door-to-door action, the overtakes, the small errors, the moments of inspiration, and the opportunistic moves. So much to make us smile, to bring enjoyment to us out there on the circuit. And yeah, just brilliant to see. A massive congratulations once again to all of the drivers here in Division 3. And we've got a great pack of highlights to sit and enjoy for some time, I think, from the driving and the racing that they put down on circuit.
And again, if you are hanging out with us, we've got more racing coming up shortly, so stick with us. Lots of great racing on tap, but join us in the chat. Let us know where you guys are from, where you're watching from, who you're rooting for. We love that everyone's been able to come together today. We've had great shout outs all day long, and there's more racing to come. So let us know where you're watching from and who you are rooting for in the chat. Maybe we'll give your driver a shout out.
Absolutely. That would be lovely. I think, well, anyway, we are ready to head back to the Minecraft arena right now and get the rewards ceremony together for Division number 3. Here we are back looking at the podium, and you can see all of the drivers getting ready and putting their best skins on. Dylan Grennell, 6th place for North Carolina, will bring it home.
My neighbor town over there in Kannapolis, again, disconnected, unfortunately, that first race, came back for a great finish in the second.
5th place is Texas's Billy Harris.
Strong run for Billy in both of them. You could see the learning taking place. Difficult racetracks, but showed he can contend.
4th out there is Robert Lambert from Wisconsin.
Robert, with a phenomenal run at Hockenheim, showed that patience and the right amount of aggression will pay its dues with a phenomenal run at Nürburgring.
Heading to the podium, 3rd place is Scott Rowling Jr. of Wisconsin.
And you couldn't even call this two. It's so close. The points between him and second, Old Spice, was so exciting to watch in both of them with the battles they put on.
2nd place, and silver is going to be Justin Voltaggio of Northern California. Absolutely brilliant with a Master Chief skin.
I love it. I love the skin that he's got there, and you said it. Well, actually, someone else had said it, that if he was going to win in this game, or if there was an event for it, he would win. And he did. We saw him win, but a great run in that second race puts him in that 2nd spot.
And top of the podium, taking the gold, is Nick Weldon from Mississippi.
And the 14-year-old, like you said, from Mississippi, gets it done on that top spot. Phenomenal run by him. Amazing car control for a 14-year-old. Absolutely incredible.
I can't believe, again, you bring it up, he's 14 years old, so young, and so able to control those cars out there on track. Such great racing throughout that 3rd division. And wow, I can't believe it. Looking back at that 3rd heat and everything that came through there, what are your final thoughts? What are your takeaways from all that racing on track?
Well, I think I am ready for some more. That was just the beginning for us. It was exciting. We saw side-by-side racing. We saw last lap passes. We saw through the grass, multiple in a single turn passes for the lead. We saw return stories of, someone like Grennell that was unfortunately unable to join us in the first race, but had a great run in the second, or someone like Voltaggio that maybe didn't get the qualifying lap he had hoped for, but won his first race. I mean, so many storylines, and we've got more to cover.
Well, the sun has set here at the Minecraft Arena, and here come the fireworks. Let's give it up for the first 3 divisions who have raced today. They worked so hard, and look at those happy faces posing for the cameras. Hannah, I'm just so impressed by this whole experience.
Allie, this is just so much fun. It's so cool to see all of this, the fireworks, everyone acknowledging everything. I mean, these are our athletes here being honored, and I love that Minecraft and Microsoft Stores teams volunteered time to build such a memorable moment for these Special Olympics athletes. And all the little details, everything from the state flags, and again, Allie, we'll work on you with learning which one is which, but to the fireworks. And reading the athletes' statements coming into today, they're so proud to be out here representing not only their states, but the mission of Special Olympics.
Just incredible. And what's more incredible, we still have more to go somehow. How can we improve on this? You'll have to wait and see. We're just over halfway through the event with 2 divisions yet to race. Up next is division number 4 in the 2016 Aston Martin GT12, and we're upping the intensity and the heat as they get first to the circuit of the Emirates in Dubai, a Forza original track, and then on to Silverstone in England. And then we jump across to the Atlantic, I should say, and back to US soil for division number 5.
We're getting a lot of frequent flyer miles today, jumping around to all of these racetracks. But I will say, I am really excited because I live and breathe NASCAR. So these last 2 races of the day are going to be something special, and I'm looking forward to calling those. And then we have another award ceremony to recognize these 2 remaining divisions. So we still got 4 races left, as well as that final award ceremony where we'll come back to the Minecraft Coliseum here to honor those athletes as well. But very interesting cars that we'll have on tap here, very different from each other in that.
Well, without further ado, let's head on back to the garage and check out the car that we're going to be racing next. That, of course, is the 2016 Aston Martin Vantage GT12. It's a car I absolutely adore, and I'm just excited to see it on track.
And this is a beautiful car. I mean, we talked about it, Allie. Only about 100 of these have been made. It almost hurts a little when you see them get damage on the racetrack, but such a unique looking car. And let's put it on an even more unique race surface with a city circuit like Dubai. But everything about this car is exotic, and that's part of it. High horsepower, low weight, which makes for the handling just different than anything we've seen thus far.
In this Dubai circuit, you can see the hero car, the NASCAR with the Special Olympics livery, just heading on round there and showing us off just a little bit of what the track's like. It's a wide circuit with sticky asphalt. To watch out for some of the sand on the outside there. It can catch you out. Dip a wheel on there and you can be off in the countryside around Dubai before you know it. And it is a very difficult one to navigate. Harder still if you've got cars around you. So let's find out how the grid lines up for the first race of this 4th division. Pole position goes to 2018 Special Olympics USA gold medalist John Grooms of Indiana. Surely the state's best chance of victory today, although Wisconsin's hometown hero Michael Prebeck will give him a close run into turn 1. From that front row of the grid. 7 years of Special Olympics experience may give Sunday school assistant and Mississippi native Kenneth Tillman the edge on the second row, although he's joined there by gold medalist in Alpine Slalom, North Carolina's Thomas Stipe, who hopefully will need to use a little less swerving in the run from the start line. In 5th and 6th, it's Caleb Fincher out of Texas and Utah's Eric Otterson, veteran of the 2018 USA Games on Forza Motorsport 7. And 7th on the grid is Jason Guillaume, making 2 drivers from North Carolina in this Division 4 matchup. What stands out to you here, Hannah?
Well, I think you'd mentioned it. We have a couple of drivers that have a large amount of experience in esports and in Forza and in virtual racing. You'd mentioned Eric Otterson, who was one of those that had competed. Also, Thomas Stipe from Concord. He's 19 years old, but he's got a lot of experience within gaming competition, as he's very excited for this opportunity because it's an opportunity for him to showcase his skills. And one thing that I like is that he said he loves getting better, and one of the biggest things he games for is trying to beat his own personal records. So while there's competition on the racetrack, I think it's super cool that Thomas strives to try and beat his own personal records and better himself. So looking forward to watching his progression throughout these next 2 races.
Well, I can certainly relate to that. Beating your own records is what it's all about as we head on down towards turn one. The car's jockeying and jiving, a couple of liveries out there as well, and we push now through turn one and down toward the chicane of turn number two. Sitting on board with a 7th place runner, Fire Monkey, a massive moment up the road as they head down toward the chicane. Legit Painter off the road, Fire Monkey off the road as well. Looking forward up through this race, Uzillion previously leading out of turn number one, picking up the pieces now with Maya Moth taking the lead, and MP Racing in 2nd place. This is all still to race for. It's all still very close. The pack is not split, and I expect there will still be changes before the end of this lap. Heading through here, we can see Fire Monkey move up through the order there, take 3rd position, back onto the podium, further back down through the field, and on board with Uzillion. We're back in 6th position now. This is Joe Grooms, 30 years old, out of Indiana, and this guy, Hannah, did a great job getting here. He ran a 107.053 to be first on the grid, but already slipping down to 5th.
Yeah, and absolutely, this track is so difficult. You can see it there as we maneuver through the race course at many different times. It doesn't even look like we're at the same racetrack right now. We're in a tunnel. At one point, we were going over a surface that was heavily covered in sand, and then it looked like we were in the middle of a city. So it's so unique because I don't feel like any of this actual racetrack, the same parts of the course are similarly. And so right now we're on a road, a city circuit, part of the Dubai City track. So it's so cool from a spectator standpoint, and I can only imagine from a driver. But you hit it there. You have to be careful and have to be able to identify all of these different parts of the racetrack and knowing when to be aggressive on a race surface where there's sand. I feel like that would create a very slick environment. But a lot of these drivers doing exactly that, being patient, getting through these corners, learning. You can see here, this car turns and handles the heavy braking a lot better than any car that we've seen driven thus far. But we've got side by side for 2nd and 3rd with MP Racing and Legit Painter through the tight corners there. No one giving an inch, so we're gonna go take the battle all the way out to the sand, drift it back on to the racing surface, and they'll set back up for another 2nd and 3rd battle.
Yeah, Legit Painter there taking the wide outside line through the sandy bits. That's Eric Otterson, 36 years old, out of Utah. He's got 16 years competition experience with Special Olympics and using all of them to find his way back onto the circuit. We're now looking at the race leader, though, Maya Moth, and that's Thomas Stipe. We talked about him a little bit before the race. He's a gold medal winner in the Alpine Slalom at the 2013 Winter Games, and wow, has he used that experience to good effect here. I love that custom livery as well. You can see his name on the rear bumper, using all the different elements of Forza Motorsport 7 here to help show himself and show up well here at the Special Olympics Games, but also to help him succeed. Fantastic run so far for Thomas Stipe.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to further that conversation on Thomas, he competes in a lot of other things as well. Competed in skiing, in softball, basketball, and tennis. And this year, he had his mindset on trying to compete with powerlifting for the first time, but unfortunately was canceled. So we're glad to have him here and competing. And you'd mentioned it. He's got the experience here in esports and in Forza, and it's showing right now, leading 3 laps into the 7. His car control, he's figuring out some of these corners maybe require a little more braking, a little slower entry into them, but nonetheless has figured something out that's put him atop of the leaderboard.
We're back on board now with Uzillion, Joe Grooms from Indiana, qualified in pole position coming into this race and slipped down to 5th after a little bit of a upset in the first lap. It's 21 years of experience with Special Olympics. He's been involved with the organization since he was 9 years old and done a huge amount of fundraising with them in that time. Played swimming, basketball, flag football, just a few of the sports he's played there, and many more. And he says he's here because it's something he's never done before. Well, you can tick it off your list now, Joe. You've absolutely shown up well at the Special Olympics Xbox virtual gaming event. Maya Moth, slips down to second. Thomas Stipe losing the lead of the race there, and we can look forward up the road and squint a little to try and see who took it. That's Legit Painter, who's up into the lead of the race now. Legit Painter, Eric Otterson, only qualified in 6th position coming into this. Not a qualifying driver, Hannah, but somebody who in a race situation seems to be able to turn it on.
Yeah, and that we've seen pays its dividends. We saw Justin Voltaggio in one of the previous divisions not maybe get the qualifying run he was hoping for, but it might not even be that. Some of these drivers just know that they have much better of racing skills and being aggressive on the race course than maybe that qualifying lap, and that is showing here for Legit Painter. And we talked about Tim Dempsey in one of the previous divisions, competed in those 2018 games, and Eric also one of those competitors. He had competed and took the bronze at the 2018 US Games, which we talked about. And again, that's going to pay off in a racetrack like this. Having that experience, having the esports and the Forza 7 experience is going to show. But it looks like Maya Moth may be getting a little competition here from Dragonlord. Is now back to that 3rd spot, Maya Moth. So losing a little track position, but we'll try and reel him back into battle for 3rd.
Well, we're now on board with Dragon Moth. Kenneth Tillman is 20 years old out of Mississippi, 7 years experience with Special Olympics. Says his favorite games are WWE games. Well, he's taken some of that wrestling, some of that, some of the special moves there, I guess, and applying them pretty nicely to Forza Motorsport 7. Looks very smooth out there on track, very poised as the camera moves around the rear bumper of the vehicle. Dragon Lord, Kenneth Tillman putting in a great sprint here. A little bit of a bump there from Maya Moth in 3rd place, and surely that's going to cement Kenneth Tillman's position in 2nd. He's all the way up from 6th earlier on in this race, so he's been in the wars, he's been up and down the field, and resuming a really, really strong position. Dragon Lord here with a really strong showing.
And you can see with that shot, you could see the leader there. So he had the leader within his eyesight, and carrying such high speed. And you'd mentioned it, Ali, went from 6th to 2nd in a matter of only like 2 laps. So he's obviously got a ton of track speed right now. Would love to see the battle shape up for the lead if Dragonlord could catch Legit Painter. But it's going to take a couple mess ups by Legit Painter. And right now, as you can see, your leader there, kind of on cruise control. He's driven a very smart race thus far. No big mess ups, has been smart throughout the corners. So it's going to take something like that for Dragonlord to be able to catch him. But wow, impressive run for both of them.
Yeah, you can see that on the mini map on the bottom left of the screen there, the position of the 1st place runner. 2nd place just exiting the 1st corner, so a few seconds behind. I will say this battle has already started in the sort of shadow boxing phase, you might call it. It's all happening on lap times. They'll be able to see how close their gap is to each other, and whether it's closed up, whether it's opening further. Those two will be able to exert pressure on each other by using those boards rather than by bumping each other or by being side by side on track. We've jumped backwards a little while now down to 5th position and back on board with Uzillian Joe Grooms, who has put in a really strong performance here, out on track and doing himself proud at the 2020 Special Olympics Xbox Virtual Gaming event.
And again, this is his first esports competition, but he does other things as well. He likes playing sports, swimming, basketball, flag football, and one of the things I love, he likes singing karaoke. Me too. I am all for some karaoke. I used to sing in my race car when I would drive under pace laps. Usually my dad, who was my spotter, was not very fond of that because he was, I wasn't focused, but love karaoke. It's so cool. To be able to get up there on a stage and sing, I love it as well. I'm not very good. I guarantee you he is probably much better than I am, but it's all for the fun. We enjoy doing it with family and friends. So cool to see a lot of our athletes are so diverse in many different sports, and some of them trying their hand for the first time here in esports and in Forza. And so cool that we're able to create that opportunity for them, but also that many of them are so multi-talented.
Couldn't agree more. Legit Painter 105. We're on board with them right now. Eric Otterson As we've said earlier, this guy has put in a strong performance here today. Still running through these last few corners. Could throw up a few changes for him, but so far he's had the pace. Has Eric Otterson to hold back the advances of second place runner Dragon Lord. That's Kenneth Tillman, who's been on his tail since about the midpoint of the race. That 5-second gap hasn't budged though, and for every advance that Kenneth Tillman had, Eric Otterson has had a response. And here we go, the run now toward the finish line. Eric Otterson will be leaving the final tunnel and heading towards that finish line, and ready to take victory here in race number 1 of Division 4, the 2020 Xbox Special Olympics virtual gaming event. Race number 1 of Division 4 goes to Eric Otterson, second place for Kenneth Tillman, and Thomas Stipe will come in across the line in third.
And what a drive for all 3 of our podium sitters here. Kenneth with the big move from 6th to 2nd. Legit painter Eric Otterson getting out front and not losing that front running position, which is a task all on its own. And Thomas Stipe had great battles throughout it. Loved his paint scheme. Looking forward to watching it again here shortly.
Well, we can check out some of the highlights of that race. It was a race to remember out there on the Dubai circuit, a Forza original, and what an amazing circuit it is. You were saying it, Hannah, it moves through these different locations very, very quickly. 1 second you're on a highway, the next you're going through a tunnel, there's sand on the road, there's bumps, there's high curbs, there's all sorts of different obstacles for the drivers to try and navigate, and they certainly did throw a few drivers off, but also everybody eventually clicked in. And when they got there, they covered themselves in glory. Maya Moth had a strong run in the early part of the race, slipped back later on, and it was really all the story of Dragon Lord and of Legit Painter from then. Those 2 drivers heading off and having this very, very soft shadow boxing style of a battle as they attempted to beat one another through the lap. Brilliant racing. We're going to be heading next towards Silverstone, another classic track, this time one from Real World Grand Prix Racing, and it's one which, of course, hosts the British Grand Prix, so for me, certainly a track that I think of very, very fondly. What do you make of the place, Hannah?
Well, like you had mentioned, definitely over in your neck of the woods, so relatively unfamiliar for it just because most of my experience, again, comes from stock cars. So it's so cool to see that Toyota Camry on a racetrack that you would normally not see our NASCAR stock cars on. But from the looks of it and from what I've seen, and I've watched this, track race like you had mentioned it all, it's got a very wide track surface, but some deep braking zones. So for what we saw in the first race, our competitors have had a lot of fun using that entire racing surface. We saw them out in the sand pit and the gravel pits most of the time, but here at Silverstone, we don't have gravel pits really or sand, so they'll be able to go and use the grass if needed, but they've also got just a wide racing surface in general, which could play into their favor.
That's fantastic. Great to get a little sneak peek in what we're going to be looking at next. Of course, the Silverstone racing circuit. Nice as well to see Turn 10 Big Boss out there in chat. Big ups to you as well. We're just waiting right now for results from that first race of Division 4, and we'll be able to see how things cooked out after adjudication. They've got a big bubbling pot of adjudication stew on the stove, and it smells delicious, but we can't have any quite yet. I have to wait for that to get dished up, I guess, to continue my metaphor awkwardly. Let's have a little think back though, Hannah, to that last race, especially that battle that we saw between the 2 leaders. On the one side, there was Legit Painter Eric Otterson, who seemed to be able to absorb all the pressure out there. Kenneth Tillman, though, was putting so much on. It was such a dynamic fight.
Yeah, and that it was, and I think it'll shape up to be the same here once again. But we've seen in previous races that if sometimes our leader gets out and gets a lot of room between himself and second place, that often the battle shaping up between second and third is the perfect scenario for our leader to be able to essentially check out with that win. And when you're the leader, that's what you love seeing in your rearview mirror. You love seeing your competitors racing hard behind you because it almost takes the focus off of the leader. So if we get a scenario like that, wouldn't be surprised if we see one of our drivers take advantage of that situation.
Yeah, that's fascinating, and definitely a dynamic that we've seen in previous divisions, so worth looking out for. We can check out the results, though, of that first race right now, and how things worked out after adjudication. Dragon Lord will take the win. Not first across the line, but this again, since Division 1 we haven't seen it. We saw it a lot in Division 1, the result changing in the adjudication room. Dragon Lord, Kenneth Tillman, takes the 10 points for the victory, and Eric Otterson, Legit Painter, will have to settle for second.
In such an interesting process, like we've talked about earlier on in the show, that allows for this racing to stay within its realm, good hard racing, but also understanding that there are guidelines set. So so interesting to see the intervention here with that judgment process being made. But I don't think that Legit Painter is going to be too down on that situation, because his drive in that first race was so astounding. He's going to try and prove that once again in the second race. He's got a couple points he'll have to make up. But Dragon Lord was astounding also in that first race. It's going to be a close battle, I think, between those two, and then throw Maya Moth in the equation.
You know, I've talked to Forza esports drivers about this before, and it's a chess match, Hannah. It comes down to strategy. How many penalties do you pick up in order to get that clean air to go out front? You know, Kenneth Tillman, he made a bet. He said, all right, I'll stay back a little bit, get a few less penalties, and maybe it'll work out for me once the race is completed. And absolutely judged to perfection by Dragon Lord Kenneth Tillman, who managed to pull out the best points that he could get coming out of that race. Brilliant stuff. And now we can finally look forward to the race at Silverstone. Very different track. One of the things I'll say, though, that is quite similar between the two is how wide the asphalt is. Dubai, a very wide circuit, and Silverstone really allows cars to go side by side.
Now, Ali, I have to ask you, have you ever gotten the opportunity to take a couple laps around Silverstone?
I haven't. I've gone and watched the Grand Prix there a couple of times, but never been out on track. It's an incredible location. It's definitely what you would call a tier 1 circuit. It's certainly, you go there and the facilities are all very plush and nice, and there aren't any cracks in the asphalt. And everything's a bit ritzier than you might be used to if you spend your time around like Brands Hatch or Zandvoort or wherever else. That's Zandvoort, of course, has been renovated just recently, so can't speak to that. But it's a lovely circuit, an incredible location, great place to visit if you're up to trying out some Grand Prix racing and seeing what that's like to watch, or any other kind of racing for that matter. Of course, WEC visit here and all sorts of other racing series. So yeah, the answer is no, but I have been. So I'd love to try it out one day, though, Hannah.
Well, what I love too is often road course racing the courses are set in remote locations, so there's only about a handful of prime locations to watch these road courses, and Silverstone being 3.5 miles almost plus some in length, it's so difficult to get good spots to watch. But just as we follow our Toyota Camry pace car here, taking laps through this, there are so many different places here at Silverstone that the fans can watch, and that's so unique because you don't see that with a lot of road courses.
That's very true. Some great facilities and huge grandstands here, of course. We're just waiting for one driver to ready up, and then we'll be ready to get out on track and take the run down towards turn 1, Abbey Corner here at Silverstone. And we'll be ready to head onto the track any second. Meantime, we can take a look at the grid as it shuffles out for the second race here of Division 4. Kenneth Tillman on the front row of that, with Eric Otterson just behind. That, of course, that dynamic battle between Dragon Lord and Legit Painter that we saw around Dubai. Thomas Stipe and Michael Prebeck will be on the second row of the grid, with Joe Grooms and Caleb Fincher on the third, and Jason Guillaume in 7th place on this grid. It's a really close set of drivers. I don't think we mentioned it earlier, Hannah, but it's almost 1.5 seconds, I think, that covers, or 2.5 seconds that covers the entire field in qualifying. Very, very close indeed.
And based on that first race, I'm so excited to watch them barrel in to turn 1 there and up through those the farm and the arena, because everyone's so close in competition here. It's going to be an interesting first lap as everyone shakes out that first lap nerves.
Here we go, on board with that battle between Dragon Lord and Legit Painter on the run through turn 1, and there's someone else who's a lot braver than both of them, who puts the track and puts the power down on track and pushes through on Abbey Corner. A lot of cars out wide through the tight right-hander at the top here of Farm, and now as we head back round onto the back straight of this track and the run round towards Brooklands and Luffield, we are all chaos, all smoke, and we'll wait for that to settle before looking up through the field and finding out who has settled where. Dragon Lord looks to have found a lead for himself here. Kenneth Tillman looks to have made himself a lead in this run through the first lap. MP Racing just behind. And I'll tell you what, that's exciting, Hannah, to see MP Racing up this high on the grid order. Michael Prebeck from Wisconsin wasn't somebody we spoke a lot about during race number 1. Great for him to get a moment to shine.
Yes, and he finished that 4th place spot at Dubai, but again, great run here, able to get up in that front, lead some laps, which is super cool to be able to do at a racetrack like this. But we finally have allowed everyone to shake out, like we said, those first couple turns jitters, and everyone now shaping up to try and race hard here with 4 laps at Silverstone. But you'd mentioned it, Dragon Lord to the lead there, acquired that win over the judgment call in that first race. So can he sweep both of these races? It's a possibility, because right now we're in the situation of he's been able to put that distance between himself and second place, but not by much. You've got second and third trailing him pretty hot on his tails, and such a difficult racetrack with very tight corners. It allows for a lot of opportunities for simple mistakes, as far as maybe just going into a corner too quickly and losing that track position. But everyone so far in that top 3 has been very smooth through their corners.
That's definitely been part of the skill set here that Silverstone really requires, really needs. A little bit deep on the brakes there for the 2 leaders as they run through Club and the last couple of corners here at Silverstone and begin their second lap. You're going to see them just edge over this curb, and ahead of you can see the grid on the ground and the cars settling down now, pushing across the line and heading towards Abbey once again. Kenneth Tillman, Dragon Lord, continues to lead the race, and it's MP Racing, Michael Prebeck, who's going to be in second. Michael Prebeck said that this event brings together everything he loves to do, combined in one event. That's Special Olympics, video games, and racing. Well, we couldn't be happier, Michael Prebeck, for you to have an event like this to enjoy. It's been fabulous watching you race so far, and powering down here, you can see how smooth and how well poised he has this Aston Martin GT12. And that's no easy thing to do, because this car is very, very powerful indeed.
And that it is, and it takes a lot of practice, but a lot of these drivers, again, have put in the time and the place there and the efforts to be good. And your 7th place runner there of Rodman Warren, Jason, out of Sacramento, Northern California, he said that he practiced every day leading up to this event and was constantly trying to improve his scores while playing video games, and he just loves to compete. And that's what's so cool about this, is they just love the competition. We all love the competition aspect of getting on the racetrack and competing with your friends, and I love hearing that a lot of the competitors love to go after their own best scores, try and be their own competitor as well throughout the midst of this. But it's so fun, and Jason's been a part of Special Olympics for almost 3 years, and while misses playing sports and seeing his fellow athletes in person, this has been a good part of it as well, because he likes creating the schemes as well on these cars and playing here on Xbox. So love that all these worlds are able to come together here, and hats off to be able to practice every day. It's showing with a good run.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm always stoked when we get on board with the Zillion here. We get to see the custom livery, his game tag on the back of it there, Maya Moth. That's Thomas Stipe, of course, who's driving that car. but it's been fabulous to see. Just back here, excuse me, with Maya Moth's car. What am I talking about? But nonetheless, Thomas Stipes, the guy behind the wheel, and a great paint that he put together for the event as well. Here we go now, just exiting Stowe for the second time, and we'll run down toward Club once again and get toward the end of the second lap here at Silverstone. The first 3 drivers all putting in pretty solid results so far. Dragon Lord has been running ahead and really has been untouchable. I've got to say, Dragon Lord's gamer tag comes from his love of Dragon Ball Z, and I would certainly say that Dragon Lord's power level is now well over 9,000. This guy, 9,100 in fact, looking at his gamer tag, the guy putting in a brilliant result here.
Absolutely, everyone again in those top 3, you can just see the finesse and the patience in executing these corners, staying right in that racing groove that we see the professionals run as well, and that showing as they continue to gap themselves throughout the field. And some people would say that you know, when cars get spread out like this, that it's sometimes difficult. But honestly, I kind of like to see, and I love to watch when cars are single like this, because you get to see more of the driver and how the driver thinks going through these corners when they're by themselves. And it's been fun to watch Dragon Lord here, because oftentimes you may not take a corner the exact same way, but if you watch Dragon Lord, he is hitting what we call his marks every single lap. He's pointed out things on the racetrack that he identifies as, you know, braking points and turning points. And you see the brake lights light up there on his car. It's so cool to watch, you know, these drivers thinking when they solo race like this, because it's so much more than people think. There's so many different mental attributes that go into performing at this level.
That's right. This is, I mean, as you say, this is athleticism that we're seeing here. The Special Olympics athletes out there putting all of their competition experience onto the circuit, learning, adjusting, and being brave, having that competitive spirit with this car. That's something that I think we've seen a lot of in this event. Just that bravery to let go of the brakes, to dab the throttle, to throw the car up the inside, to make the move. And, you know, coming into the event, that was one of the things that I wasn't sure about whether or not we'd see. It was like that thought, hey, I'm going to go side by side with somebody. I'm going to move alongside. I'm going to make a realistic move here. I'm going to make a move that insists that I come on through. And we've seen that in spades out there on track. Just a brilliant amount of that assertion that they're hungry for the position, that they want to get through and eventually be victorious in these races.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ali, you know, both you and I cover a lot of different series and different forms of racing where the competitors compete with each other on a weekly basis, if not have been competing against each other for years. And so there's almost a level of comfort in that for those drivers, knowing their fellow competitors and knowing their racing styles. So our drivers and athletes today already have the new challenge of racing against competitors and athletes that they don't have maybe prior experience with racing. And that's sometimes very difficult to try and figure out your fellow competitors on racetrack in such a short period of time, but they've all done that so well. Again, we've seen great battles all throughout the day, continue to see them in this race as well. So just one more notch of things that they've just continued to impress with, and getting on a racetrack with competitors you've never raced with and putting on phenomenal racing.
Oh, wow, that is a fantastic point. You know, for a lot of drivers out there, they'll be racing together not just in the given series that they're in for a number of years, but really coming up through feeder series together. There are drivers who will meet up when they're in elementary school and to spend their whole careers driving together and in the same series, and will know each other inside and out on track. Instead, we're seeing a lot of drivers out there today learning about the competitors who are around them and doing a fantastic job of understanding how that changes the way that they have to interact around those cars. And that's fantastic to see. We're on board here with third step on the podium runner on the last lap, Uzillian. That's Joe Grooms, 30 years old from Indiana and putting in a strong performance today. Up the road from him, MP Racing has held on, pushed on, and kept that gap to the leader, Michael Prebeck, in second place from Wisconsin, just 1 year younger, 29 years old, and with 9 years of Special Olympics experience. But the lead of the race, Dragon Lord 9100, has done an incredible job today. There is no two ways around it. Kenneth Tillman, after a stunning result in race number 1, now pushes toward the line at the close of lap number 2 with a last-minute move from MP Racing, a desperate move through the final chicane. But Kenneth Tillman will take the victory here in race number 2 of Division 4 of the Special Olympics virtual gaming event. Brilliant stuff.
Absolutely, you love to see it. Again, finished second, but was given that win in the first race and said, hey, I still have what it takes to win, collects that win. And Michael Prebeck turned heads that entire race with that second place run. And right at the end there, Joe Grooms making that move for the podium position. It paid off. All three of them phenomenal today.
Phenomenal, exactly. I loved that two quite cagey battles there we saw today. Kenneth Tillman, first of all, eyeing up against, looking back, it was Legit Painter in Dubai. And now in race number 2, and we can look at the replay of that as we go, Kenneth Tillman went up against MP Racer here. And again, that kind of dynamic where one driver is exerting pressure on the other one has to absorb that pressure and do his best to hit his marks and to do his to keep circulating around the track as we watch the somewhat chaotic start to the race there. To absorb that pressure and to exert that pressure is such an art form in racing, and these are two drivers here in division number 4 who have mastered that.
Yes, absolutely. And even more so, you know, the fact of being on a console. When you're in real life and you're in a car, you physically can feel the lean on of another driver. So you hit it there, Ali, to be able to find that and really work on that and know that limitation is so cool to watch and so cool to see. And you'd mentioned it, a couple of our athletes have really found that, and that's produced great results for them, entertaining racing for us.
Yeah, it's great to see. We're going to be heading in towards getting the results next for that second race. So hang tight for those, because they always change things up. Think back to Dubai, where it looked like nothing had gone on really, but Legit Painter picked up some in-race penalties, and those penalties ended up dropping him from first position to second. That was Eric Otterson losing out to Kenneth Tillman there for the victory. So Dragon Lord took victory in race number 1. And we've seen Kenneth Tillman cross the line in the lead of the second race. That doesn't guarantee anything. Adjudication still have to look through all this stuff and make sure it's all happened above board and by the rules of racing. I'm excited. I'm excited to see how division number 4 settles out, and the Aston Martin GT12 has certainly not disappointed for me at all. All right, so before we head on over there, let's chat a little bit about the event in general. You guys could donate if you're watching along using your Microsoft reward points, and keep in mind that every donation that you make before June the 30th will be doubled by Microsoft. So it's hugely, hugely impactful to send through a donation before that time.
And there's still time also to thank these athletes for inspiring you today. So you could go to flipgrid.com and post a message before the event ends. The show of support has been so great to see, and there are some really fun videos up there.
It's been absolutely fabulous. There's some incredible videos from some of the yeah, some really well-known faces up there, and yeah, definitely I would go there and check it out at very least, and perhaps post your own as well. Say a few words of support for your favorite athlete, or congratulate them for a particularly good result or a result that you'd be proud of. It's a fantastic space and a really nice thing to have together for this event, where everyone can kind of share their feelings and the things that they like about Special Olympics and this set of athletes. We've got the results ready though for race number 2, and we'll be able to see how things shook out in division number 4. Kenneth Tillman, with a win in the first race, is demoted to second in the second race, picks up 8 points, but it won't be enough to shake him off that top spot of the podium. Michael Pribek with a 5th place and assuming first position after post-race penalties in race number 2 will take 2nd place, and Eric Otterson back there in 3rd. Joe Grooms in 4th. Thomas Stipe does a great job there in 5th. Caleb Fincher in 6th, and Jason Gwillom there in 7th position, covering himself in glory. All 7 drivers putting in fantastic performances today.
Absolutely, Ali. It's been so fun to watch them. And again, the battle there with Dragon Lord and MP Racing on who was going to get those wins. Both of them, somewhat spread out on the racetrack. So it all goes back to looking at these race results right here and the numbers in front of us. Don't even tap into what took place on the racetrack and everything that went into these drivers and their laps that were raced today. So interesting to see how things have panned out.
All right, well, I mean,
with this Toyota Camry, it was cool to see the sports car aspect of not only the Aston Martin, but the Porsche, also the Shelby, the Hyundai. I think what we kind of saw with the Ford Shelby GT will probably be similar so in this Toyota Camry, because again, stock cars here, they were built for the road, the street, and that's originally what the Shelby GT was built for. So I'm so excited. I love going to these racetracks again each and every year. Love covering my home turf of NASCAR racing, and a beautiful race car that we get to cover nonetheless with the Special Olympics livery there. It's so much fun for me to do this and to be a part of this, and also get to bring my love of NASCAR into it.
Well, I gotta say, it's been such a pleasure having you along, Hannah Newhouse, with us in the studio today as we look through, the final division number 5, and they'll be racing, this 750 brake horsepower beast, naturally aspirated V8 car of tomorrow, NASCAR, and we'll be heading first of all to Watkins Glen. It's a circuit which is on the NASCAR calendar, and it's one where, I think, Hannah, you're much more familiar with it than me. What do you love about Watkins Glen?
Well, first off, the beautiful sights that come with Watkins Glen. It's always such an enjoyable racetrack to go to because it's a beautiful time of year that we do go there. But a little bit different than something we've seen all day is it got long, sweeping corners, somewhat that we saw in Sonoma, and it's got smooth, wide asphalt. So the drivers always love going here. It's definitely a driver's favorite on there. All of our overtaking opportunities, somewhat what we've seen at some of these other tracks, are in our braking zones, more or less in turn 1, 9, and 7, which are very tight, either hairpin or 90-degree turns. So these drivers are going to be set up for difficult overtaking in those more narrow areas, but nonetheless, they're going to take in a beautiful sight when they're racing here at Watkins Glen.
Yeah, I love racing here. It's such a smooth ribbon of asphalt. It's such a great place to lay a car out. You can just feel the grip from the front tires. You can feel the grip from the rear tires, especially on Forza Motorsport 7, where you can feel that understeer when you lean into the corners. You get on the power and the chassis peaks over itself and gives yourself a little bit of oversteer on corner exit. Fabulous stuff. This is the grid though as we're heading in to race number 1 of Division 5. On the front row, it's going to be the first from 3 drivers from Illinois, and it's EJ Davis, joined by the 2018 USA Games competitor, Indiana's Brady Allen. I don't know why I couldn't read that just now, but I couldn't. Brady Allen. Ben Gregory, also of Indiana, will need all of his 18 years Special Olympics experience to keep back Jonathan Blackman of Texas, the high school Hall of Famer known as Full Blast on the golf course. We'll see how that translates to the racetrack. From 5th on the grid, Illinois' Jack Clowitter has been competing in Special Olympics since he was just 2 years old, and he's joined by Colorado pentathlete Colton Rice, who says, "I've always liked cars and to race. All my video games are racing games." In 7th is basketball player Stephanie Lopez from Illinois, whose mum coaches the local team, and I'm sure we'll be watching on today. Big shout out there. As we head into this final match, Hannah, it reminds us more and more this is more than a competition for these athletes.
It is so much more. It's so cool to have the family involvement and the friendships that will be made leaving today's event. It's been so enjoyable for us to be a part of as well and get to know these athletes. And another thing too, we've talked about it throughout some of the other divisions, and even going into this, is what I love about esports and especially Forza is that it creates an even playing field for so many different reasons. I mean, if you look at our field, we could almost come up with the age versus youth thing here. We've got 2 drivers in the field that are 14 years old. Stephanie is 15 years old. And then you've got drivers like Jonathan that are 39 and 28 with Ben Gregory. So it's so cool, and not many sports that you can do that with, to create such an environment for anyone to be able to come and play. Your mom, your dad, your siblings, to be able to come and compete here. Nonetheless, looking forward to this final group of races.
Here we go then, run down towards turn 1 at Watkins Glen. Big moment outside of the T1. Plenty of runoff there, so you can afford to take a knock and keep on rolling. First place on the grid in the beautiful M&M's liveried Camry is going to be Grungy Raccoon. The guy known as EJ Davis set a pole position lap in qualifying and has a stance on that track and a poise on that track that says to me he's played a little bit of Forza Motorsport 7, knows what he's doing out there on the circuit. Through the inner loop, the leaders go, and Stephanie running through the inner loop now as well. Big sideways entry to the corner, but will make it quite neatly, honestly, and now toward the outer loop as well. A nice moment to think about the drivers we got here. Stephanie, 15 years old, a basketball player, and we're hopping back now to first position, the battle there. FB Bolts, this is Jonathan Blackman, Full Blast, who's just taken the lead of the race, a Hall of Famer at his high school, and certainly about to be a Hall of Famer, I think, in the NASCAR Hall of Fame. This guy absolutely flying through lap 1.
And he's sporting that Kyle Busch scheme, and Kyle Busch, no stranger to Watkins Glen, has seen plenty of success there as well in his Toyota Camry. And so only fitting here that Joe Gibbs Toyota Camry out front at the moment. If you're familiar with NASCAR, you know the success that Kyle Busch has had, and his driver doing just that, proving that Jonathan Blackmore is up front here, and it's so cool to see that on Watkins Glen at the moment. But the elevation changes at the moment, you've seen a couple drivers having to adapt the corners and the barriers that are actually run here at Watkins Glen make for difficult eyesight around corners. You can't see up and around corners, so it almost creeps up on some of the drivers, as I like to say, not realizing maybe where the course goes. But riding along here with your 3rd place of EJ Davis, again, 14 years old, started on the pole and running in that 3rd spot. It's so cool to be able to say that this 14-year-old is maneuvering and navigating Watkins Glen in a NASCAR Cup Series car. It's phenomenal to watch.
Yeah, I think in real world you would need some padding on the seat, I expect, to get
and
the
some pedal extensions
line over the dash. That's right. But doing an incredible job here on Forza Motorsport 7, managing a 725 brake beast around this track, front engine, rear wheel drive, and plenty of horsepower to get the rubber spinning. This is WDW Runner we're on board with now. WDW Runner started the race in 2nd position. This is Brady Allen, 25-year-old, and his gamer tag comes from his marathon running. He completed the Walt Disney World Marathon earlier on this year with WDW. This guy taking a moment away from running and putting some laps down on Forza Motorsport 7.
And that's so cool. What a place to go compete at a marathon at Disney World like that. Hats off. Me and running, we don't do well together. Me and cardio. I prefer to do my cardio up and down on pit road at NASCAR races. But so cool to do that and to be able to also incorporate that into his gamer tag. But Allie, we've got kind of a battle here shaping up. We talked about the age versus youth. We've got 3 drivers from Illinois and 2 from Indiana. So you've got the Midwest folks here kind of taking over this 5th division.
Is that right? As we hop on board with Colton Rice, the only representative here of Colorado in the entire event today. So Colton Rice coming out here and doing a brilliant job. I've got to say as well, Colton's livery is just brilliant. You can see his name there emblazoned on the left-hand side and the right-hand side of the car. The big number 1, and he's got a skull and crossbones on the bonnet for good measure as well. Big old American flag over the roof. That is a NASCAR if I've ever seen one. It looks absolutely brilliant out there on track.
Yes, it does. And Colton, not only can he decorate his race cars, it's been so cool. He's been involved in the Special Olympics since 7th grade, and even more so, we joke about having used our travel miles today to go to Germany and go to a lot of other places, but he's actually got to travel to some really cool places. He traveled to Baku, Azerbaijan, and I'm hoping I said that correctly, for the first World Youth Leadership Conference, and he taught the local youth how to play Uno. That's super cool. Half the time I'm not even sure I know the rules to Uno. But so cool to get that travel opportunity and to go and be with the youth over there. It's great. And now he went back to his high school to teach and coach basketball. It's so cool to hear that from Colton Rice and all the experiences that he's had, and then also to be able to come here and compete today. And I love the fact that the back bumper is checker print. It's so appealing to watch.
It's brilliant, and you know, I've said it so many times throughout this competition, throughout rehearsals, and throughout chatting about the show in general. All the athletes we've seen out there are just so inspiring, and it's so great to be able to chat about them throughout the event. They have these amazing stories, and it's fantastic and a great honor and privilege to be able to feature them. Hopping on board here with prototype 1354, Ben Gregory of Indiana. 28 years old with 18 years of Special Olympics experience, heading through what's called the toe of the boot here at Watkins Glen, the boot extension to the track. You can kind of see why it's called that in the bottom right of the mini map. It looks a little bit like a shoe, sort of sticking off of the track and then running down now towards the heel. Looks like a smooth run for Ben Gregory as he locks up a little bit heading through the brake zone, but gathers the car up very nicely indeed and continues to power out. Now we're on board with Jonathan Full Blast Blackman once again, and this guy, a brilliant runner, and we could see how well he'd done early in the race where he just moved up, sluiced his way through the field. But now, Hannah, a different challenge is sort of starting to develop. Colton Rice has been closing the gap incrementally, sector after sector, corner after corner, closing up, and very, very soon, I believe before this race is complete, there will be a battle for the lead, and we'll see whether Jonathan Full Blast Blackman can hold on up against Colton Rice.
And Colton Rice has him within the distance to start challenging, and he's been quick thus far, reeling in our leader of Jonathan, like you mentioned there. And Jonathan going through the corners, the tail end of that race car starting to slide out, and you almost get a little nervous when you see someone in your rearview mirror, and there it is. Around the outside of him, he will go. Colton Rice will take that lead on the last lap here from Jonathan. Can he set him up for this final lap? There's a couple more corners left, but right now, Rice in the lead.
Brilliant move, an opportunistic move, waited for a chance, and there you go. Colton Rice of Colorado takes the lead of the race. Just one lap remaining, and we're sitting on board here with FB30 Bolt, Jonathan Blackman, looking forward up the road, and he'll be thinking, where can I make that move back? Which part of this track can I use to my advantage to slip on past Colton Rice? Has had a brilliant amount of awards from Special Olympics. Athlete of the Year for outstanding participation and advocacy stands out for Jonathan Blackman. What an amazing thing to achieve. And out here on the track, he's certainly showing why he's got that award. Great runner and a great race here at Watkins Glen.
Yeah, and Ali, you'd mentioned earlier in the race that Colton has always liked cars, and all of his video games are racing games, and that's paying off right now. That's shown that he has the capabilities of racing on these video games and having the car control. So amazing to see.
Unbelievable. Yeah, I mean, you're right. It's an amazing amount of skill from Colton Rice, who took the lead just at the end of lap 4 of 5. We are seeing up on the ticker there that sadly, second place runner Jonathan Blackman has disconnected on the final lap. Your heart goes out to him because it was an impassioned race and a brilliant race that he put together so far. Unable to finish it, but hopefully we'll be able to see Jonathan Blackman in race number 2. I certainly hope we'll have him back for the final race today. For now, though, as we come through the final corner, Colton Rice revs up the engine for one more time, uses all that 725 horsepower, and pushes it across the line to take his first victory in the 2020 Special Olympics Xbox virtual gaming event. What a drive from Colton Rice, who pushed his way up through that field and made it happen for himself.
And I loved the drift around the last corner to take that checkered flag. It's almost like he knew that he had a great race car and a great run. So I'm gonna put on a little show here coming to the checkered flag, and he did that. A phenomenal run by Colton. Looking forward to the next one of Road America, because Colton's got something figured out here.
I tell you what though, Anna, it's a quiet performer behind him. EJ Davis didn't talk a lot about Grungy Raccoon here, who started on pole position, but he held on there for a second place finish, provisionally at least. And that's a fantastic result for the 14-year-old from Illinois. It's all about consistency. We've said this time and time again throughout the show. It's all about getting the results in, and second really sets you up for a strong result coming into race number 2.
Absolutely it does. It's about the combination of both of these races. So with that good foundation of this first race, the possibilities are endless for the second race for EJ Davis.
All right, well, we can check out the replay from that first race at Watkins Glen and a few of the highlights of what was a pretty cracking race. A lot of chaos at the start, a lot of bumping, a lot of grinding at the start, but once they settle down into it, these athletes put on an amazing show for us. Grungy Raccoon there with a slide, but it was this was really the story of the race. Colton Rice pushing his way up through the field, a slow and measured drive from Colton, who managed to eventually close down the gap to the leader and did put the move on. It was heartbreak after that for Jonathan Blackman, previously in the lead, JB Bolt, who eventually would disconnect before the end of the race. Very sad indeed, although we certainly hope to see him back in race number 2. What a race, though. Brilliant stuff from Rice.
Yeah, absolutely. And you'd mentioned it there, Jonathan Blackmore. I'm really hoping he's able to join us in that second race. I know he'll be excited to join the second race and capitalize on a good run that he had going in the first one. And you'd mentioned it was unfortunately disconnected. It's like a virtual blown motor here in the world of esports. So hopefully they can change that motor real quick and get him back loaded in for the second race, because I think it would have been a great show between him and our winner there of Colton Rice.
Yeah, you're so right. You're so right. It was a very close run, and I think there's every single chance that if we see Jonathan Blackman out there again, racing again, that he'll be able to put in just as strong a performance. We're already looking at the hero car heading around the track at our final track, and that's Road America. It's a circuit which is a little bit different to Watkins Glen, but both of them quite speed-oriented circuits. Hannah, what's your impression of this track, and who do you think it'll suit best?
Well, Colton Rice obviously has shown that he has these stock cars figured out, and to before you even talk about the racetrack, these cars are so difficult to drive just because they are not built for the road courses. They're not built to maneuver. The suspension, the brakes on them are usually just not built for this. So Colton has shown that he's got them figured out. But before we even talk about the racetrack in Road America, it's based in Wisconsin, and I don't know if you know anything about Wisconsin, Allie, but they've got great cheese curds. So I always look forward to going to Road America for those cheese curds, and then second, great stock car racing. But there's tons of elevation changes, and that's where a lot of these guys will attempt their overtaking and their passes because it's so difficult to see. And of course, the carousel, it's literally almost a quarter. It's almost a full circle, and that's so difficult with these stock cars to get that tight corner. You're almost 360ing it there, and they're so heavy. So it'll be interesting to see how these drivers try that corner, if they use it for a passing zone, or maybe if they go into protect mode, which is where we often see contact.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, just going back to the cheese curds for a second, I've heard of these. I think cheese curds might be like an American thing. I'm not quite sure what a cheese curd is, I guess, is the problem. It doesn't sound good. I'm not sure what a curd means. Sounds like something that might naturally occur on the top of milk. If you
so
leave
do you
it
know what
too long.
mozzarella sticks are?
Sure, yeah. Great.
Okay, so it's basically like bite-sized mozzarella sticks. So instead of being like sticks that are dipped in the breadcrumb and then deep fried, it's like little tiny like cheese balls that are battered and then deep fried. They're super good.
Yeah, stick a fork in me and throw me in a bath full of them.
Yep.
Sounds great. Mozzarella sticks for the soul. It's race results coming up next. We've got Colton Rice taking 10 points and the victory in race number 1. Brady Allen in second with EJ Davis in third. Ben Gregory fourth place with Stephanie Lopez in fifth. Jonathan Blackman in sixth, and Jack Clowitter in second place. All still to race for, though, as we head through towards Division 5's second and final race around Road America, a track that's going to separate out the drivers in a slightly different way, I suspect, from Watkins Glen. It's going to be fascinating to see how that works out over the course of the race. Looking at these results, though, Hannah, is there anything that jumps out to you?
Well, I'm looking forward to watching Stephanie Lopez. She got off to a great start at the beginning of race 1, was up in the top 3 for some time there, and then was shuffled to that 5th spot. So I think that she took a lot away from Watkins Glen and is going to apply that to Road America. So looking forward to watching her and what she's learned from race 1 and how she'll apply it to race 2. And also, you know, EJ Davis and Brady Allen also were there at the tail end of the race, but just needed that little extra oomph to be able to catch up to our leader of Colton Rice. This could be the racetrack that they find that niche in, with it being such a high-speed racetrack, something that we didn't see as much in Watkins Glen.
Yeah, no, right. Yeah, very true. It's a long old run down towards turn 1 as well, especially on lap number 1. And the drivers will have a decent amount of speed on them by the time they get there. You got to keep in mind, this NASCAR, it's a lot of things, but a light car it is not. 3,300 pounds to try and get slowed down, to try and get stopped. And that's no easy task. So I suspect that a few cars will be out there on the outside run of turn 1. At the same time, it's all about who picks it up best. It's all about how that consistency develops throughout the race. And that's been the really fascinating thing to watch here in today's racing. We're getting ready to head on out onto the circuit for race number 2. And just before we do, we can check out the grid and how things are shuffling out. Colton Rice, after a convincing victory in the first race, will take that pole position. Brady Allen alongside of him. EJ Davis in third with Ben Gregory in fourth place. Stephanie Lopez making quiet and steady progress up to 5th from 7th. That's a cracking result throughout race number 1. We didn't talk about that, but worth mentioning. Jonathan Blackman coming back into the lobby after a disconnect in 6th, and Jack Clowitter in 2nd place on that grid. This is going to be very, very interesting indeed. We've seen a lot of the drivers already out there on track and how they measure up. Do you think Jonathan Blackman can make it through this grid to threaten Colton Rice all the way back from 6th, Hannah?
Yes, absolutely, I do. We've got 5 laps here at Road America, and Maybe not in the beginning part of the course, but if he can stay there with the close racing pack when we get through basically 5 through 11 and up through the carousel, that's going to be the moment for Jonathan to capitalize on the tight pack and make that track position up. I think he could be up there to battle for the win.
All right, well, we are going to go trackside any second now and be running down toward that first turn. It's a long straight and a 90-degree right at the end of it. You're going to have to watch out for those brake markers on the left-hand side and judge your moment to get onto the anchors here with this NASCAR. And I mean anchors. The thing is a boat under braking. There is a very... you sort of file a letter and ask it to slow down, and it may or may not acquiesce to that request. Through turn 1, though, they all go, and remarkably cleanly as well, as we run here with Grungy Raccoon, EJ Davis, who slides in a massive way, big spin, and we see the roll flaps there pop up on the NASCAR to stop it from flipping over on itself. EJ Davis with a big slide through turn 2, and now the run down towards turn number 5 at the bottom of the hill. We're on board with Colton Rice once again. 4th place, but looking up the field towards this battle right here between Prototype and the other 2 drivers fighting for the podium. That's Bolt and Rice already. So a WDW runner slipping down to 4th. Wow, though, Bolt already in the lead.
Exactly, he timed that just right, made it through the first couple turns, and watched everyone else figure the racetrack out. My guess would have to be he already had this racetrack figured out coming into this event, because he timed it perfectly from 7th place to 1st place within the first lap. This is his redemption run, as we can call it. Like we said, he disconnected during that first race, a virtual blown engine, as I like to say, and has now rejoined and is ready to, prove that he had a good run going for him in that first race. So I love watching him because he's so smooth, and again, that's something huge with these stock cars because they're so heavy. Getting them slowed down, it's a momentum race for them, and not trying to manhandle these race cars where they don't want to go. As crazy as it sounds, you almost have to let the car tell you where it wants to go, and he's doing that. You saw him use the whole racing surface, go all the way out to the wall. Didn't touch the wall, but kind of let the car go where he wanted it to keep up. But don't look now, here comes Rice, Colton Rice in that 2nd spot, already trying to work down our leader of Jonathan Blackmore. It was shaping up to be a good battle in the first race, and now I think this is the time that these two had set it up for. It's going to be another battle for your front position.
Yeah, it's going to be excellent to watch on board right now with Colton Rice as he eyes forward up the road across the line to start the 2nd lap of the race. And ahead of him, the only driver between Colton Rice and those 10 points for the victory is Jonathan Blackman. Has been running a good race so far, straight up from almost the back of the pack to the lead in the midpoint of lap 1. It was an unbelievable start for FB30 Bolt. And now on lap number 2, that pressure starts to build up again, just as we saw at Watkins Glen. And we get another bite of that apple, that sweet, sweet apple of competitive Forza Motorsport 7, as the 2 of them begin to close the gap. And you start to see whether or not Colton Rice has it in him to put the move together on the driver ahead. Absolutely awesome battle that we're in store for.
It is indeed, and you can see Colton want to close that gap so quickly. Just wasn't able to get slowed down there, and I'd said it in a previous race, when we go to these courses that have grass and sand pits like that, and you see the drivers lose control almost in those parts of the course being on the grass. It's like putting, again, soap on your hardwood floor and taking a run at it. You have no traction, and you're just going to slip and slide. So being able to regain control of these cars, get them back on the asphalt racing surface, is the key here to be able to reel back in the leader. And so again, your leader right now, though, in front here in that Kyle Busch car. It's so cool again to see that with just all of my history here in NASCAR. Your leader, contact here with Prototype, though. Again, Prototype, I believe, is in that 4th spot and goes into the dirt there. He'll have to get that car back on the racing surface.
Yeah, WDW runner and Prototype coming together there. That's Brady Allen and Ben Gregory, 25 and 28, and both out of Indiana. So 2 drivers from the same state, no team orders, it looks like. from the Indiana Special Olympics organization. We're back on board here with Prototype, who's back on track and already running very well indeed. We mentioned it earlier on, but any contact you see won't result in damage to the cars here. The damage isn't set on, it's just cosmetic, so maybe you'll get a bump or a scratch on the paintwork, but nothing will stop working internally for the car, and you won't have to worry about anything like that. Prototype already back on track, but up the road, Colton Rice continues to chase down the leader. That's Jonathan Blackman, and we're back on board with Rice right now. He's a soccer player with the Colorado Rapids. He won Male Athlete of the Year in his senior year and represented USA in youth leadership. As Hannah said earlier on, this guy has done it all, seen it all, and has a huge amount of experience under his belt at the young age of only 19 years old, already able to dish out a huge amount of pressure. I will say, though, the guy he's dealing with is plenty experienced on his own right as well. Jonathan Blackman, I wanted to add, is a medal winner at the World Games in 5K running. And that, for me, says that he's in for the endurance. He's able to take the pressure for a long period of time. He's able to deal with it as we pass the back marker there, running through towards the carousel. Bolt, of anybody out there on track, has that endurance and that ability to persevere.
And that he does. He's been able to stay focused for the 3 of the 5 laps in the book so far. And that's difficult at these race courses because there's so many different aspects of the racetrack that you need to be sure that you're not over driving or overshooting because one simple move could close the gap, and we've seen it as Colton Rice continues to reel in Jonathan Blackman there, and he'll get almost to his back bumper and then almost gets a little excited and is unable to get his vehicle slowed down, and that results in him going off course. And then you see the gap, open back up again between those two. So right now, Colton Rice, with a good run, has managed to start to reel Bolt back in, but it's going to be a matter of over this hill and into that turn 1. Is he going to be able to get his car slowed down? Because this is the same turn that Colton tends to lose a little bit of space on Jonathan for. But Ali, you said it there. He's got the experience. He has been so precise in every single one of these laps. The patience is there. It's just going to be a matter of Colton borrowing a little bit of that patience to catch him and then let the battle ensue.
It's such an interesting art, motorsport, and this is why I love casting it, I love calling it, I love chatting about it with people like yourself, Hannah. It's fantastic amount of skills that come together to make the ideal driver, and almost every driver out there has one or two of these skills in abundance, and other ones are things that other drivers have instead. Rice with that bare pace to absolutely storm it on the one lap here, but not able to quite close up when the pressure gets particularly high. On the other side of that, Jonathan Blackman with this absolutely incredible ability to absorb pressure, to put in a consistent performance under incredible endurance, and that's been fantastic to see as well. So many qualities on display here from the Special Olympics athletes as we run through the carousel for the 4th time of asking and approach the beginning of the final lap of this race. The kink here that we're heading up onto on the back straight, one of the hardest corners in all of the world of motorsport, and a little tap off the throttle there, a little wide from Jonathan Blackman, who's going to touch the grass and surely will be caught up somewhat there by Colton Rice, who sluices on by in the run down toward Canada corner and will take the lead of this second race. Rice already wide though, and Jonathan Blackman will be eyeing forward thinking this isn't over, there's still more I can do about it. 1 lap remains on the books.
And this is what we called. We knew if these two drivers were able to catch each other, Colton capitalizing on Jonathan's case of the speed wobbles. You saw him carry that momentum, get loose, and finally was able to recollect, but that allowed Colton to close that gap, pass him, gain that top running position. We have plenty of corners left though here in the final lap. So this is the final lap of the final division today at Road America here. And Colton right now has to remain calm. We've seen Blackman remain calm this entire race. Now it's Colton's turn. He's got to keep his competition behind him.
Absolutely right. And anybody looking at that slide off track, anyone who's played Forza has made that mistake previously. A little bit of a moment there for Jonathan Blackman, and one that's so common in the world of motorsport. I was saying as we came into the corner, one of the hardest corners out there, and certainly a very understandable little slide there as Colton Rice gets it wide at T5. It's going to close that gap out once again as we run towards 6, and the long, complex, sort of infield feeling section here at Road America. This battle not over at all, and it's going to go and go. Just less than a car length between the two of them now as they head down and run toward the carousel for the 5th and final time. Just ahead, Colton Rice with a little bit of a wide line there through the corner before the carousel, and Bolt closes up with a sweet apex. I'm going to go touch 2 apexes through the carousel. Nice wide center of the corner, close the thing in. Both of them doing a beautiful job of that line. And now as we head down toward the kink, it's all going to come down to who can keep their foot in it better. Colton Rice with a little bit of a moment there on the exit of the corner and carrying more speed down the straight. Jonathan Blackman may have a chance here before the end of the race. I'm absolutely loving this as the two of them head through Canada corner. Just 2 bends remain. It's still so close. I think both drivers think they can still win this. It's going to come down to one. It's going to come down to who gets onto that back straight earlier, who can put down the 700 odd horsepower of this car on the run up the hill here at Road America. It's going to be a drag race, and Colton Rice surely has done enough now as he puts the throttle down and heads toward the finish line. Colton Rice will provisionally take victory at Road America, and just behind Jonathan Blackman. What a run he gave him, and how proud he should be of his performance. All of the drivers out there doing brilliantly.
Absolutely, and this is exactly what we asked for. We've seen it in a couple other races, and these guys put up a similar and phenomenal show. Colton Rice there and Jonathan Blackman for the battle there. And prototype Ben Gregory in that 3rd spot out of Indiana. Started in the 3rd spot, finished 3rd here in the 2nd race. Consistency is key, as we've talked about in the points battle.
It absolutely is, and this is where our attention really goes to next. You know, right now we're in the moment. Absolutely, Colton Rice, great performance there. Jonathan Blackman the same. Ben Gregory absolutely as well. But your attention already, you know, it moves on to think about the amount of points that these drivers have scored, how those points are going to add together, and what positions they're going to be in once we see how race 1 and race 2 combine. We'll head there very, very shortly indeed. Looking back at that race, it was a cracker, and we can see some of the replay of it right now. The highlights of that trip to Road America. The run down towards turn 1 was absolutely brilliant. Rice with that bright red car. I love the paint he put together for this event. It's been brilliant to see it out there on track. And it was that early lead, all the way from back of the grid for Jonathan Blackman, that was slowly chipped away at throughout the race, eventually Rice managing to make the pass. Wow, what a race. Looking back on it, Hannah, so much dynamics happening there.
To be able to go from that last starting position and to the lead, and then challenge for the win throughout the entire race. And then for someone like Colton, who had won the previous race and knew that he had a chance here at a 2nd back-to-back win. Both these drivers put on phenomenal shows, great battles, and it was different strategies, like you'd said. One of them being patient and calm, the other one being aggressive and putting everything he had into catching the leader. Different skills and different dynamics, both putting these drivers at the top of their podium here to compete for that win. But nonetheless, a couple of the other drivers behind them as well had great runs as well. We saw Brady Allen, you know, with that 3rd place spot at Watkins Glen. He'd put together a solid run here at Road America, but it's just the difficulty of the twists and the turns and the elevation changes that can really differentiate drivers' runs.
You're right, and it comes down to that minutiae, just the tiny details which make all the differences. Here at Road, America, there's a little bit more of an older asphalt. It's a little bit more sort of cracked, a little bit more sort of what you think of as micro bumps. These aren't grand undulations in the track surface. We're not going up and down hills, but rather it's just an older asphalt. And you can feel that in Forza Motorsport 7, just the cracks and the divots and the various different areas of the track which will give you more grip or less grip. And all that kind of stuff adds up and will make one driver with one driving style feel safer, it'll make them feel faster, it'll let them get on the power earlier, and it'll disadvantage other drivers with other driving styles. So many details here. We can check out the results though from that second race at Road America and see how things added up in Division 5 for the points as well. I'm excited to see how this ends up, especially because we've had such a close run throughout the mid-pack of this competition. Colton Rice, 2 big 10s there on the leaderboard. You absolutely love to see it. Great job from him. Brady Allen in second place with an 8 and a 4, giving him 12. And third and fourth, tied on 11 points, Ben Gregory and Jonathan Blackman. Keep in mind, it's the tiebreaker for people who have the same amount of points is who qualified into the event with the higher position. So Ben Gregory getting it done in qualifying and managing to get himself up ahead of Jonathan Blackman. EJ Davis in 5th with Stephanie Lopez in 6th place and Jack Clowitter in 2nd. Hannah, looking at those results, they tell such a story, especially for Colton Rice, who put all that time in, built himself this beautiful car, and came out and did an awesome job.
And that indeed, and what a way to end the racing action on track today. I'm obviously a little biased here in my love of NASCAR and the circuits that we go to, but nonetheless, all of the tracks put on great racing, the different divisions that we saw, all of these drivers contributed in very different ways, both on and off the racetrack and the racing action, and bringing the excitement to today's event.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I mean, I love this. I love this division as well. I think they put in some beautiful racing. For me, it comes down to maybe this one versus the Porsche Cayman GT4 for the ultimate, most exciting racing that we saw out there. Regardless, let's head on over to the Minecraft arena and, well, get ourselves back accustomed with a place that we just love to be. Here we are back in this beautiful environment. There's something on the desk. Unsure what it is. Some kind of, I would say, seagull.
It's a chicken.
It a seagull?
It's a chicken.
We've been invaded by chickens. There's chickens everywhere now. This has been
there
why
are so
this
many chickens. This is
fantastic.
Wonderful. First we had snowball fights. Now we have chickens.
Absolutely brilliant. Right, where are we? I had to gather myself together here. The racing at the 2020 Special Olympics Xbox virtual gaming event may be done for the day, but the celebration for these divisions 4 and 5 athletes are just beginning. Digital high fives all around then, and well, can we high five in Minecraft? Unsure, with a little block hand. I'd give it a try, but I don't want either of us to fall off the car to death as well. Here we are, though, at the podium and ready to go through the drivers there.
Yeah, I haven't quite mastered these controls either, so we'll just play safe, stay up here on our podium. The chicken is, I think, giving one of us advice. Oh, the chicken was shooed, so it is no longer on our thing here. I mean, we've got chickens, we've got snowballs, we've got pools. We're all hanging out inside a fire. It's been so cool, but thank you again to Minecraft and Microsoft Stores teams for going the extra mile and building such an innovative way for this celebration since we can't be all together. And the athletes as well, they've put in so much hard work training for this event. A few had never even played Forza Motorsport 7 before a few weeks ago, and that just speaks to the confidence and their spirit that the Special Olympic instills in their athletes. It's so incredible.
Oh, well, we certainly had fun watching these athletes give everything they got out there on track. Now it's time for them to relax and savor the moment as we recognize each and every one of them, starting with the highlights from Division 4. We'll have those in just 1 minute for you, but it's been a brilliant competition so far. Here we are at Dubai with the Aston Martin GT12 and the car just gliding through the circuit. It's a beautiful looking vehicle, but one which can be a little bit difficult to drive, especially with that very long wheelbase. It means when it snaps, it really snaps in a big way. We saw some cracking racing here though between Legit Painter and Dragon Lord. Wow, did Dragon Lord do well.
And that he did, was able to capitalize on the situation. But Ali, you'd mentioned it there, just a breathtaking circuit as a whole, the different dynamics of being under a tunnel and then out in the desert and then in the city circuit, and with a unique car like the Aston Martin Vantage GT12. It was so cool to see, but a lot of drivers, we had to shake the field up once or twice there throughout both of the runs, not only there but at Silverstone as well, as you can see here. Dragon Lord though was untouchable. He ran a great race, that driver out of Mississippi.
Yeah, that was absolutely brilliant. We'll have results from that first, from division number 4 any second now. Of course, the second race was at Silverstone, first one at Dubai. And there you go, Kenneth Tillman, Dragon Lord, 9,100. Did a fantastic job to get a first position and a second position and come in the lead. Michael Prebeck in second place, Eric Otterson in third, and Joe Grooms in fourth overall. Here we are, landing back in the green room. And it looks like we've got those chickens just about under control.
Yeah, it looks like they've leashed up all of the chickens. So with the chickens under control, I think it's time that we finally get our athletes out here from Division 4. It looks like their chickens are in good hands.
Perfect then. And in that case, without further ado, we can check out the athletes here on the podium. In 7th place, it was Jason Guillaume from Northern California.
And Jason looking forward to this opportunity in competing in esports. Again, these athletes able to create their own skins and avatars. So cool to see Jason's put together there and on the podium.
Caleb Fincher coming in 6th place for Texas.
And out of San Antonio, again, consistent in the 5th place starting spot, a 6th place finish for him. Again, love seeing these avatars.
In 5th place, it's Thomas Stipe from North Carolina.
And he painted his own car. It was cool to watch that with Maya Moth on it, and also was looking forward to showing his skills today. He did just that.
4th place now, we've got Joe Grooms from Indiana.
Had that 5th place run at Dubai, but improved, and it was awesome to watch him improve with a 3rd place finish at Silverstone.
And now heading up to the bronze step on the podium, Eric Otterson. Absolutely brilliant run for the driver from Utah.
Yes, he led a lot of laps and showed that he was one of the competitive drivers and put the time and the effort in going into the event, and that paid off for him. Second position is Michael Prebeck. What a run for Wisconsin's driver. Yes, he had that 4th place finish and then wanted the win in the second one, was contending for it, and came home in 2nd.
All right, well, on that top step of the podium, it's Kenneth Tillman, and what a great performance from him.
That it was. We saw him go from 6th to 2nd. How it was great through cars and traffic, navigated 2 very difficult racetracks, and that landed here on the top of the podium. So congratulations to Kenneth Tillman.
And let's take a moment to give a round of applause to all the drivers from Division 4. Absolutely fantastic to see them out there on the podium, and just brilliant to, more than that, just a privilege to call their racing. Wonderful stuff.
That it is indeed, and again, the chickens have now been contained, so it's cool to see everyone up there on the podium being honored. The chickens have been contained and wrangled in, and just looking back on these races that these drivers have ran today, watching them improve from race 1 to race 2 and how things figured out, and then Division 5 again, that didn't disappoint either.
That's right, yeah. Division 4 had some cracking racing. Great to see all the drivers behind us standing on their steps of the podium. And now let's look forward to Division number 5. The next one coming up, and we can look at highlights of the racing from there. Of course, in the NASCAR, first of all, we went to Watkins Glen, and the drivers proved themselves out there on track. It was some strong racing, some great racing. Grungy Raccoon off of pole position had a tough start, and it was Colton Rice, of course, who pushed his way up through this field. Did have a battle with Jonathan Blackman eventually. Sadly, Jonathan Blackman suffering that sort of car breakdown of a disconnect midway through this race, but not before they had this tight little moment. Colton up the inside of Blackman, and there it is, the move for the lead. The second race here took us to Road America, and it was a very similar affair in many ways. Colton Rice chasing down Jonathan Blackman over a series of laps.
And it was indeed, again, Blackman trying to make up for that disconnect in race 1 and showed that he was capable of it. Got out to that early lead, and then it was down to Colton trying to track him down. And each lap, he got closer and closer and closer until he was finally at that point to capitalize. And that's when he did. He showed the skill that he has collected from playing many years of motorsports video games by making that pass on Blackman. And the rest is history. Colton sweeping both of those races.
The rest is history. Absolutely right. Let's check out the results there from Division 5. Colton Rice with that 2 big 10s at the top of the leaderboard. Brady Allen in second place. Ben Gregory will be third, with Jonathan Blackman fourth, EJ Davis, Stephanie Lopez, and Jack Cloetta in fifth, 6th, and 7th. It was a cracking performance across the field. And I gotta say, close racing, not just at the front, although we focused a lot on the front, but also some really great racing a little further behind. All those drivers, you can see how close they were on points.
Yes, indeed. And you can see, I think it's cool to have the Illinois competitors there in 5th, 6th, and 7th, all of them at one point having a great race. And I think it's cool to be able to race your fellow competitors and athletes in your home state, all of them representing. And then Colorado, cool, being the only driver from the lone state. And we talk about representing their states as athletes, and they did just that today. It was so cool to be able to represent so many different states here in this event for the first time, and many of these drivers competing for the first time representing their states in esports. Some have a long-standing relationship with esports and their state. So cool to see that and be able to tie that in together, putting together runs and making their states proud.
Yeah, absolutely right. Colorado, maybe they should send a few more drivers next time as well. We'll get a few more representatives from Colorado out there on the field. Seems to work for them. Absolutely awesome. We are working our way towards the awards ceremony for the 5th division, but before we get there, wow, what an event it's been so far. Just thinking back to all the different divisions that we've had out there on track, all the different drivers we've had out there, and so many great stories. People who've been supported by their families, people who've been supported by their communities, and people as well who have done so much work to support Special Olympics in supporting people. It's such a community that we're looking at here, and I think we just have to remember that for a moment.
Yeah, absolutely, Ali. And to be able to put this event together, so many teams came together to create this event between Minecraft. Again, we're not able to celebrate in person and honor these athletes. So for Minecraft and Microsoft to work together to create a virtual world for us to all be able. First off, it's crazy that we live in times that we can do that. That we're able to be all across the country from each other right now, but at the same time, we're all together and in the same place. And it's very, I'm so thankful that we're in a time that we're able to do that. And what better place to do it than the awesome stadium that was built for us. And to be able to take these cars across the country, whether that's to Dubai or to California or to the UK even, and race and give these athletes the opportunity. It's been so fun and such an honor to work alongside everyone here and call these athletes races, because this is just the beginning of so many great accomplishments.
I couldn't agree more. I could not agree more. A fantastic event today so far, and we still have the awards ceremony for the 5th division to come. Looking back though, Hannah, and putting you on the spot, what was your best overtake from the day? Looking back at all of them, all the divisions, which moment of overtaking are you looking back on and thinking, gonna watch that again in a sec?
Man, that's tough. We had multiple races that they passed for the win, the lead, the second spot on the last corner of the last lap. I think you can't deny that one of the most exciting finishes was across the start-finish line at the Brickyard backwards. That's stuff you see in the movies, so that's one I'm going to be excited about replaying for quite some time.
Well, if you guys are watching along and looking forward to ways of getting involved with the Special Olympics community, you can donate to Special Olympics using your Microsoft reward point. Couldn't be easier. We've seen such a huge amount of donations over the course of the day. It's been absolutely staggering. And I mean, first of all, we want to thank you so much for being so generous. Keep in mind that Microsoft will match your donation if you put it down up until June the 30th. So there's a great incentive to get that in sooner rather than later.
And we had so much support early on and throughout today's event with people donating their rewards points. It was incredible to get the updates throughout this. And pictured here is one of our competitors from today. That's Tim Dempsey. Again, competed at the 2018 games up in Seattle for esports, won at that. So awesome to have one of our athletes pictured here. And again, just thank you to everyone that has supported thus far. We still have a short period of time left in the event, but you can donate, like Ali said, up until June 30th, and Microsoft will match those. So hats off to everyone at Microsoft for doing that, and also those that have donated thus far.
Well, if you guys have a phone with a camera on it, then you should head on over to Flipgrid and send your best wishes over to the athletes who have been out on track today. We've got a Flipgrid folder there that you can head on over to if you follow the link and get your message up there. Either a message of, hey, you really inspired me with what you did, or any other message that you might have for the drivers. It's all good stuff. We are going to head now, though, over to the Minecraft arena and toward, well, once again, the award ceremony for the 5th division. What an amazing space this is that's been put together for us. The huge flame there in the center. Inside of that is actually the driver's green room. It's where they all chill out. On the floor there, a few flags from the different states, and that podium area. First, second, and third, with the two huge cars behind it. This has served us so well, Hannah. It's been an absolute highlight of the event in many ways.
And that it has. We've seen not only great racing on the racetrack, but you said it, here in the Minecraft world. We saw chickens. We came back from one of our races and we had an arena full of chickens. One was hanging out with us here on the caster desk. We had snowball fights in the middle of May. I think it's almost June now. We've got a pool. We saw them walking on water, a couple of our athletes flying around. And then even more so, again, the athletes were able to create their own avatars and their own skins here in Minecraft. So they were able to be depicted however they wanted to in today's event. And we saw the creativity flying not only from the skins on the avatars, but also in the race. They were able to create their own cars and the paint schemes. It's been so cool to see.
Well, we are really keen to celebrate the players from Division number 5. They put in such a great performance in their racing. We're having having just a couple of delays here before we get back to the podium again. But do bear with us because, well, it was a fantastic ceremony the first time round. I think it's well worth watching along for. This stadium comes alive. It's got so many little tricks up its sleeve, little bits and bobs that pop out at you. It's all about the details here, Hannah. There's state flags we've looked at, but the cars even have liveries on them. The Special Olympics livery there in the right-hand side of the screen on the Hyundai Veloster R. It's an amazing space.
It is, and I mean, even us as sportscasters, they were able to create us, with our perfectly prim and proper hair. And we talked about it at the top of the show. My hair looks nothing like it does on my avatar right now. I look way more put together right now in Minecraft than I do at the current moment. But that's part of the luxury of being able to call races from home. It's going to be a rude awakening when we go back to the racetrack and are required to dress back up. But so thank you, Minecraft. If you guys would like to come do my attire and apparel every race weekend, we can arrange something. But even our shirts, I mean, we've got the Special Olympics jerseys on our shirts. You'd mentioned the cars. So much work, every little one of these bricks to build everything in place for this, and the coordination of getting our athletes from one thing. I'm jumping with excitement, as you can see. Am I on the left or the right?
I think you're on the right.
I think I'm on the right too.
Yeah, we just knew instinctively. Hey, we've got a visitor. What's up? This T-shirt we're wearing as well, the jersey. We're going to be sending out an IRL equivalent of it out to all of the athletes, so they're all going to get one of these in their treasure bag, something to remember the event by. And you know what? I'm absolutely green with jealousy because it looks awesome. I hope I hear it's a little bit higher resolution than the one you're seeing here on screen, as we have another visitor here on the desk. Not this time, not a seagull or a chicken. But rather one of our competitors. This has been such a lot of fun so far, and wow, I can't wait to see how this event resolves.
And I love the fact that, again, we're floating right now well above the podium, and we've got a visitor here at the front of our screen. It looks like we maybe got some dance moves going on here. I can't dance, so I will leave the dancing. This is so entertaining to watch, and again, the fact that we're even able to do this.
All right, well, we're waiting on just one more person before we head on over to the podium one more time. And look at him fly! Look at him go!
He was hanging out with us here in the caster's booth.
He was just sitting with us. He was our third caster. I don't know what we're going to do without him now. The event has been brilliant, and this has been such great value watching the Minecraft arena and all the action that's gone on in it. We had snowballs, like you said. We've had some chickens. We've had, I think, just about everything in between the two as well. And now we're getting ready to have a podium ceremony here on the to celebrate the 5th division of drivers and everything they did out there on track. I loved seeing them in the NASCAR. I loved seeing them out racing. Hey! And I'm going to love seeing them out on the podium as well. This is brilliant.
Again, defying gravity here in today's event. I love it. We're running around in circles. Too funny.
All right, we're going to head over to the podium and announce some of the drivers and how they finished in the event. Coming in, first of all, we've got 7th, Jack Clawwitter of Illinois.
Only 14 years old, but proved today that he can run with the rest of the field. So impressive at such a young age.
6th place on the podium. And up next, we've got Sophie Lopez, a brilliant performance.
Yeah, Stephanie Lopez out of Illinois was running in the top 3 at multiple points throughout the race. So great effort and great run throughout both of those.
And now 5th place on the podium, EJ Davis. Great result.
Out of Illinois, the 14-year-old, again, another young driver for us, qualified quick time. And hey, that's our friend that was hanging out with us at the Sportscaster booth a little bit ago. Showing us the dance moves. So we know he can dance too.
A 4th place runner, and next on the podium as EJ Davis impresses us with his moves is Jonathan Blackman.
And Jonathan Blackman, again, was disconnected that first race, had a stellar run back to the front of the field, led laps in both of the races.
Okay, heading on up to the podium. And on the 3rd place, it's Indiana's Ben Gregory.
And he was consistent in prototype, as we called him during the race, in both. He's got a light on the top of his head. I thought it was a mohawk at first. It looks like he's got a spinning light. That's pretty neat.
That's awesome. Instead of a warning light on the top of his head. Number 2, Taking the silver is Brady Allen.
And WD runner, as we knew him, went from running marathons to running a great race. Brady Allen out of Indiana, he can do it all.
Well, on the top step of the podium, it's Colton Rice from Colorado, and he did it in style in his own brilliant livery.
And that he did, won both of those races. He said at the beginning he loves racing video games, and it showed and it proved as he put in the time and swept both of our events.
Let's have a massive round of applause for the drivers in Division 5. Great result from them, and that's right, we can see the snowballs start to fly. It's the champagne of our Minecraft ceremony, and brilliant result from all of them. They put in so much effort and laid it all out on track, and it's just fantastic to see now that getting celebrated. Hannah, looking at Division 5 here, what are your final thoughts?
Well, I'm hoping that one of our competitors there doesn't get dizzy, spinning with pure excitement. Again, you said snowballs, all of that stuff. It's so much fun watching them from up here in the booth. Snowballs now coming our way. This is impressive. They've got an arm on them. But it's been incredible to be able to celebrate our athletes here this evening, especially from this vantage point.
Well, this is kind of the Parc Fermé where we get covered in champagne, right? This is the parts of snowball and dance moves that we get to experience are all part of it. This is making my day right here. Yeah, this has been awesome. Wow. So Division 5, it turns out, have some of the best dancers in it. I think we need to have at some point a Minecraft dancing competition coming up next as well. I'm all for it at very least. I feel like I could go out and get some moves and start to really get a little bit of maybe a synchronized dance competition together. Enough of me waffling though. Here come the fireworks. Let's give it up for your Division 4 and Division 5 athletes. They've worked so hard, and the looks on their faces say it all. Or maybe their movements as they strike poses for those cameras.
Yeah, some of our athletes striking poses again here, and there they are, the beautiful, for bringing some more joy into our lives right now. Online gaming and esports competitions have been, they've been a bright light in these uncertain times, bringing people from all corners of the world together, regardless of their background, to build connections, create friendships, and combat isolation. And also, thank you to the partnership between Special Olympics and Microsoft for making the 2020 Special Olympics Xbox virtual gaming event possible, and for uniting fans, families, and friends in celebration of a community like no other.
And a huge thank you to all of you who tuned in today. Special Olympics gives people with intellectual disabilities the confidence they need to succeed, and that's on and off the playing field or even the racetrack. For every person with an intellectual disability helped, there are 13 others in the US waiting on the sidelines to get in the game. You can help by donating your Microsoft rewards to Special Olympics. Those donations that you'd send through will be matched up until June the 30th, so it's definitely worthwhile sending something through at the moment. You'll be able to double up. You can also learn more about Special Olympics and the different ways you can help by visiting specialolympics.org.
Before we go, we want to take another moment to thank Xbox, Forza Motorsport 7, Minecraft, and Microsoft stores, and all of those behind the scenes who had brought this show together. I know it's been a complete honor from my side of things to be a part of this event, and thank you, Allie, for having me alongside you in the caster desk today.
Hannah, it's been such a pleasure. This concludes the 2020 Special Olympics Xbox Virtual Gaming event presented by Microsoft. Thanks for watching and enjoy the rest of your day.